Dakota, send it packing, right? I'm very much, yeah. It's not lost on me or anybody else that's tuning in that some of the circuits on the platform will lend themselves to good racing no matter what car you take there. But there are others, and I think the Ben fits the description here, that are very much car dependent. Hopefully we've got a winning combination with this configuration and also these cars, these GT3 cars.
Yeah, I certainly think so. It's also really, really interesting to know. I just wonder how many laps and what the fuel level that Eclipse Sim Sports 56 car is. By timing showing that they've only done long runs so far, so there should be a little bit more pace in that car. But yeah, look, I think it is challenging. You're right. This one's 50 meters shy of 5Ks. Don't forget pit lane as well, 40 kilometers an hour. That's actually a really, really important aspect to this racetrack, is how slow that pit lane is.
Yeah.
It is the slowest one on the sim at the moment. Now, Bathurst is technically 40 kilometers an hour, and I have the photographic evidence from last weekend to prove it, but we don't have that configuration on the sim as it currently stands. So that is worthwhile pointing out. But yeah, you're right. I think this one is going to reward a car that likes to rotate and really wants to be a little bit more free. The Eclipse Sim Sports guys have opted to go for the McLaren, I think, at the moment. And they sort of picked those cars back in the early stages of things. Again, I think this is a track that really rewards the Mustang if you've got a really, really strong Mustang. I've seen a lot of teams, a lot of drivers trending towards that Mustang at large, but I also think there's been some balancing updates. I did see there was a Porsche 992 GT3 drag reduction at higher speeds taken away from the balance and performance of that car. The Aston Martin had some more drag, I believe, added back to it in the patch notes. I was just reading them just before we went live, actually, just to sort of do some reading. And the weirdest one of the lot was a Ferrari change, but not the Ferrari that's actually here tonight. Ferrari 296 Challenge car, the rear wing falls off slightly less often. How's that for a patch note?
Well, yeah, exactly right. A lot to look forward to tonight, Scotty Rankin. We've got a minute and a half left in practice, and we'll have a look at the results from practice in just a few moments' time for you, folks. As Scott has already alluded to, it makes for interesting reading. 22 degrees the ambient, 39 on track, clear conditions, 23 kilometre-an-hour winds in a southerly direction, and 33% the humidity factor there. As you can tell, it's a picture perfect, clear sky, blue sky, fine sunny day. Sets fair for a very good evening of racing. Only 55 seconds left before cars will be turning wheels in anger in qualifying here. Another point of interest for the audience at home, Scotty, and it's not lost on anybody how different a dynamic we've got here as a result of it. We've gone through a transitional phase now where the McLarens and the Acuras have had their time in the spotlight in most GT3 leagues. The Mustang's coming on leaps and bounds. There's a new toy in the shed in the Aston Martin now as well, and the BMWs are returning to the fore too. But this series, of course, commenced before the Aston Martin was part of the server, and therefore it doesn't feature here tonight. That could have an impact on the dynamic of how this plays out as well. I'm interested to see just whether or not the McLarens and the Acuras come back to the fore.
Yeah, that'll be a really, really interesting one. The Acuras was actually talking to somebody in the Porsche stable from Bathurst weekend. I just ended up down in there talking about some of the commentating commitments I've actually got out of Thailand. And one of the things they actually do say about the Acura, and this is the NSX that is still in operation in the real world, in SRO configuration, it is blindingly quick in a straight line, and that's been one of the issues that they've been trying to deal with that car. That obviously coming from the real world. So again, the turbo aspects of that car certainly allow that one to be quick. Was also digging through some extra data. That was the practice results, by the way, and that was confirmation that the pole time from practice did come the way of a non-Eclipse Sim Racing car, which was just awesome to see. Froglet Juice Racing Black, they should be really, really happy with the results. Andrew Scordilis, I believe it was, that set that lap time. Yeah, he should be over the moon with that one, which that bodes well from a racing perspective. I've seen Damon Ward's actually racing here in a Mustang just recently in another series as well. Obviously, he's just been so confident and quick. But the other interesting one I keep an eye on, and I'm just doing some research into the co-driver aboard, is car number 91, the Max Boost entry. I actually got a message a little bit earlier on tonight just to say, hey, we're doing some driver adjustments. Came away of Daniel McCrowan as a part of that team. So Ocean Colangelo, we've seen a little bit of, and is actually co-driving for Lachlan Capel in V8 Supercar Pro, is actually stepping up into the GT side of things with Team Max Boost, but also has a new co-driver on board. The average age of that team is going to make you and I both feel extremely old. Have a guess.
Oh, geez. 16?
You're going to have to go way lower. 13.5 between the pair of them.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, and the co-driver on board for making his debut to the series, Sebastian Eskandari Morandi, I believe. So, you know, he's just signed up for Tony Kart out the real world. He's off to Europe in junior karting, so which is phenomenal for him. Jumps in iRacing because you've got to get the experience, you've got to get the laps in. Hey, you know, where else are you going to get them but onboard GT Pro? How about that, though, for a team signing? And ages, I do feel like.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? We've got a different dynamic here, don't we, compared to what we have with real-world motorsport, Scotty, in the sense that we do see such a great variance more broadly here than what we do in the real world with regards to the age range, the youngest competitors in the sport and the oldest as well. 13 is quite unbelievable, but that's the playground we're playing in at the moment, isn't it? That's where we're at. This is a training ground for those guys as they build their path on towards bigger and better things, and it's great that we play a role in facilitating that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't, you know, one of the biggest issues you have is obviously getting racing time. You know, they say for cricketer, there's nothing beats actual time out in the middle, and that's the same thing here. It's building and working on that racecraft. And that's the big key. So at the moment for these guys, still bringing the tyres up to temperature. You won't see a fast lap on lap 2 on the tyre, which is effectively out lap plus 1 flying lap, which is what we're on at the moment. So we're seeing a lot of jockeying for a little bit of track position. Onboard Brad Ratu at the moment, like we said, on the Porsche. So again, expect this car to be quite quick in a straight line as well. So
Indeed. This is the qualifying session, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, we've got the grid walk still to come as well. And of course, we also will have the fine-tuning, or the housekeeping, I should say, more to the point, from the last round of the series with regards to our OG Gear hard charges and driver of the day. So we'll acknowledge all of those as we go on throughout the course of the evening. If you've been tuning in since the start of the series back in March, you know how we wheel and deal here. Let's deal with the big news topics first, and that is firstly that qualifying is underway. These are the ends of the first flying laps for the entire field. Damon Woods coming across the line. Stephen McCartan has gone into second spot. Zach Ratway White fourth. Jacob O'Reilly third. Dean Mackay, John Peasnick. But Damon Woods straight off the block, straight to the top of the timesheet. These guys were a smidgen away from topping practice. It was 100th of a second. No surprise, with a little bit of clear track, Scotty, that they've laid down the benchmark on the opening pass. It'll be interesting to see if the track comes towards the drivers later in the session or whether now is the right time to shine.
Yeah, you definitely want to get a time in early. I think it's going to be 2 runs is generally going to be the plan that we see here. And at the moment, a little bit of jockeying for track position. This is going to cost both of these teams time. Got out of it nicely. So again, mind the P's and Q's, because realistically, even this lap's going to be a touch early. You can get the time out of the tyre, but it's the next lap. This track's actually long enough. Was doing some testing from Road Atlanta heading into Petit Le Mans, you know, just 2 weekends ago for the special event. And on lap 2, you actually had to bring the tyre pressures up just a little bit to actually get the better time out of it on lap 2. If you didn't, the tyre was still cold, the pressures weren't quite there. But again, Road Atlanta, shorter racetrack, 5Ks worth of track here. So by the time you get onto lap 2, you've actually done 10Ks worth of circuits. The tyre can be there, but if you're a little bit gentler to it, there is a better tyre available to give you that lap time on the 3rd lap of the run. But that means you've got to be quite gentle to it on those 2 sort of first laps. And it also shortens your run plan, it lengthens that run plan, less opportunities to get back out there. You see a TTR car getting out of the way there. I believe that was Macaulay Jones after a torrid Bathurst weekend for him.
And on the back of your comments about Sebastian Eskandari, it's important to note that I spoke to him earlier in the month on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, because he also cuts his teeth there at the moment. You mentioned his signings with regards to his karting exploits. I asked him about whether we'd be seeing him on a more regular basis this season or this term for us, which is a 10-week period. We've completed 3 of those. We've got another 7 to go. And he said, yeah, it looks as though the overseas travel and commitments are done for 2025, but there's going to be obviously more of that to come in 2026. It's lovely for Team Max Boost that they can make use of his services when he's in the country, when he's in a position to be behind the wheel in the virtual world. 13 and a half minutes to go in this qualifying session. Damon Wood, Stefan McCartan, OPR find their way to second on that opening run. And Jacob O'Reilly for Vermilion, and they've been there or thereabouts all season in third place. This is also an interesting point too, Scott. I don't think we're going to be talking too much about who's going to compete with Damon Woods and Cody Deep and Dylan Burse. I hope we are, but who knows, right? Andrew Scordillis now showing top of the timesheet. So apologies too, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of teething issues in the background there. So our timing screen just reset at the same time as graphics reappeared on your screen. Have a look at the margins though, Scotty. It's extraordinary. 0.089 between first and fourth on the opening pass. I'm going to be interested to see how this plays out long run and who can punch out the numbers consistently for 3 hours. We know what Deeth, Burse and Woods bring to the table. My question to you is, there's a lot of drivers in this field, and the field, incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, is 32 deep tonight. Brody Sentence in there as well would make it 33. Greg Favell, 34. Macaulay Jones, 34. So that will be a 34 car field as Dennis Gaderick, and there's a name that I haven't called at the top of the timesheets for a while, for Synergy Sim Racing in the 033. He goes to the top of the timesheets by 0.013 of a second, 145.821. This will be about those drivers that have had their misfortune so far this season, right? And there's been a few, particularly at Spa, but also, of course, there was a bit of bad luck at Daytona for a couple as well, mate. This will be an opportunity for those guys to throw the cat amongst the pigeons here and be a race-by-race contender and go for those individual achievements rather than looking at the bigger or the overall picture, mate.
Yeah, certainly. And that's the big thing. And the other thing is, you know, we've talked and waxed lyrical about the car choice rulings, and there's a whole bunch of people who like them, a whole bunch of people who don't like them. But the biggest strength is, if you've picked the wrong cars back at the start of the series, but you've got the talent, you're going to mine yourself backwards just a little bit. So guys are maybe a little bit more creative, a little bit more risky, went in a different direction. You know, there's every opportunity for those guys to pop their way to the fore. And that's sort of what we're seeing here at the moment. There's a sea of McLarens at the pointy end of things at the moment in second through to fifth. But have a look at Brad Ratsu. This is the first time we've actually seen pace from a Porsche since the tyre changes this season. A little bit of a grimace from Rattray Ryan. He wasn't happy with that lap. He goes to P2. I'll tell you what, there's a dead heat for P2 and P3. It goes down to 10,000th of a second. How good is that? Gaderick comes through, sets another lap time. Dean Mackay to the top. Here comes 40 times.
Wow, 118 rather on the field there for Dean Mackay. Very nicely done. So McLaren goes top, Ford second, McLaren, Ford, McLaren, Porsche. And then a skew of Fords take outside the top 10. Jackson Rayhana, the first of the Ferraris in 12th place, caught up with him last night. He seemed optimistic about their chances this evening, hoping to be in here having a chat to us just after 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time tonight, Scotty. And of course, they had great success with their sister car, their teammates, in the last round of the series at the Circuit de la Sarthe as well. Hard to believe that was 8 weeks ago. Byron Pierce goes to pit lane, and this will be a chance for everybody to reset. Halfway mark of the session, and then go again. But Dean Mackay and Dennis Gaderick, wowee, what a start. TSR powered by Astro Energy and Synergy Sim Racing front row at the moment. The two Eclipse Sim Sport entries second row. Amazing that Ratway White is 1/10,000th of a second faster than Damon Woods. And yet he seemed filthy with the fact that he was 0.136 off Dean Mackay's number. And we've got some virtual, some VR in action in the bottom right-hand side of your screen there at the moment. Vinny Newen in 28 is who we're following. Let's go for a little bit of a lap around the Ben Motorsport Park. Scotty, do you mind talking us through it?
Yeah, sure. We're after turn 3 at the moment. This is on the run. Go to turn 5, which is the fast left-hander here. So carrying speed, you'll be itchy with the rear end of that car on the first lap set cold. This is a tricky one. Braking zone. You sort of got to cut back. It tightens as you get through the corner. If you want to get out the other side, it's a late apex. You got to carry the car in. Get wide out here. This is the right-handers. This goes from 8 here at the crest of the hill. This is 9. This is 10. And then there's 11 and 12 through back to the left-hand side. Carry the speed, but get as far as you can to the left. I don't think he's gotten far enough back to the left. Late turn in, then to 12, the right-hander. A little bit of a short straight here. Nice little breather. Have a look at some data. Have a look at some timing. Make sure you're on track. Tricky braking zone, this one. Uphill. And again, you've got to hug it a little bit later than you want. There's a sausage curve on the inside. Probably your best overtaking opportunity right here. Flick it back in, because if you dive someone, force them to carry it out and wide, touch of the grass, touch of the dirt on the outside. Left-hander, again, late apex there. Back to the right, carry it through. OPR car off on the left-hand side. Sharpest corner on the racetrack, this next one, just about. It's nearly as tight as the hairpin, and it closes on you. Actually want to turn in a lot later than you think. If you get to the apex early or push wide, you can't pick up the throttle. You can cost yourself half a second there really easily. Last corner, carry the speed through. Vinny's actually not carried a lot of speed there. He's on his way to the pits, that's why. So, but you want to utilize all of the track limits, and then have a look at how much you've got to brake. Have a look at how slow that 40km/h pit lane speed is.
And as a result of that as well, you mentioned Mount Panorama and the pit lane transit there, mate. It's a lot longer a pit lane here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park by virtue of the fact that as we get a replay on your screen here, this is the OG Gear replay of Ryan Bettis aboard the OPR entry to the left-hander and standing on the gas, lighting it up and turning it around. He's looped it. Wowee. Okay. They'll reset. They'll try and go again. The pit lane here, obviously, with the evidence of the main straight there on your screen as well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot longer. Therefore, that 40km/h is going to feel like an eternity. I'm trying to draw comparisons, Scotty, to something like the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the pit lane there.
It does feel long, and Indy, it's because it's so fast through that straight. Realistically, at Indy, you carry speed onto that straight. You know what? They actually are a lot more similar, but Indy's longer. I would have to say it's quite a lot longer along the front straightaway. But yeah, it feels like, just because 40km/h really feels slow.
Yeah.
In one of these cars. Actually, just keeping half an eye on Brad Ratsu. I think he's just gone purple through a large chunk of the lap on this lap. He should be on for a really strong lap to the back end of this one. And he's actually coming out to the start-finish line, so expect him to jump up the timing screens. That didn't count. Okay, so I was seeing quick sectors from them, so they must have had a drama on that lap. Maybe an off track or something. So keep an eye on that car. Still waiting for more lap times in the Eclipse Sim Sports stable as well. Synergy Sim Racing 033 Mustang has come back into the pit lane. They won't get tyres warmed up enough for another run at the back end of the session as well. So there's a few cars, I think, whose qualifying runs are done.
Indeed. Dean Mackay, Dennis Gaderick, Zach Ratway White, Damon Woods and Stefan McCartan, the top 5 at this point. And we can tell you, just having a look down through the leaderboard here, Scott, we talk about this all the time. Top 23 covered by 1.05 seconds. So top 20 and top 22 covered by 0.649. That's how tight it is in this qualifying session so far. We're on board with Dean Mackay at the moment, or we're watching him on your screen, I should say. 5 minutes left in the qualifying session as he heads down to turn 18, the final corner, and starts another flying lap. Let's wait and see. Oh no, he bails out of it. He goes to pit lane, so he's done for the session as well, it would seem. It's hard to see anyone getting back out there now, Scott. They're cutting it very fine if they want to get it back out there and have another crack at it, bearing in mind that if you get it wrong on the first crack, you don't get a second this late in the session. What
you do, I believe there should be enough time for effectively the end of the session. Once that checkered flag flies, then the session will start to cool down, but I believe there will be enough time to kick over. So if you start that final flying lap, before that checkered flag, you will be able to finish it. So if anyone's rolling out of the pit lane, sort of anytime now is probably a touch late. There was one car, I believe that was Lachlan Capel, was on his way out of the pit lane. That Scordilla's car is still being quick, and we talked about them and their speed. Still a 6th spot, so there's pace on board that car. Just keeping an eye on Reese Wakefield and the One Performance Racing car as well. That's entry number 994. They're doing quite well. Dean Mackay also is very, very quick here, just in the recent past. So he's been starting to put together a really strong program on board this 999 machine. And curious to see how they'll go here tonight, because it'll be Dean Mackay and Blake Neck. And next, I definitely feel Mackay's the quicker of the two drivers there, but I feel like Blake Neck's capable of carrying on with the pace in that car. They're a real shout of having enough speed to push for the early lead, but it's going to be tough to go past that long run pace of the Eclipse cars. But hey, we could see a new winner tonight.
Yeah, we could. So Mackay will reset. Here's Zach Ratway White coming towards the line now. 0.136 off pole position. Time to beat is a 1:45.697 as they set off on the first of potentially 2 flying laps here. Both he and his teammate Damon Woods as we head down towards the first corner. Andrew Scordilis, great to see these guys having a strong run as well for Frog Leap Juiced. In practice, of course, they were very competitive, very fast. The 397 could well be a dark horse to watch tonight. And it's interesting too, because we talk about the race within the race being the guys that can make and break and shape the championship, noting that we think it's going to be only a catastrophic failure as Scordilis goes and does exactly what he did in practice by 0.043 of a second, pips Dean Mackay. So the new benchmark, ladies and gentlemen, is 1:45.654. Here's Simon Mesmo coming onto the main straight. But the funny thing for mine in all of this, right, is we talk about the pretenders, the contenders at this time of the year, the guys that make or shape the individual rounds and impact the championship fight as we go. And it's not just the first, second and thirds here, Scott. There's a lot of bragging rights within this series, such as the credential, the pedigree of drivers that are contesting the campaign. But there's a lot to be said about securing a top 10 finish here at the very least, in the championship, I mean.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just taking a quick look through, and I'm not seeing the Vandervelde sim racing car, so they've not shown up. They're sitting 5th in the championship at the moment, which is obviously not great for them. But the Elite Esports car that sits in 4th spot, and worthwhile talking about, the championship battle at the moment is 228 on 694 points. Then there's this car number 17 with Ratray White on board of it, sits 690 points. There's 4 points difference between second and third. And guess what? Only 20 points from second to 4th spot in Elite Esports. So you've got a 3-way fight covered by 20 points. So you need to have a great night here. I'm just sort of having a look at the Elite car at the moment. They're 9th in terms of qualifying. So things not necessarily going their way, but time left in the session. And realistically for me, they're in a Mustang. So, you know, they should be one of the quickest cars out there, because that car is certainly at the pointy end in terms of balance of performance at the moment. Stefan McCartan improves 1 spot to 7th. Last
ditch, last gasp, last roll of the dice. Here we go. Can Scordilis hold on? For Frog Leap Juiced, it would be their first pole of the season. It would be their best qualifying result of the campaign. Damon Woods sits 2nd. He's won races from there before. He's won races from the front row this season. But it looks as though they're going to be tested, particularly in the early stages here, more so than what they were at Le Mans, because let's acknowledge yet again, Scotty, just how extraordinary that and dominant that performance was, where they just took off and did not look back.
No, that was supreme. Just how quick they were in that car. Balance level in that car as well was awesome, was amazing. They just right on point with the way that they were driving that car at that point in time. Ratray White's pace not being to his normal standard, as the checkered flag is going to fly on qualifying. And he's actually going to bail out, so he's going to start no better than 7th. Damon Woods is coming through. Last time by was a 694 for that car. Did he pick up an off-track? Yes, he did. So it's not going to be pole position for an Eclipse Sim Sports car.
And Dean Mackay bailed out of it as well, Scotty. This is falling into the lap of Andrew Scordilis at the moment. Can Ewan Baker improve on 18th? We wait to see. Keep your eyes on the Areti Esports entry at Byron Pierce as well. They're only 1/10 off pole. Dennis Gaderick's only 1600ths of a second away as well. Across the line we go. Baker, can he improve on 18th? No. No is the answer. But I tell you what, it's intense in the closing stages of this qualifying session. My goodness. 0.043 covers first, second and third. That's how fine a margin we're talking here. And we've now picked up Lachlan Cable, the round one winner. He bars out of it as well. He's content with 13th. Will it be a lucky number tonight? We'll find out shortly. Here comes Jackson Rayhana, only half a second off pole. What can he find in the final sector of his final qualifying run? No, he's bailed out of it too. Is everybody in the process of bailing out of it here? I'd say so. Gaderick was full send into the final corner, but he would have tripped up the off-track alert. Going onto the main straight. Byron Pierce, last roll of the dice. Nope, he doesn't want a bar of it either. So, Andrew Scordilis and Frog Leap Juiced Racing Black, I reckon, have themselves a pole position here at Shelby Power Motorsport Park. The 5th round of the Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series of 2025, sharing with Daniel Boswell and Nicholas Garriosh. That is a magnificent performance.
Have a look at car 397, Frog Leap Juice Racing Black. Pole position time of 1:50:45.654, 400ths of a second further back to Damon Woods, who will start off alongside the Eclipse Sim Sports machine. Dean Mackay was quick in that session, gets pipped late on in the piece for P number 3. He'll start on the second row, and it was only 0.003 of a second, by the way, that separated him from the front row of the grid. Byron Pierce will line up alongside. There's the Elite Esports car that we were talking about. Good opportunity for them to score points over car number 17. Damien Johnson will start the Synergy Sim Racing 033. He'll be lining up alongside of Ryan Bettis in the One Performance Racing car. That rounds us through the top 3 rows. Again, 0.003 of a second between these two teams. Then it's back to Zach Rattray White. He'll have some work to do, and his work cut out for him from 7th spot. Didn't get the qualifying performance through, and you can see that driver's just changed to Johnny Lutsu. Looks like he'll be starting the car on the inside of that row. Stefan McCartan will line up alongside in the Mustang. Rounding out the top 10, Zach is going to be that of Daniel Puan. He is going to be on board the Acura, lining up to his outside, the Josh Purwine 228 car that currently sits second in the championship. Work to do for that car.
Indeed they do, and the battle for second in the championship, 3 cars separated by just 20 points at the moment. Bradley Radu, good result for Orbit, Drop Bear, Neptune. Good to see them back on the grid there in 11th place. John Piesnik relegated outside the top 10 in the closing stages of qualifying. He'll start from 12th. 7th row, Hayden Veld, Evolution Racing. Great to see him and Lachlan Cable back on the grid. Adam Hughes in 14th in the 606 One Performance Racing entry. 8th row, Semi Blacklock in the 862 Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter alongside Damon Mulqueen and Brenton Hobson, of course, the 88 Synergy Sim Racing entry. What can B Hobson do from the outside of the 8th row? 9th row, Jackson Rayhana and Jordan Ross, Summit Sim Sport and Synergy Sim Racing. So there's a lot of S's going on there. It's a good thing I haven't got the Kenny Calendar list going on. Savvy Chapman for Vermilion and Ocean Colangelo. We mentioned the Team Max Boost stable earlier. They make up the top 20.
Outside the 20, we get back to Kobe Jones. He'll be disappointed with this one. He actually had a lot of confidence coming into tonight. Blake Warboys have returned to sim racing for the V8 Supercars star, who's now a fresh father, which has unfortunately led to him stepping away from the sim world this year. Iridium Sim Sports car will have Devon Stove on board on the inside of row number 12. Tyson Broad returns to the sim as he takes away a break from fly-in, fly-out work and finally gets an opportunity to do some racing. 25th spot will be car number 35, Pacific Esports, and that'll have Rylan Mueller on board. Bruce DiCavallo, not his best qualifying performance thus far. Tried an offhanded strategy back at Le Mans, did not pay out with the amount of fuel they had to save. Car 222 and Matt Arnold, TSR powered by Astro Energy on a 27th spot, just over a second back. Have a look, 1/1000th of a second separated the two drivers on this row. Be Vin and Ewan in the other of the Juice Racing entries. That's the red machine, and it's all the red wheels. Throw it back once more to Iridium Sim Sports 826. We'll see Dan Patrick on board the Porsche on that car. Ben Jeffrey had a lot of issues back at Spa just after that tyre update on the 525 Bluebell Racing entry, unfortunately for him, Zach.
Indeed, Craig Schultz, the 9.5 SimSport entry, and Greg Patrick, Full Send SimSport, round out a 32-car field tonight. So actually, sorry, no, 16 throwers, 17, although it's 16 and a half because the safety car I don't think will be starting this race. Macaulay Jones is lined up there, and there are all of our course cars. Brodie Sentence showing down in 37th position, having not set a time in qualifying. I'm not sure if those guys... They are taking the grid. Okay, so they have opted to start rear of field. Now, I'm not sure the reason for them not setting a lap in qualifying. We'll find out very shortly, I'm sure. Hey, we've got a full roll-up lap ahead of us tonight, so we've got a bit of padding to do, Scott Rankin and I, but not before we get through the Gamesman grid walk. And, of course, we do this to acknowledge place seat pole position, and we do bring in, at this point in time, Andrew Scordilis into the booth. If we can do that, please, Jay Kennedy. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I feel as though I'm in the presence of greatness tonight. I've got two of the busiest working blokes in sim racing alongside me in the booth. Jay Kennedy on the buttons and Scott Rankin in co-commentary. And Andrew Scordilis, welcome to pole position, my friend. Welcome to the Ben Motorsport Park. Well done on that. Great start to the night. Let's hope it's an omen of things to come.
Yeah, sweet. Thanks for having me. I'm pretty stoked to be up here, to be honest. Wasn't really expecting it, but yeah, happy to be here. Cheers.
Talk us through the lap, mate, because it was a carryover from practice as well. You had the pace there to be able to convert that when it mattered in qualifying. How does that stack up for you guys with regards to playing the long game now over 3 hours?
To be honest, we're just gonna take the race as it comes and maybe a bit of fuel save here and there, and then see where we end up. Just
I'm noting,
take it race corner by corner.
100%. And of course, how have you enjoyed acquainting yourself with the newest Australian circuit on the platform?
It's been good to me, mate. I've done probably 11 or so officials last week here in the fixed GT3, and yeah, just smashed it out. It's been good to me so far, so yeah, loving it.
Indeed. And have you got Daniel Boswell or Nick Garriosh with you tonight, or both?
I got Nick Garriosh, so he'll be in the car next, and yeah, he'll do pretty good. See where we end up, eh?
Where are the goalposts for you guys? Well, I mean, obviously you've exceeded your own expectations, judging by the way you're talking with regards to qualifying. Where are the goalposts after 3 hours, mate? If you can keep it straight.
We'd love a top 5. That would be awesome. But yeah, we'll see how we go, and then hopefully end up somewhere there.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank at this particular point in time? Because I think this is the first time we've had a chance to talk to you all series.
Yeah, it is actually. So I'd like to thank Frog Leap, obviously, and their sponsors, which I've actually forgotten, to be honest. Frog Leap Juiced and Stott Hoare, I think. And yeah, and obviously GTPRO for putting the series on. Awesome.
All right, very nicely done. Congratulations on pole, mate. Good luck for the next 3 hours. Hopefully we're talking to you at 11:30, 11:45 as well.
My dramas, hope to speak to you then. Cheers.
Indeed. Out with Andrew Scordilis, in with Harrison Lillis as the Gamesman grid walk continues. We say hello to the bloke from Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport who's going to be chatting to Scott Rankin.
Harry, mate, unluckily for you, you qualified on 15th spot. That brings you here to the commentary box with the torture of having a chat with me, mate. Sam Blocklock is going to be starting the car here tonight. Qualifying, I mean, after Spa, you guys were feeling quite confident, quite happy with the way the car and the prep work was going, but 15th's a little bit deeper than you guys would have liked.
Way deeper. I mean, the field's really close, but yeah, typical sort of race driver complain about car story here, Scott. Just hopeless. I'm really trying to look for the positives where this car might be good around the lap, but there really is just none. I haven't had this in a long time. So it is what it is. Ultimately, I haven't put up the performance I am capable of. There's an Acura in front of us, you know what I mean? So can't put it all in the car. Just not the best night for me comfortability-wise, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like certainly there was a little bit of a struggle. From here, obviously, probably the only benefit to the night is that you get to get the elbows out and go overtaking, I guess, is kind of fun. You get to have some fun and do some sends.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see where we are. Sam has been a really reliable, strong race starter. He's had some sensational pace, and he's always given me the car in a good spot. I have a lot of respect for him for that. So, best of luck to him here, and we'll see where we come out when I'm in the car. Hopefully, close enough to someone to get the elbows out, like you said, and make something of a night that's not off to the best start.
Most importantly, I personally understand that you have one of your biggest fans in your life is your favorite little birdie buddy, JJ, in the background. Has he been contained so he's not going to bother you whilst you're in the car, or is he going to be your biggest supporter and sit on the shoulder?
Yeah, my little feathered crew chief, he's actually gone to bed for the night, but yeah, he's been maybe not giving me enough setup support. I needed a little bit more advice from him next time.
And there's one more thing if we can get you on Zoom, because I tell you what, this man was actually sitting down and doing some work in prepping his outlook before the race. He had the sunglasses ready to go. He had a beer sitting beside him ready as soon as he was done out of the car. You prepped that webcam or not?
Oh, I mean, I do have my webcam here, yeah. Yeah, how do I'd have to get on the Zoom call a little bit later, but yeah, maybe too many beers to start this one.
Mate, have some fun. Go back there and support Sam Blacklock. He's going to need your calming voice in the background, I'm sure.
Might not be too calming tonight. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
The best thing about working with Harry is that you know that you can rough that man up and he's always going to have something funny to say, Zach.
Absolutely, and I can vouch for that because we often enjoy, and I'm looking forward to more of it throughout the course of the season, banter with the great man, and anyone from the Orbit Drop their stable, actually, for that matter, on the platforms of the GSRC, because they are quite prominent in a few of the series offerings over there. Let's pay the bills before we get going, folks, because the cars are about to take off on a very long formation lap here. If the safety car moves off about the same speed as they're going along pit lane, we're going to have a bit of time to kill here. What we can tell you is we are here with thanks to the great people at the Gamesman, OG Gear, Logitech, Playseat, MPI, Max Pappas Innovations. I had the chance to promote them a little bit recently because they also sponsor the Queensland XL Cup. And we worked on their Enduro for West Brom Radio a couple of weeks ago. They're great people. Motorsport Australia and the SimSpeed Esports Network and the Australian Sim Racing Group. We welcome you to Shell V Power Motorsport Park as we get the formation lap underway ahead of 3 hours. That will take us to the end of 15 hours and 5 rounds of competition in this series. And what's promising for mine, Scott? I mean, yes, there's been a little bit of drop-off from what was 44, 45 cars starting at the Daytona International Speedway earlier in the year. That's to be expected, right? The further into the championship you get, the whittling down of contenders, people, kind of sort of deterred by turning up when they know they're on a hiding to a flogging. But in saying that, there's a lot to be said about the importance of this platform, this series, and the exposure it generates, and the viewer numbers we have, in the sense that there are still 32 guys here on the grid. They're not necessarily here to factor in the outright fight, but they're here to pay their dues to their sponsors. Hang on, we're in a car, our pole sitter. Is it on the dirt? Yes, on the opening lap. Well, that's on the formation. You'd rather be running off the track now than next time through, which will be at full speed. But your thoughts on that? Yes, there's been a grid drop-off, but to still have 32 on the grid speaks volumes about the caliber of the field, but also the stature of the series.
Yeah, so just went back and had a quick look at that one for Score Dealers. Looks like maybe you might have had a screen issue. Either way, he's back on the track and it's working out. But yeah, look, I mean, there is going to be some drop-off always. It's a challenging series. It's a challenging track as well. The Bend's not necessarily all that well loved. It takes a specific sort of driver and whatnot. So it could be track reliant. That's one of those big things. But I guarantee we'll probably see a very full field for Bathurst for night. The other thing is, think about the busyness in terms of the year. Just before summer, everyone's sort of getting themselves re-ready again. And a lot of teams or people on their way back from Bathurst as well. But how cool is it that after all the hardships of the weekend, both Andre Heimgartner and Macaulay Jones are both like, yeah, no, we feel like going racing again. They're out here tonight. They'll come from the rear end of the field, but yeah, look, 30 plus cars. What can you ask for in the debut year for this series and the category as a whole? So look, a little bit of fall off. That's, like you said, par for the course, but the car counts are still big. And the big opportunity is that means there's still a lot of opportunity for safety cars to come together. This cold tyre lap is going to be difficult to manage, would be my recommendation.
Indeed. Who's your money on and why?
it's still, you still can't go by car 56. Best qualifying performance of a lot of cars around them, and they're in a good package. I think the dark horse is actually the Elite Esports car that Byron Pierce is on board at the moment, because again, I think the Mustang's the preferred car. The tricky part for Andrew Scordillis is they're nearly in a Pro-Am style arrangement, so whilst he's got a lot of upfront pace, he does have to hand it over to the AM driver. He can hold his own, but he's not at the same level, so they're going to slide a little bit. Get out there, punch clear early is the biggest thing that car can do.
They'll go in with a strategy in mind. It's about how they execute it from here and how the race impacts the changes of that initial strategy. Let's find out. 3 hours ahead of us and underway at Shelby Power Motorsport Park. The 5th and penultimate round of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. 3 wide on the run to turn 1. The overhead blimp shot shows and illustrates for you just how tight and technical it is through those opening sequence of corners, but a safe and clean start to the 5th round of the series. Game on, we're underway in South Australia. Trouble at turn 3. They got through 1 and 2. They didn't get through 3. It looks like we've got a couple of cars interlocked at the moment. Will we have a safety car very early in the piece here, Scott Rankin? We'll find out.
It's middle of the back of the pack at the moment. I didn't quite catch who it was. The guy that's actually been on the offense in his opening lap is Gianni Lutzu in the number 17 car. He is really trying to fire off nice and quickly, as is Ryan Bettis, who's having a real challenge for it. Dean Mackay's not had a great opening lap at the moment, so they've dropped off a fair way. And you can see the distance. That'll be one of the 953. It's Craig Schultz on board that car. He'll go backwards for 9.5 Sim Sports. And one of the few Ferraris in the field.
Yep.
But finally settling down. Byron Pierce has gained the spot on lap 1. That's a great opening stanza for them.
Look at just how dominant the top 2 are compared to the rest of the pack on this opening lap. They have absolutely streaked clear. 1.5 seconds to the good as they make their way through the initial sequence of corners on this opening lap. They're almost at the end of the opening lap, actually. 2 hours and 58.5 minutes to go for you on the platforms of SimSpeed and also the Australian Sim Racing Group. Great to have you along for the ride across YouTube and Facebook this Friday night, the 17th of October. Happy birthday, Casey Stoner. Across the start-finish line we go. Big weekend of motorsport headlined by the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix, of course. But our focus is here for the next 2 hours and 58 minutes. And we're right on board with Sam Blacklock. So it's been a good start to orbit drop there. Jupiter up 5 spots on the opening lap. And Hayden Veld in there in close tow. So you've got guys that have been competitive throughout the course of the season against the winners of the opening round. And Jordan Ross is trying, desperately trying, to limp the Synergy Sim Racing entry back to pit lane. That's a disastrous start for them.
I'm not laughing. I'm laughing because I'm not laughing at, unfortunately, the situation that Jordan Ross finds him in. There was a lot of confidence coming out of Jordan Ross. I was actually speaking to Brenton Hobson last night. I was actually seeing a big send down the inside for Gianni Lutzu at turn 6 at the moment. But Jordan Ross came away from the last time out at Spa going, yeah, we're 6th. I'm on board 6th place in the championship. I'm on board 6th place in the championship. So, look, I think he's been bitten a little bit by karma, and I know that his teammates will be enjoying that immensely.
And I can tell you that the other car that's found itself in trouble early on, unfortunately, was the guy that we were talking about earlier from Summit Simsport, the Ferrari, Jackson Rayhana. Both those guys on pit lane on the opening lap. Here's a replay of it for you. Look at the start from Sam Blacklock. Just split through the pack and bolted up the order. 5 spots, as the boys correctly highlighted on that opening lap. That was where he made most of the inroads on that opening stretch of bitumen.
Have a look at that second of the cars as well. Follow this through the next couple of corners because this is going to get tight.
Oh, no.
All out of shape.
Yep. Oh, plenty of cars implicated in that. Messy.
Yeah. The breakdown is there. It all stemmed from a rear lock, and you just saw the big moment Summer Sim Sports car had, unfortunately. So a bunch of cars tumbling down the order. And I think it's actually sent both of the Synergy Sim Racing cars to the back end of the field. Nope, one left. There's one left inside the top 10. It's Damien Johnson on board in 9th spot. So.
Yeah. Ryan Bettis up to 5th spot as well. Just getting a little bit of discrepancy there as the timing screen updates. Andrew Scordellis, Damon Woods, they've streaked clear. It's 1.6 back to the Areti Esports entry of Byron Pierce. Good start from those guys. Ford McLaren, Ford McLaren, Ford McLaren, Ford McLaren, Ford Porsche. Or Chev, actually. Chev in Haydendale in 10th. Then the two Acuras, then a McLaren. The first of the Porsches, I think they've dropped down to, 16th, 17th, Scott, 17th, 18th. So very Mustang-heavy top 20 at the moment, mate.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you did see probably the best placed Porsche get rotated on that first lap as well in that instance. So unfortunately, they've gone tumbling down right to the back end of the field. You're going to see probably quite a fast-paced early running to this race. But again, lots of long, loaded switchback style corners. This is going to be a high tyre wear track. So you're going to be 4 tyres at each of the pit stops here tonight. You will not think about double stinting the tyres. There is just, and that's going to be common for GT3 racing into the future as well. As soon as you're running sort of anything more than half an hour, you want to fresh sort of a boots underneath you every time you come to the lane.
Indeed, and it was interesting, of course. One of the big talking points at the opening round at Daytona was, can we go through with stops on the hour, make it a 2-stopper? It became very clear very quickly that that would not work, and we had a splash and dash in the final hour. Given the circumstances, I dare say we're probably in for something similar strategy-wise here tonight, but it's about when you do that splash and dash, or do you rely on maybe some interference from the safety car and some neutralisation of the field. Fastest lap of the race for Gianni Latu. Great to see him having a solid run in the opening stages here. The McLaren up into 6th spot at the moment, and currently chasing Ryan Bettis in the One Performance Racing Mustang, who is chasing Dean Mackay, who was very quick in the early stages of qualifying, of course. They're trying to stay in contact with Byron Pierce, but Pierce is trying his best to leave them in the rearview mirror and try and go after both Damon Woods and Andrew Scordellis. And Pierce, to be fair, right, very impressive at Spa. That was a real breakthrough performance for those guys in the Areti Esports stable.
Yeah, it was. Tyson Broad's also gone massively backwards. So he was also, so pretty much all 3 of the Orbit drop air cars have been wiped out. He's got no front end on that car at the moment. So you're right. There's a couple standout performances for the Areti Esports car. Still some work to do, though. This is a really, really big opportunity for them. And we've seen how aggressive car number 17 wanted to be in the opening few laps. They're going to lose ground to the Areti Esports car. But the big thing is both of those cars are going to make ground on car 228 at the moment. Vermilion, the first of Vermilion cars back in at 8th spot. Josh Perwine behind the wheel at the moment after starting out at 10th. Just sort of get a sense from Damon Woods as well, just how close he can and can't run in behind Andrew Scordellis at the moment. Have a look at the flashing of headlights. That's the OPR car. I think that's Bettis. It was just on the flashes there, buddy. Look, if you're going to get the job done, you've got to be a touch closer than that. Whether or not they're carrying a bit more wing than the McLaren ahead of them, nearly looked like it might have been the case.
So, early stages, there's Sam Chapman in 14th. He and Louis Greathead probably not happy with that performance, quite frankly, in qualifying. They'll be hoping to push their way forward. Good news looking further down the order. Looks like Jackson Rayhana has managed to rejoin the race, but he is 2 laps down. So there's someone already relying on safety cars, because we read in a late change to the SUP regs, of course, Scott Rankin, version 1 and then version 2 soon follow of the SUP regs that were set out pre-event. There will be discretion given by race control to wave lapped cars around under safety car conditions should one eventuate tonight.
Yeah, but they're relying on that, and there's a ton of cars with a lot more damage as well. They're sort of in around that 1 marker, but we haven't seen a safety car, a wave by procedure conducted out all this season, which has been curious, has been a debate point. This has just happened, so there's a lot of brake lockings. That's the Momentum Motorsports car, I think, that's at the head of this one. Look at how much difficulty they're having getting the rear end of that car being compliant.
Yeah, and what about the move from the Max Boost entry as well to be at the head of that train now too? Watch this, down the inside, dive. Hold your breath. Frog Leap Juiced getting swamped from all angles there, left, right, left. And unfortunately, just left with a little bit more work to do as a result of being gobbled up by 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah,
Fastest lap of the race now as well for Damon Woods, 146.555.
He stole the race lead on that lap too. So he's actually now out in front. And that one has just recently changed hands. Macaulay Jones, remember we said car 77 started from the rear end of the field. He's cut his way through to 25th spot. So he's up 8 at the moment. 957 Sports 951. Brody Sentis started from the rear end of the field. Here's the move for the race lead. Ooh.
And brilliantly done too. And already flexing their muscle too, Scott, out to a 6/10 of a second advantage already. Dan Patrick in 18th. We pick him up for Iridium right now under pressure here on the inside. Is about to lose that spot. Blake Warboys through for WKP. And Blake, of course, running the Mustang. So again, it's not a Mustang-McLaren battle, it's a Mustang-Porsche battle. There are 2 of those in the top 20 at the moment, 2 Acuras as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Mustangs, if you don't mind. Is this finally a night in which they have a strong, prominent presence in the top 10 in the grand scheme of things? And if so, will they find a way to wrestle top spot away from the McLaren? I think you could put, like, I know they're only allowed to have 2 nominated manufacturers, Scott Rankin, but at the moment, like, the formidable form, it's unbeatable touch that they're in at the moment. Damon Woods, Dylan Burst, Cody Death. You could almost put them in a Lamborghini, which is the only car that wasn't selected by anybody at the start of the series. No one's in the Aston, of course, because it only launched mid-year. But you could put them in just about anything, and they'd be formidable at the moment.
Well, just remember that. Yeah, you're right. 100%. It would be very, very difficult challenge. By the way, that
Volunteers
Vogue to the inside
Big
gets it
dive.
done. So the Frog Leap Juice car had qualifying pace, but now it's vulnerable as the stint starts to move on. I've just been gotten a couple of messages actually about that Momentum Motorsports car. We saw that car slow, and the replay last lap. Well, there was more that went on, and more that started a lot earlier. Remember how we said it was slow? It was slow because it just about got rotated between turn 1, 2, and 3. So they were just trying to get that car back underneath them. Their rear tyres are going to be on fire as well. So that there's potentially more that might evolve around that car as the sync goes on as well.
Indeed. So Pierce up into second spot. I get it, still Mustang 2, 3, and 4. The order of it has changed. I guess the good thing is, it's been a while since we've said this, such has been the dominance of Eclipse and Vermilion and Areti and One Performance, but there are 5 different teams in the top 5 at the moment. 2 OPR entries in the top 6. That was a brilliant bit of driving, except, unfortunately, that little bit of hip and shoulder there on replay for OG Gear is what started all of that congestion earlier. So the 951 has got into the side of the car that we're riding on board with, who I don't have a reg on at the moment, sorry folks. Momentum, it was the Momentum entry, and that was what started all of that bottleneck roadblock sort of situation. They thankfully got away with it cleanly, but I'm sure race control will have a look at the friendly fire that was the hip and shoulder and adjudicate on that if necessary. Andrew Scordelis now finds himself in 3rd place. Is this the best place for him to be, though, Scott? I mean, yes, he's under pressure from Ryan Bettis as well. We know Bettis is a solid contender and a very solid steerer, and he'll be just easing his way into this race pace stint. But would you like to be frog leaped at the moment and being able to benefit potentially from maybe being able to save just a little bit of juice here and there following Byron Pierce rather than being the leader of the pack and dragging everyone along?
I got to be honest, I'd prefer to be ahead, mainly from the point of I want clear air. This is one of those racetracks that was just so challenging on the tyre and the car and the grip level. You want the fresh air. You want as much downforce as you can get on the nose as possible. So realistically, what I think is happening right now is that Scordelis is just struggling on the tyre. And if he's struggling at the front end of this one, we're nearly 15 minutes into this race. He's got 40 minutes or so left to go on the stint. They are in for a world of hurt. The other thing is, remember a couple laps back ago, as we're watching a few of the McLarens just in front, just behind this group of cars we're actually talking about at the moment. Did you see Ryan Bettis on the flashes? He went down the start-finish straight. Well, Byron Pierce has been able to push on now. So the Areti Esports car doesn't fire its tyres up all that quickly, but once it gets them up, it's a really, really brilliant race car. Whereas the Scordelis car is firing the tyres up a little bit quicker, but they haven't got as good a race package So I also wonder about the longevity of the OPR car as well. They've caught, and now again, Ryan Bettis is not afraid to use those headlights. They're a communication tool. And he's using that as much as possible. Message just come through as well. Scordilis is actually having technical issues with the shifter at the moment. That's why he's dropping speed.
That's not a position you'd like to be in at the moment, that is for sure. Oh dear. So, let's continue to watch that one as it plays out. Let's see if there's more to come from that, and if that impacts the strategy for Frog Leap Juiced as well. Whether Scordilis has to jump out of the car earlier than planned and fiddle with it, and maybe jump back in and do the run to the checkered flag, Scott. I guess that is the benefit of the co-driver system, but at the same time, it's a curse too, because there's no merit, there's no benefit to those guys pitting now. They give themselves an invoice for the rest of the night. He's going to be compromised for the remainder of this opening stint at the very least.
Yeah, have a look at Johnny Lutz, who is starting to get aggressive as well. It was in behind. This is Vinny Newen, who cast back to deeper in the field. That's the second of the Frog Leap Juice cars at the moment. He's just trying to track down Greg Patrick just ahead of him as well. There's actually an overtake just in behind. Macaulay Jones just did an absolute dive bomb on Brody Sentence. And he's come away with that move down at turn 6. I suppose that's leveraging track knowledge to the utmost. The amount of grip he knew he was going to have through there. You see the McLarens come back through in the background of this one, the Ferrari as well. So I think that the big issue at the moment is just sort of picking up who's got pace. And like I said, I think there's a couple cars that are going to be comers here and a couple cars that are going to be goers. And we've already talked about obviously the issues for the 397. But yeah, also just got to be a little bit careful. Dean Mackay is really getting harassed at the moment by Johnny Lutz. He's probably not too far from Lutz overtaking him at this point in time.
Indeed. So here we go, down the main straight, across the start-finish line. Adam Hughes down on the inside of the round 1 winner, Hayden Veld. So Veld relegated to position number 11, but still +2 on where they started. Hughes back into the top 10. Solid run. They're trying to remain in contact with Damien Johnston and Josh Perwin. And they're trying to fend off Sam Blacklock and Daniel Poulton at the same point in time. And I guess that's one, I mean, we talked earlier, Scott, about some of these guys being well and truly out of championship contention, but they are showing up because they're committed to the series and they're going to stick it out, for better or worse. But the reality of the matter is this is one of those series where on any given night, a bit like Hyundai Excel racing or Formula V racing, somewhere on the racetrack you are going to find someone to go racing door-to-door with. Yeah, there is. That's the biggest thing, you know. You enter in a series, there's only 5 or 6 cars, obviously it's quite difficult to do that. As soon as this field gets up in those numbers, there's racing somewhere. And even though it's not racing for the win, it's racing the mid-pack. It's, you know, you got to take advantage of that opportunity. Don't race, you got to fight for every spot like it is through a race with. Because that to me is where the real fun of it is as well. Something sort of, you know, changed in the mindset. Back when I first went racing, it was trying to treat it a little bit more like a spreadsheet. Similar, this guy's a little bit faster than me right now. Okay, well, I'm going to let him go. I'm going to keep surviving. I'm going to make sure that I keep a clean car the post-race. And sort of as you advance your way through that skill tier, fighting and squabbling over every little bit of track. And you see a lot of guys, and some guys overdo it, but at the same time, we're ready to go racing. You know, that's the really, really important part. All right, my qualifying didn't go well. We're now going to be aggressive. That's sometimes one of the most fun things that you can do. Macaulay Jones and Andre Heimgartner coming from the end of the field last to first challenge. Those are really, really fun and rewarding to see where you cut yourself through, because again, the pressure's off. You know, sometimes that's the most fun, and you will see guys that are at that level do exactly that. They go out and they challenge themselves to do something that is on the more difficult end of the spectrum, and they've cut their way through reasonably the field at the moment. Now they're looking to crack inside the top 20. Indeed. Across the start line we go. Bottom right-hand corner of your screen, folks. Enjoy the onboards. Down the inside, good move. And a clean move as well. Not done, but he's in the right part of the racetrack to try and make it work down through the right-hander. However, look at the legs. It didn't work. I thought the car on the outside, that was, of course, Greg Patrick for Full Send Sim Sport, 24th place on the racetrack at the moment, car 324. I thought for a moment he was going to try and get the job done by getting the foot to the floor down around the outside, getting the momentum. But he wasn't able to do so. And now we've got a bottleneck behind him. Brody Sentence and Macaulay Jones side by side. So you got 9-5 Sims squad up against Trans-Tasman Racing GT. There's a little bit of door rubbing for you. A little bit of how you're going, and a little bit of grass clipping, a little bit of whippersnipping for Brody Sentence, trying to come through from the rear of the field, and that is evidence of just how difficult a task he has ahead of him tonight, down in 27th position.
Yeah, really for Brody Sentence. Now, again, this is one of those ones, you can't, it's 3 or 4 right-hand corners in a row. And realistically, he was on the outside of those. You can't hang it around the outside of those corners 3 or 4 in a row. 2, maybe. 3, definitely not. So that was probably just hanging in there a little bit too long for him. It's cost him the extra spots. Mark Hilly's now gone through. And Hilly's come from the back of the field, because remember, that car started about 13th or so and got rotated on lap 1. So this is all the guys that are cutting their way back through the field. Touch worth of damage on the rear end of the Orbit Top Rear Neptune Porsche as well. But hey, how good is it to see Porsche back in action in the series? It's been an unloved stepchild, really. There is a couple in the field, but it's been unselected and miserable to drive at times.
Exactly. And I guess that is one of the benefits of the 2 manufacturer selection process that competitors were asked to commit to at the start of the season. You can chop and change if you need to, like Hayden Veld and Lockie Cable have done so at times. But, yeah, those that have selected the Porsche for the most part, as you say, most of them have decided to give it a very wide berth. Mustangs 2, 3, 4, McLarens 1, 3, and 6, just like that. 21 minutes have come and gone at Shell V Power Motorsport Park. Now, it's interesting to note the numbers appearing on our screen at the moment here, Scott Rankin. We're clocking around about 1 minute 47 a lap, or somewhere around that 146, 147 bracket, depending upon where you are on the racetrack and what pace you're running with. But the laps that we're getting on our timing screen at the moment say 12 of 102. So that's the projected total, which would put us again at that 500 kilometre marker, which we've touched a few times this season. Down the inside again. The battle continues for the minor placings. They're holding each other up at this point, I think. Have a look at Mark Hilly, wedging his way in here as well. Contact 3 wide. The Trans-Tasman entry. Macaulay Jones wants a piece of that as well.
So again, it's just smart. Mark Hilly slots himself back in. Now it's going to be Brody Sentence to try and have a go at him, but Hilly thinks he's faster. And the qualifying performance would say that, but again, we don't have qualifying data on the Ferrari. Now the Ferrari's going to get touched up by Greg Patrick. He wasn't expecting the checkup. Here we go.
I tell you what, Patrick, unfortunately, has had the best and worst seat in the house in all of this, because he's been so incrementally involved in the tussle, but he's lost out in the process of being involved in it as well. Down to the 27th spot, he's lost 3 spots in the process of the period of time in which we've been following this battle, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great scrap, though. Again, battles everywhere you look. This is the type of racing we don't mind seeing when we come to this venue. Unfortunately, we don't see enough of it as they make their way around.
The big thing for me, though, Zach, was, did you see how calm Greg was down the front straight?
Didn't look like anything was phasing him.
Yeah, no, he's just totally fine. So he was totally fine with that one. So another change for 8th position. Josh Perwin gets overtaken by Adam Hughes at the moment. Glenn Patrick's actually just had a huge moment.
Yep.
Off the corner as well, so now he'll settle in.
All the momentum back to 28th as well, and loses contact with that battle pack ahead of him. Craig Schultz is the driver behind Ben Jeffrey, who we're riding on board with. Greg Patrick's there. Macaulay's off the road now as well. Macaulay's going to drop outside the top 30 if Damon Mulqueen can come through, but no. Jones will rejoin in 30th, but again, he's lost contact with the battle pack. So
a little bit loose there on tip in. Actually, just went back, had a look. That car was just loose the whole way around the right-handers, but there's so much vacant real estate out there. I was talking to someone earlier on tonight. They said, look, it's a challenge to find a wall around here, so if you do find yourself in the wall, you've done well. Actually, you know what? There was Synergy Sim Racing about Jordan Ross last night when I was talking to them.
So Sam Blacklock now, we pick him up in 12th place, of course, handing over to, we caught up with Harry Lillis a short while ago, didn't we? So 862 in very good hands tonight with two seriously good operators, but they're trying to break their way into the top 10. It's proving difficult at the moment, up 3 spots on where they started. Daniel Poulton there in 13th behind him. We're chasing Hayden Veld at this point in time. Damien Johnston holding the last spot in the top 10. 24 minutes gone at the bend. We're on lap 14 of, well, it could be 102, which I didn't see the supercar race around there, boys. Was that the same distance that the supercars ran for 500? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So it would be a 500 kilometre on the nose. But again, a safety car changes all of that. There's a different view for you, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Kennedy might be able to offer some insight as to who we're riding on board with there. Is this Dean Mackay's pedal set up? Yeah, there we go. So you're riding on board with him, looking ahead to Andrew Scordilis. That's the view he's given us from the home office, the sim rig, as he makes his way around to complete lap number 14. Damon Woods, Byron Pearce, Ryan Bettis, Andrew Scordilis, and Dean Mackay, the top 5. Go for it, Scott.
I was just going to say, this is a perfect opportunity to judge a man based upon his cable management in and around his computer and sim room. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, cables going everywhere. I like it because that's exactly how my sim looks.
Of course. Yeah, organised chaos. Would we have it any other way? Probably not. Don't worry, it's the same here at Caban headquarters as well. Mackay's had a little bit of a squirrely moment through 1, 2. Trying to get by on Gianni Lutsu. Lutsu on the inside. Brilliant from Lutsu. Forceful. And you get the feeling that because of the friendly fire we've seen thus far, you've got to be forceful with your overtaking manoeuvres tonight, and it's not done yet for Lutsu. Mackay back down the inside, Lutsu around the outside, and have a look at the OPR entry of Stephen McCartan wanting a piece of it as well. Lutsu goes into P5 for Eclipse Sim Sport. Brilliant from the McLaren.
The big thing is, we just talked about with the Macaulay Jones and Brody Sentence issues that those two had, you don't want to go right around the outside. So Dean Mackay was trying to do everything he possibly could to allow him to feed back in. So this goes all the way back to turn 1 where he has a moment, gets offline. And look at Lutsu, right down and on the curb, gave him no opportunity to turn that car in early whatsoever. And it just carried on and carried on and carried on. And realistically, how much Dean Mackay wanted to fight this one, that nearly cost him in the extra spot. He didn't just about lose 1 or 2. So this is where it's smart. Sometimes it's go, okay, I think I'm faster. I think Lutsu was eventually going to get past this car. So yielding early to slot in is the big thing. And again, he just had to make sure he cut across the nose of Stephen McCartan and shut that one down because McCartan was thinking about it.
Back to the main straight we go, and the battle continues. Meanwhile, up front, it's 1.1 seconds for Damon Woods, clear of Byron Pearce, clear of Ryan Bettis, and Scordilis back into 4th place. So Pearce, we're reliably informed, and you can see the evidence on your screen there. 10th, couple of tenths, not even a tenth in it the last 3 laps, but he has taken half a second almost out of the race leader Damon Woods. But again, you don't want to burn your rubber too early in the stint because the compromise will be lap speed wash off in the long run. So you've got to weigh it up. Scott Rankin, do you want to lead now or do you want to play the long game and lead after 3 hours?
Well, yeah, I think the bigger thing is just looking after tyres. And realistically, remember what we said about Byron and how slow he was in those opening laps as well. He was just bringing the tyre in gradually and just looking after it a little bit. And I think we're starting to see the benefit of that now as he goes to try and track down Damon Woods. So McLaren's just not been as kind to its tyres as everyone else at the moment. And that'll be the big key as we go into the middle part of this stint. 27, 28 minutes on the nose right now, so. Oh, hello.
Trouble. That is Damien Johnston, of course, the 033 for Synergy Sim Racing. Down to 20th position. They were 10th. So Hayden Veld and everybody else has jumped up a spot as a result of this. And again, it looks like another isolated single vehicle incident. Yes, it was. And again, how many times have we seen that tonight, Scott? And it's not manufacturer specific. No discrimination here. That car twigged left and then snapped back hard right.
Yeah, so it's rear tyres that are copying the beating here tonight. Realistically, a lot of issues trying to keep that one underneath you. Kind of feels just a little bit like like an open car park. And it's the back end of a weekend with everyone out there trying to test their drifting capabilities at the moment, and they're just not quite able to keep it underneath them as long as they want to. This is the big thing about the tyre update, Zach, is they're generally fine. For that 20-minute period, they're great, right? They're really, really good. It's this next period right here. And I ran the Mustang. I was not a big fan of the Mustang back at the start of the year. Hated the engine. No, just generically did not like the feeling in that car. And I've been slowly coerced to do some more laps. And this is a really early pit stop for Vinny Ewan. They might be shortening their pit stops right throughout the night. But what I'm thinking is it's burning out the rear tyres, you know, at the back end of the car, which it does do. Normally it's difficulty with traction, but it's those long corners back to back to back. Again, it's the right-handers coming off the triple right-handers. So the tyre's not letting go until they swing back to the left hand. It just does not want to settle. So I think left rear tyres are in a fair bit of trouble at the moment.
Would there be any merit, expanding on your point, and of course, if anything major happens, we'll cut into this conversation and cover that off. But would there be any merit in splitting it down the middle? We talk about it being a 3-stop race. We think it'll be 2 long stints, 1 short. But would there be any merit, because of the tyre wear factor, running right down the middle and going 45, an hour 30, 2:15, 3? Done.
Yes, so I'll give you the strategies the way that I'm sort of seeing it. Remember, you're getting, I think it's about...
You need Sandman's whiteboard.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, is just start to do some sort of telemetry and do some drawing on this one. And there's actually some good things in it. But one of the biggest things is what you wouldn't do is you wouldn't start with anything less than maximum fuel. So whatever the maximum fuel is, for the Porsche, it's 99 litres. For the McLaren, I think it's 120, it's 110, 120 litres, somewhere right around that. So for all these different manufacturers, you're going to start on board with the maximum allowable fuel that the car will allow you to. Why? That's a couple seconds at a pit stop. You're not going to give up free time. What I would then go and do is at each of the pit stops, and I'm looking to shorten those stints, lighter fuel it. A couple of reasons for that: car is faster. Number 2, better tyre wear. But I think you're 100% right. Those rears are just a little bit unsettled. You're worried about rear tyres. You have to do 3 pit stops, split the race into 4 segments. You're going to be looking at 45 minutes or so to each segment. So basically time your fuel out to get to that 45-minute mark, and shorten your stints up a little bit. You'll be kinder to tyres and probably a bit quicker.
So the OG gear replay here at turn 1, 2 and 3. Simple positional duel. We've seen a lot of this throughout the course of the evening, haven't we? Devon Stowe, Iridium Simsport, 268 on screen there. We pick up the Team Max Boost entry of Oisin Colangelo. So that was very nicely done from Stove, getting through on the inside. And, being displaced, I should say, by John Piesnik. But the interesting thing about all that, Scott, is how many times we're going to see that tonight, that switchback, that crossover, that side-by-side duel. 1, 2, 3. Nice part of the racetrack that lends itself to it. Maybe car-dependent, maybe driver-dependent, where they're making the outside work at turn 3 and carry on with it for 4 and 5.
Tell you what, interesting moment as well. Ryan Bettis was just actually off the road over at turn number 13. He just ran wide, so trying to pick up the throttle carry speed off of it. Whether or not they've gone for a little bit more stable car, which means they're suffering with fronts right now, is an interesting one. But yeah, we've seen a few pit stops. Vinny Ewan's just been in and out of those pits, and it was a minute and 13 seconds stop, so right on, I think, an expected pit stop length. But yeah, it's popped him right out in amongst the traffic, so he's going to be under pressure. This is
that moment.
Just watch again. He's going to tip it in here, and the car just doesn't track in nicely. So out and over the curve, not too wide, but he was wide.
The interesting thing in all of this is that Ryan Bettis, that moment, I mean, didn't really cost him a hell of a lot of time, but he is now 4.4 seconds off the race leader, and he's importantly 1.6 clear of Scordilla. So 1.2 first to second, but then it starts to stretch out a little bit. The next real battle is Gianni Latsu, 5th place, Dean Mackay 6th, Stefan McCartan 7th. There's about a second covering those guys at the moment, and then this battle here. So not much in the way of positional battles going on in the top 10 at this point in time, but the race to get in the top 10, fascinating. Hayden Veld at the forefront of it, holding 10th at the moment. Blacklock trying to find his way in. Daniel Poulton putting the pressure on him. And it's interesting, Scott, these guys, in this battle pack, I mean, we see a lot of follow the leader in GT3 racing because they want to get to a certain point and then get the elbows out if they have to. We haven't seen as much of that tonight because the guys have been willing to race hard early on. It's settled down and simmered a little bit. I'll be interested to see when it arcs up again. We're 34 minutes into the race. We're going to be keeping our eyes on the clock the next 25 minutes or so, that first round of pit stops. But it's an incredible pressure cooker situation and tense situation for Blacklock at the moment because, yes, he's got one eye on Hayden Veld. He's also going to have someone in his ear, but he's also going to have one eye on Daniel Poulton as well.
Yeah, so it's just sort of trying to be aggressive at the same time as being defensive. So it's not a tricky situation. They sort of got themselves in. Where you've got speed on board, but you kind of can't really show it at the moment as well. Just keep an eye on that Vermilion car seems to be starting to come back just a touch to this little battle pack. So for Josh Perwine, so the pace is reasonable, but he's just starting to come back into them as well. Have a look at how much Daniel Poulton's having to lift off to rotate that car in the dirty air. 2 cars with the dirty air. That's where we'll be struggling the most. And you can literally feel it, Zach, in the sim too. You can literally feel the car, just the front end shut off in the dirty air.
Some picturesque stationary static shots of the circuit for you at the moment, courtesy of Jay Kennedy, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, your comment about dirty air is an interesting thing because I don't think we probably get too much of a chance to talk about it, Scott. When we talk about Spa, all we're talking about was safety car reset, pit lane, contact between teammates, reset, go, right? But yeah, dirty air is a point, and how long you want to stay in that, and what the compromise and the consequence is in the long run. At the moment, they don't seem terribly phased by it, but I'm sure there'll come a point where that changes.
Well, look, it's one of the things where it's just there. You know that you're going to be in it at some point in time, and realistically, if you're in it, well, you're in a fight. So it's working out how to take advantage of that. Generally, NASCAR and IndyCar are probably 2 of the best formats that you have for sort of looking at it, because again, high-speed cars that are really reliant on their aero packages. Generally, the best way to deal with it is to offset yourself. Now, a wide old open oval, well, this is the reason I'm talking about NASCAR and IndyCar, you can offset yourself. IndyCar has a weight jacket to try and handle that, gives the driver a little bit more tools to sort of move around the track. But basically, the best way to handle dirty air is to not be in it. What do you do to not be in it? You take a slightly different line of the corner, offset yourself. What that does, it puts the car out into a little bit fresher air, switches some of those downforce devices back on. So that's one of the ways that you can sort of deal with it. But, you know, when you do that on a road course, you actually take away from the best line, and there is a best line, best way to drive through the corner. So if you're having to move off that line slightly to try and make the car perform a little bit better, it's no longer the optimal line. So it's catch-22. You either gain something by moving around that little track just a little bit, but you lose it by not carrying the best line through the corner.
Great insights there from Scotty Rankin, and I must say too, my friend, it was very nice. I know we've had great fun this year teaming up in Central Commentary, but it was very nice to be able to call you in action a few weeks ago on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. I'd nearly forgotten about that. It's great to, I mean, obviously, for those of you that are regular audience members of the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed, you'll know that Scott does a magnificent job as the lead play-by-play commentator, but it's great to get this insight from him from that technical and analytical standpoint, and that first-hand experience that he has as a sim racer that I simply don't. I don't have the the capacity or the coordination skills required, or the surroundings within the real estate in which I rent at the moment to facilitate a sim racing setup, which is probably a very good thing for the sim racing community at large, I must say. This is Friday Night Motorsport. It's live, exclusive and free across SimSpeed, and also, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group platforms, YouTube and Facebook. Terrific to have you along for the ride. Quick good evening to my colleague from Queensland Raceway, Moston Rudge. If you tuned into our XL Enduro coverage a couple of weeks ago, Moz was there in Central Commentary alongside me and Mark Jones. he did say to me earlier this evening, because I said, look, when we have a phone conversation, Scott, like you and me, it goes on forever and ever and ever. I didn't have 2.5 hours at my disposal this evening. I said, look, I've got to cut this short because I'm broadcasting, and I'm broadcasting in Australian Eastern Daylight Time, so I haven't got all night. And away I went. He said, send me the link, I'll tune in. What a way to prepare for two big days of racing out there at Queensland Raceway this weekend as well. 2 hours and 21 minutes to go here. We've picked up Ryan. Is that a silent H? Ryan Muller? They're in position number 17. We haven't seen too much of the Pacific Esports Racing entry on screen this season. Great to see them getting a little bit of screen time tonight. Ocean Colin Gilo giving him the hurry up at the moment through the back section of the circuit. Now, this is, of course, where the West Circuit rejoins with the International, this back section of the track. And I must say, Scott, one of the great things that I've enjoyed watching about the Shell V Power Motorsport Park is that West Circuit offers up terrific racing. We've seen it used in the Shannon Speed Series. We've seen it used in the Supercars Championship. I wasn't surprised that it wasn't an option for this Enduro tonight. You get pretty bloody dizzy, but it is a magnificent configuration, particularly for those more nimble, lighter horsepower cars, as we see Ocean going down to the inside of the right-hander. Can the move be executed safely and cleanly? Not yet, but still there, down the inside still. Team Max Boost versus Pacific Esports. Colin Gilo wins the war momentarily. Can Muller get the run? No. Concedes and tucks back in. Nicely played. When we take one-make categories there, Scott, like your Toyota 86s, or even an open wheel category like a Formula Ford or a Formula B, throws up terrific racing, that West configuration. Can't wait to see more racing on that in the iRacing calendar in the months and weeks ahead.
Yeah, there's been a tricky one because anyone that's in Australia kind of loves this place. Anyone outside of Australia looks at it and goes,
what is it?
Where the flaming heck did this track come up on the schedule from? So, yeah, so that's an interesting little bit of insight. I actually haven't had an opportunity to witness much racing on that West layout, unfortunately, but yeah, I'll be excited to, particularly, like you said, the smaller stuff, 86s, Formula Fords, those sorts of things. Brilliant style of racing. Actually, talking about the Super Utes, they would be brilliant. The first time I actually saw the Super Utes in the more modern configuration was actually back here a couple of years ago, back before they got the V8s. They were in the diesels back then. Got to catch up with a whole bunch of different drivers from the categories. Amar Sharma has the only set of grid girls in Super Utes. We've spent a lot of time talking to Amar about data and bits and pieces. But Trans Tasman Racing as well, Aaron Borg in that category as well. He was brilliant to sort of sit there and chat to about all things racing and opportunities for him in the future. So, you know, it's the sim racing world, and Ross Rizzo actually gave me this moniker when I went to Queensland Raceway. Caught up with Sandman there actually earlier on in the year. Looked at the Super 2 pile and he's just like, yep, beat him in sim racing, beat him in sim racing, really, really good sim racing, the whole way through Super 2.
Okay, look at this. Again, just Byron Pearce chipping away at Damon Woods. We've picked up our leaders again because for the first time in a while, that margin is less than a second. So Byron Pearce could well be in the tow range, the slipstream, when they get back to the main straight next time round. Lap 24 on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network, the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series on a Friday night. This is the closest anyone's got to our championship leaders for, well, at least the last 3 months. You'd have to go back to Spa, helped by the safety car, of course. The fact that anyone was able to get within a car length of these guys, they just absolutely obliterated the pack at Le Mans. But Byron Pearce is giving them a real shake for it tonight. So it's McLaren versus Mustang. This is what we've been waiting to see. At least two manufacturer scrap at the head of the field. It's 0.9 of a second across the line, and we are approaching the 3/4 of an hour mark, and therefore we'll be in that window for that first round of pit stops that Scott and I have been talking about for much of the opening stint. It'll be interesting to examine, and if we can go with them lap by lap, because obviously Byron's just got the edge, and I mean just, we're not even a 1/10 of a second here. He's got the edge over the full duration of the lap, but are there parts of this circuit where that thing on screen, the McLaren for Eclipse Sim Sport, is slightly better than the Mustang?
Well, having a look, there's your sector times at the moment. And he's quicker than him in a straight line at the moment. So getting good drive at the final corner, and that toe is definitely starting to help. But this is where he starts to pick up the dirty air. So the second two sectors are a little bit tougher. He's not taking as much out of him in the first sector this time. And Damon's just starting to pull away a little bit better in that next sector. And the other thing to consider as well, about 5 seconds down the road, the first of the lap traffic is going to be a problem for these two.
So lap traffic already a factor, and we're not even 3/4 of an hour in. But again, that comes back to things like unscheduled pit stops, early incidents. Tyson Broad is showing a minute 39 down on the leaders at the moment, whereas Frogleap juiced Vinny Ewan's a lap down. Jackson Ray Hana is 2 laps down, and Synergy Sim Racing Jordan Ross has got back out there. It remains 7 laps down, so it'll be a case of just collecting a handful of points and pushing on, hoping for a far better end of the season. A little bit of silver lining at, or consolation prize, if you like, when we get them out Panorama in 5 weeks. And I don't think yet, Scott, we've had the chance to analyse just how gruelling a week that is. We talk about tonight being a gruelling slog for all and sundry here with the Bend and potentially 500 Ks here. Some of these guys have already done 500 Ks at Phillip Island. They've got another 500 at Sandown to come in a couple of weeks in the supercars. Then on that very week, November 21, they're on track for the GT Pro Grand Finale with thanks to the Gamesmen, 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time here on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network. And then they back it up. Some of these guys will be either main game or on co-driver duties in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000, which is Sunday, November 23, all day, ladies and gentlemen. Get your sports bar ready for that one. Us on one screen, first Ashes test on another, Las Vegas Formula One Grand Prix on a third, if you don't mind. You won't know where to look. It's going to be an enormous day.
Yeah, you're right. That's going to be an incredibly grueling week, and it's worthwhile starting to. I'm looking forward to it, chomping at the bit, because again, Gen 3 hardware at Bathurst. I've got to be honest with you, I haven't gotten the opportunity. Normally, I'm the one chomping at the bit to get it behind the wheel and do the special events. It's just not lined up well for me, unfortunately, this year. But what I can sort of say is that co-driver clash is back. It was hugely successful last year. Here's the first of the lap traffic, by the way. Tyson Broad with damage on the front end of the Orbit drop bear car. Unfortunately for him, is the first of the lap traffic to go 1 lap down. But yeah, co-driver clash was hugely successful last year. Ryan Wood managed to win that one, and then the open invite to this year that he actually didn't end up taking up. But he had a lot of fun with that race. So co-driver clash will return on your Wednesday night. Friday night, we're here for GT Pro and the championship finale. How good to be signing the championship over in its inaugural year on Bathurst week. Then Saturday's qualifying. Saturday night, we'll get into top 10 shootout. And then we have some Porsche Cup racing action to come your way yet again on Saturday night before we let them loose on the Sunday for the V8 Supercars and 1,000 laps for the V8 Pro Series. Oh, sorry, 1,000 kilometers. My apologies. It's been a long week.
Well, let's just try and work out exactly how long that would take, ladies and gentlemen. So 1,000 divided by 161. It's the equivalent of 6.21. Ironically, that's the track length. Bathurst 1000s. So we would be running for, oh God, test me out here, just over 36 hours. I mean, you'd probably have to get a couple of extra directors and producers intact. You'd have, trouble here for Brody Sentence again. Lighting up the rears at turn 1, and there's a car. There's a car on the wall. That's Ben Jeffrey on the wall in the AMG for Blue Bell Racing, I should say. Ben Jeffrey in the wall. Thankfully, he's able to wedge it out of there and push on, but the front end is crunched. My goodness, 36 hours. Yeah, you wouldn't just need a few more drivers on board, Scotty Rankin, for occupational health and safety reasons and driver changes and all that sort of stuff. I think we'd need 2 or 3 commentary teams, Le Mans style contact. That was the reason for it. So he's got into the side of Brody Sentence, and there's your dose of karma right there.
Yeah, well, it just wasn't settled after that. So off and into the barriers, unfortunately. That car's still rolling. Get it back to pit lane. But yeah, that was a curious decision. I don't know why Brody Settons turned in, because he knew that Merc was sort of going to be there as well. So he's not necessarily had the greatest night at the office. But yeah, Ben Jeffrey was definitely there, definitely alongside. Look, from a race controlling perspective, I think the penalty is probably going to go the way of Ben Jeffrey for that one, but was very, very close. It's just silly. Why would you turn in? There was a car there. You're on the outside. You're going to get rotated every day of the week.
And yeah, very unfortunate. I'm already getting some correspondence that my little slip of the tongue there is going to be clipped. Thanks, Moz. See, that is the pitfall of having colleagues tune in and listen to your other work. But anyway, it is what it is. Sorry, folks. Scott is right. It has been a long day. I just couldn't wrap my words, my tongue around my words there, getting my vowels mixed up, and I couldn't even spit out AMG. I was talking about the other thing that ends with MG, because my sister's got the MG road car, not the AMG. Just a bit out of the price range on that one. Damon Woods, Byron Pearce, Ryan Bettis, and Andrew Scordilis and Gianni Latsu. That being said, if you're ever in Cessnock and happen to be in and around Subway, she makes the best sandwiches in Cessnock, so tell her I said g'day.
You are getting the product placements in for this broadcast, aren't you?
I'm just trying to expand our sponsor list for next year.
Yeah.
It's no secret that I'm trying to do a deal with Dare because I drink more caramel lattes than anybody I know. But shameless plugs. And Moz will attest to this. It's all about ka-ching, right? It's all about paying the bills. And we do it with thanks to the gamesman on that note, ladies and gentlemen. And we're at the 50-minute mark of this 5th round of the series. That grand finale only 5 weeks away. Damon Woods, Byron Pearce. It's half a second, boys. It's half a second. So it's interesting to see that it's worked back in the Mustangs' favour the longer we've gone into this stint, ever so gradually. But these two are a cut above at the moment. They're 5.5 seconds up the road from anybody else. Ryan Bettis, of course, third in the OPR Mustang at the moment. Those guys having an almighty run too. But it's great to see that we've got a genuine two-horse race here.
Yeah, that's really, really good to see these guys going at each other as well. The pace of the OPR car in the background as well hasn't fallen off either. They are still relevant. The problem is just that 5-second time gap. But now the margin for the race lead is under half a second. And Jackson Rayhana's come out of the pits after dramas early on. He's going to lose another lap, unfortunately, here for that car. And this one is just providing a little bit of dirty air, a little bit of spice to this race as well.
And that's the thing, isn't it? We're at that point where you look at someone like Jackson Rayhana and Liam Reston, right? Formidable drivers in their own right. Absolute, well-credentialed, top-shelf operators. But they just have not had luck this season. Caught up in an incident on the opening lap here, and matters have gone from bad to worse for them. We're right on board with Damon Woods to the start of lap 30, ladies and gentlemen. So again, we're on track for that 102 marker. We haven't taken pit stops into consideration just yet, but it won't have too much of an impact, I wouldn't imagine, because 34 per hour, and this is lap 30, we'll be pushing it, but I still think 101, 102 is where we're going, unless, as I said, safety car throws all of that well and truly out the window. Ryan Bettis third at the moment, and Andrew Scordilis fourth, and that's the other point as well, Scott. Still, 5 different teams in the top 6 at the moment. There are 2 Eclipse entries with Gianni Latsu in 5th place, so they're top and tail of the 5 at the moment. But Already Esports have something to say about that through Byron Pearce, who's put in a brilliant opening stint, it's fair to say. And it's been interesting to analyse just how these guys have gone about in their own different way, playing that long game. It's clear that Damon wanted to lead from the front. Byron's allowed him to do that and slowly but surely nurse that car through to be in the position that it is now, that he's going to be in the slipstream when we get back to the main straight.
Yeah, and it's closer again, 4/10. There was a little mistake from Damon Woods. He's struggling with the front end of this car. We are on the cusp of the first round of pit stops starting. It might be this lap. I think it'll probably be 2 laps from now. But we are very, very close to those pit stops. as they both come through once more. A little bit of a mistake, though, from Damon Woods. Up through turn 13. And the rise out the other side. Byron Pierce, though, making a little bit of ground in a straight line yet again. That is coming down, isn't it? And there goes the rear end of the Porsche, the Iridium Sim Sports car.
Porsche's doing Porsche things. They're notoriously known in sim racing circles, whether it's the Porsche Cup car or the GT3 car off the road there as well. Oh my goodness. So that was Mark Hilly. Two back in the train there. Caught up again. Porsche's doing Porsche things. Not just in the GT3, but also in the Porsche Cup. The rear end, yep, curb doesn't help, but they are notorious for losing the rear end first.
And for Mark Hill, he just outbroke himself a little bit. Yeah, he just missed his marker. I think he was on the marbles, and that's the problem. Marbles effect's probably a little bit too strong at the moment once you get out there and get beyond the racing line. So that's tricky to navigate. Another mistake yet again from Woods. So he's not, the front end of that car, that McLaren, is just starting to switch off.
So the question is when? When are they heading to pit road? And will there be a little bit of gamesmanship here, Scott? Will one zig and zag? Will they try the overcut or the undercut? We're perilously close to finding out here on the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and the SimSpeed Esports Network. It's great to have you along for the ride. Across the start-finish line we go, but we've gone back in the meantime to the final intermediate. Hayden Veld's wide, and down the inside is Sam Blacklock moving into the top 10. You mentioned the dirty air. You mentioned when these guys might make their move. Yep. Assisted by a slight little misjudgment there by Hayden Veld, and it's going to be 2 for the price of 1 down the inside. Beautifully done, Daniel Poulton. So Veld's got his work cut out for him now. Poulton's on the right side of the racetrack for the right-hander to come back to the main straight. Veld hangs tough around the outside. That was brilliant from the round 1 race winner. Now look at the Vermilion entry. Sam Chapman way into the mix as well. Are we 3 wide? You better believe we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the Ben Motorsport Park. Down the inside. Chapman's going on the inside of the OPR entry. Poulton gets displaced back to 13th, and Hayden Veld holds on to 11th somehow in all of that.
Yeah, and this Kobe Jones going to be vying in here for a little bit of opportunism as well. So in this little group, you've got yourself a Corvette, a McLaren, an Acura, and a Ferrari at the back end of it. And Poulton's going to show the nose once again as they get through 5. The run down to 6. He's got the nose up to the inside. Kobe Jones is going to enter like a freight train around the outside. He goes from spectator to involved in this one, and the Acura doesn't want to put the power down. Yep. I'll tell you what, I'd be thinking about undercutting just to get out of this train.
Jones had the right idea there. He's trying to overlap and undercut and go up the outside, but he ran out of track. He had to tuck back in. He was the most impressive in my eyes because he was in the Ferrari, and we know that they're a bit underdone this season. He was the most impressive at Le Mans beyond what we saw from Death and Burst and Wood Stable and the Eclipse Sim Sport entry. They are, of course, you know, a cut above, but Jones and his charge through to the top 5 in that thing, which, again, hasn't been prominent all season. Again, he's the best placed Ferrari tonight. Again, his teammates have had bad luck. But Kobe Jones is a name to watch going forward in GT3 racing. He just needs the right machinery under him.
Yeah.
Andrew Scott to pit road. There's the first of the pit stops, Scotty. Andrew Scott to pit road. Nobody else has zagged just yet, but Frog Leap have zigged, and that'll be if Scordilis is still compromised by those gear selector issues, that'll be to sort that out.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for him to get in. Potentially with some tinkering because it's a long pit stop. There's another car feeding in the background. Everyone else has gone long. Blake Warboys is the car that's dived in. So the WKMP Sim Sports entry dives in. But I tell you what, we're crossing the start-finish line. There's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so to the hour marker. There's realistically somebody could be making it. It's going to be tight. I reckon the front two will be in this lap. And if they are, they're going to be about a minute or so shy of getting home on fuel. Which is too early. Scordilis has actually exited the service, so he'll do a driver swap to try and sort that shifter. Byron Pierce was purple in the first sector on the current lap too. So long stint pace in the Mustang. Brilliant at the front end of the field. There's been battles up and down the field as well. Battling to get cars stopped for Mark Hilly as well. An issue.
There's Nick Garriosh. So Garriosh has taken over. So again, Scott, they've had to change the strategy on the go there. They probably would have wanted to double stint Scoredillis and Garriosh bring it home, but Garriosh is going to do this middle stint, and then they've got that option whether they leave Garriosh in the car because Scoredillis can't work out those issues that he's having, or he might be in the position and Garriosh might hand him back the car, the reins, the keys to the vehicle to bring it home. So they've now got that variance. Ryan Muller, Dennis Gadderick, Damon Mulqueen to pit lane. Damon Woods has pressed on to the start of lap 34. Look at where we are. You're right, Scott. There's all of a sudden an instant chance, an outside chance, that this thing becomes a two-stopper for those that have nailed their strategy. However, in goes Josh Perwin on that note, and a skew of others as well. So it is touch and go, whether you can do two stops or whether you're going to have to pull the trigger and do a third here and just bite the bullet. And that could be the difference in the long run. Will there be some gamesmanship? Will there be the potential to do some fuel saving on the run home if you need to?
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tight. The fact that the front two have gone that extra margin. And just think about Byron Pierce. He's been running in that tow for such a long period of time as well. There's every opportunity that he's going to make it home on fuel as well. They've really pushed that Mustang a long, long way into this race, and they're starting to look pretty. For the guys that have pit, they've just slotted fresh, cold tyres on. There's going to be a little bit more exchanging of positions at the back end of this pack as well.
On board. OGG replay. Scott, talk us through it. Devon Stove. Main straight.
Yeah. So this is the Porsche that had the issues a couple moments ago. Yeah, he's not.
No.
Did he get a black flag? Surely he gets a black flag for that.
Well, it hasn't popped up on our leaderboard just yet, but we'll wait and see if he does get held. And even then, he was compromised anyway because he had to pull it up and then get back in a position where he wasn't going to call out the tyre wall on the inside. Byron Pierce to pit lane. Leader's also gone into pit lane. In Damon Woods, Ryan Bettis, Gianni Lotsu, Dean Mackay, Stephen McCartan. This is the critical lap for everybody. They've got to the end of lap 34. We're on lap 35. That's the one thing I always get I always get tripped up because two different timing systems that I operate with and utilise with sim racing commentary, ladies and gentlemen. I've always got to remember that we round up on this one. So when we start lap 35, that's what it says on the timing screen. Rather than just counting up from 34 to 35 like it does on my other one. Byron Pierce is the leader, and he has actually, hang on, has he gone on for another lap? Yes, okay, this is interesting. So Pierce, my apologies, I've misread that. Pierce, Blacklock, Poulton and Chapman have got to lap 35. Game on in this round of the series. Unbelievable that they've been able to go, well, this is the 62nd minute of the stint, Scott. I'm not sure they can go much longer, but they've broken the threshold.
Well, I think the whole field, the bulk of the field's going to get home on the fuel. So fuel, realistically, so this brings us back down to a two-stop race now. So we're in that window, which is brilliant from that perspective. And I just got another word as well. It was about 61 minutes worth of fuel, no saving as well. So this is pressed on. So it's full noise from these guys, no saving required. But the fact that Byron Pierce has just been running in that slipstream for however long he has, huge benefit. And the other benefit that he's going to have as well is the overcut. The cold tyres are diabolical, remember, as well. Was that another, sorry, my apologies, with Vermilion car that went through? No, they pit previously. It was Jacob O'Reilly on board 228.
Yep. So, and have a look at the margin. It's extraordinary. From Byron Pierce back to Sam Blacklock, the margin that he's managed to put on the guys that have also gone the same length of time in terms of this opening stint, and that is interesting. Blacklock's pressing on. Blacklock's going again to 37, and so is Poulton. Morella takes over the Aretti Esports 79 from Byron Pierce. Chapman goes to pit lane. Killy is yet to stop. So too Bruce De Carvalho there in the Momentum Motorsport entry. He's yet to stop too. Everybody else, it would appear, Scott, has transited pit lane. But look at those transit times. So the stops are in excess of 40 seconds. The transit is in excess of a minute 14 for some of them.
Yeah, I'm seeing minute 17, I think, for the 606 car as well. So a very, very long pit stop. I'm keeping an eye on. It's the cold versus hot tyres battle as well. Jacob O'Reilly's the car I was actually specifically focusing on. He's right underneath the rear wing of Lachlan Cable. So there's an overtake for position as well. But now they're going to try and heat those tyres up. And this is the battle. This is outlap tyres for Lachlan Capel, whereas Jacob O'Reilly came one lap earlier. So the overcut was on for Capel. Did a really, really good job with that. But O'Reilly's on slightly warmer tyres. He's just able to close. And realistically, Jacob O'Reilly cut Capel a lot of brakes on that lap. He should have had to go way earlier than he did.
Down the main straight. So this has become a more interesting roll of the dice and narrative than what we might have otherwise been anticipating. The fact that the two-stop is on here and it hasn't been actively at the other two rounds of the series. I'm not sure what it's going to be like when we get to Mount Panorama, but 61, 61 and 61 is 183, and we won't go 183 minutes because even if the white flag flies at 2 hours 59 and 59, we're home before 3 hours and 2 minutes, right? So it is such an interesting dynamic now, especially now that you've got Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter and One Performance Racing on pit lane now to cleanse the field first time through. Here's the OG Gear replay, and that is Damon Woods restoring order. So Woods is double stinting. Marino Morella is getting acquainted with the car for the first time in race trim tonight. I'm wondering now if that means that Byron Pierce will bring it home.
Yeah, that will certainly be the case. So that'll be their goal for the end of the race, is to get it to that point in time. But in the meantime, Woods has managed to get his way back by Marino Morella as well. So there's been a change of positions yet again back up the pointy end of things as that second car tries to bring their tyres back up to temperature. Nick Kearney's going to be the lapped car that jumps out of the way and on board that 324 machine. So again, warm tyres versus cold tyres. You've got to be aggressive when you've got the hot versus the colds. Here comes Blacklock as well back out of pit lane. There's a few cars that went long on that first round of stops as well.
So, Reese Wakefield there in 10th place. Back onto the racetrack now in the 994 entry. Lewis Greathead takes over from Sam Chapman, sits 11th. Down on the inside, that was Sebastian Eskandari having his first steer of the series. Good to see him on the grid in the Chev for Team Max Boost. A great addition to their lineup. There was a little bit of paperwork done behind the scenes to facilitate his arrival on the scene here. And it was at the discretion of the event organisers that they were able to subtract a driver from their 4 nominated lineup that hadn't actually featured on the grid yet this season and put this guy in. And the bloke behind him is a seriously good peddler as well from over there in Western Australia. Former XL Cup racer, of course, very good in the sim racing world. His name is Brock Kelly. You're riding on board with, well, you were riding on board with Sebastian Eskandari. Looking back at Brock Kelly, that is a Chev up against a Ferrari. And again, you mentioned earlier, Scott, the variance in the manufacturer diversity in some of those battles down through the field. That's pleasing to see too.
Yeah, it really, really is, because it, again, it just opens up the breadth of the cars and the manufacturers you're actually seeing. I don't know if you'd be aware of this, Zach, but there was a period, I think it was probably 2023 or 2024, when iRacing went through and made an adjustment to try and make every manufacturer well represented. And actually said, instead of top split in big official events being the best of the best in terms of I-rating, it was, if the category was 20 cars and there was 5 manufacturers, well, it'd be 4 cars of each manufacturer, grab the best 4 realistically and slap that up in the top split. That didn't go down too well, because your sim racers, they like to figure out who's got the best poke in a straight line on the run at turn 1.
3 wide again for the second time tonight. How good's this little scrap? So again, 3 heavyweight teams, 3 really good peddlers. Jacob O'Reilly's taken the helm of the 228. Lachlan Capel still in that Evolution Racing team, of course, with Hayden Veld. So Veld out, Capel in, and Reese Wakefield, who we're riding on board with here as well. The Acura, the Chev, and Jacob O'Reilly. Is he running the McLaren or the Chev, the Acura tonight? I think he's running the McLaren, if memory serves. We don't have that information on our screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, but I have confirmation in my earpiece that he is. And my colleague, Mostyn Rudge, has departed for the evening, so he's got an early alarm tomorrow morning going out to Queensland Raceway to commentate the action out there. So that's probably not necessarily a bad thing, because that's less sledging from him that I've got to cope with for the rest of the night. I'll hear about it tomorrow, no doubt, I'm sure. Calling the Queensland Touring Car Championship with him. 1 hour and 51 minutes gone here. A very interesting part of the race now, because you've got some of the drivers that are already in the groove, Scott, that are doing the double stint, and you've got a few drivers that are a little bit wet behind the ears as far as tonight is concerned, getting in amongst the thick of it for the first time. But even more interestingly, my friend, right, here's another interesting little, caveat that we haven't really talked about yet. And that is, if it is a two-stopper, there's a lot more seat time for some of these drivers than what would usually be the case. Remembering that we saw Cody Deeth jump in and do, about 35 minutes, maybe less, the Fuji round of the series earlier in the season.
Yeah, but you generally have a primary driver and a co-driver. You generally have somebody who's going to go out there and rip and tear and do everything they possibly can. So they come into that with a plan. And remember, we've gone 61 minutes, so we're comfortably past that hour marker as well. So everyone understands that there is definitely no fuel question mark lingering over heads here tonight. But so the confirmed strategy is basically going to be that of somebody's going to get 2 hours behind the wheel and somebody's going to get 1. But the teams will have an idea of who that is. And don't forget as well, we talked about Frog Leap Juice Racing car. Stu, I believe it is Nicholas Garriosh who's behind the wheel at the moment. Well, when you have a look at the lap times for that car, 46.3, and Garriosh really, and again, he's done a great job to get behind the wheel. They've done a great job to this point, but he is a second off the pace realistically for what that car is capable of. So, for him, he's just got to do the best that he possibly can. And he'll know that his job is to keep that car clean and hopefully keep it inside the top 10 for Scordelis to go and have a burn off late on into this race. That's his job. His job's not to be out there and be the quickest driver. He does that, he'll end up off the racetrack. So, log what you can. And you're having a speedy driver and an anchor driver is generally the way we talk about it. Yeah.
That is the battle for 10th on your screen. It's Lewis Greathead, Jacob O'Reilly, so $250,000 stable, Lachlan Cable and Reese Wakefield. Somebody not embroiled in this scrap, but he'd like to be, is actually in our waiting room, if you don't mind, dragging Sam Blacklock in for a chat. Jay Kennedy, it'll be great to catch up with him and get his insights and thoughts on all of that. And that was a blinder of a start, Sammy Blacklock. Good evening.
Good evening, boys.
Thoughts on the first hour and the fact that this looks like it's going to be a two-stopper?
Yeah, look, just got in the car and did my job. We started quite far back. Lucky enough to have a really good launch. And just put my head down. We know our car was quite good on fuel, so I was just saving a bit and sort of not too worried about, cars passing and whatnot. And it seems to be working out okay for us now. And I think the ultimate goal is hopefully we can stay in the 10 by the end of this.
That was a blinder of a start, mate. You went like a scalded cat. You've consolidated nicely. You've handed over to Harry Lillis, a 9th place for him at the moment, just ahead of Greathead and O'Reilly, who we were focusing on there a few moments ago. How have you found, because it's quite interesting, and I was talking to Scott about this during qualifying, in a time where we've had 8 weeks between rounds, you guys have gone off and driven other GT3 cars, you've acquainted with the new toy in the shed, the Aston, Lillis has gone back to BMW, etc., right? What's it been like to reacquaint yourself with the Acura and learn that on this racetrack?
It's been interesting. I've never actually driven anything other than the V8 here at the Bend. So, that was a bit of a learning curve. And then obviously, back in the Acura, which we haven't driven since, season 2, I think, of GSRC. So, a bit of a sort of step back in time, but also a bit of a new challenge with this track. And yeah, it's it's been tough for us. A lot of us in the team have got a lot of other big events on. Obviously Harry with Ivra. A few of the other boys in the other cars have got Ivra, and then obviously we're prepping for V8 Scops as well. So yeah, it's been a huge day. I think I jumped on the sim at about 10 a.m. and I haven't really gotten off it since.
And obviously, the other obvious question I've got for you before I get Scott Rankin to throw a few your way, and bear in mind if there's anything that we need to jump in and cover off whilst we're having a chat to you, mate, we will, but stay with us as long as you can. Who finishes this one? Are you going to play that by ear, or have you got an intention, a plan to jump back in and take over from Harry and bring it to the checkered flag?
I think the plan is for Harry to stay in. He's normally the quicker out of the two of us. At least when we've all put in the same amount of prep, Harry's just a gun in these cars. So I think that's the plan. I mean, I've already had a beer, so I'm no stranger to having a beer and having a race. But I think we'll see how Harry goes, and I'd say it'd take something pretty unusual to happen for me to jump back in the car.
Don't worry, he's only had one, ladies and gentlemen. He's still below that legal 0.05 limit. Scott, before he has number two, let's throw a few more questions at him. I'm sure you're curious to get to pick his brain about what was a pretty good opening stint considering where he started and where he handed over to Harry up.
Well, I think it's challenging as well because he finds himself on your side of the border. So realistically, it's an hour earlier.
Let's not go there, Scott. It's too early in the evening to highlight the stupidity of the sleepy state of Queensland. But anyway, continue on.
But no, I got the opportunity to catch up with Sam Blacklock actually a couple of weeks ago. We ended up for a weekend actually up on the Gold Coast. We went out for dinner. It was a beautiful night. We got to meet his partner, we got to meet mine, and the questions that were raised across the dinner was how do you put up with him and how do you put up with him? Sent both ways. So that made for an interesting night. But look, I think the challenging thing here tonight, mate, is obviously you want to go full guns blazing. You've gone quite long on that strategy. The overcut, I think, has been quite powerful because the cars behind you actually come out and fought quite aggressively on those outlaps. So I think that's actually fallen right into your hands.
Yeah, exactly. And, when, like I said, our car had, such good fuel economy to start with, we just tried to maximize that. And, it could all come tumbling down, if we get an untimely safety car, but we could also get, a timely safety car to help us as well. So, it's a bit of a gamble, but I think if the race runs green from here, I guess we'll see where we end up. You got to play to the car's strengths and weaknesses, and outright pace for us just isn't there. But we're playing the long game and looking forward to seeing how it pans out.
Mate, finally, good luck. Go get him and make sure that I sent Harry down to make sure that you didn't have a trouble-free opening stint. So make sure you go and give Harry exactly the same in reverse. Don't let him settle for a moment.
I won't let him crash out. He's already had a couple tonight, so I'll go and get on that. Thanks for having a chat, boys.
Somebody text him and get his parents to let JJ out of the cage and send him a shot.
That's it.
If anything's going to ruin your race.
Mates and virtual beers. How is there a better combination on a Friday night? Hey, just quickly, Sammy, before I let you go, you mentioned the supercar. How taxing, how grueling is this part of the year where obviously both the ASRG and the officials, all those enduros are playing out as well, mate. You're getting well acquainted with the sim rig, no doubt.
Yeah, and the girlfriend's getting acquainted with not seeing me as much. So, she's not too happy about that, but completely understandable. It is a busy time of the year. There's so much going on, and as much as it is fun, there's obviously real life going on as well. So it's a good thing and a bad thing. But look, I'm enjoying what I can from it at the moment, and looking forward to getting the rest of these done and hopefully having a few more good races.
I was going to say, as they get to know you a little bit longer and a little bit more, they'll know where the busy peak periods of the year are, mate, and where the downtime is. Although I don't have to worry about that because I'm a single bloke. So it's motorsport from February to November, cricket December, January, and then business as usual once we get back to February, as you know, with the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and also what I'm doing here with the ASRG and Sim Speed crew. So they are the long-suffering, but at the same time very understanding better halves of our cohort, and all the very best to you guys. And hopefully you can take her out for a nice meal or something just to smooth things over until endurance season is done, Sammy.
We'll see how we go. Anyway.
Go and keep Harry company, mate. Go well for the rest of the night. Lovely to hear from you.
I will. Thanks, boys.
Isn't it funny, Scott, and I was talking to you blokes off air about this. You mentioned the name Aaron Borg earlier. It just reminded me, we were talking about Carters before we got going. You talk about Sebastian Eskandari. Having called both of those guys in karts, it's always interesting watching how things go full circle and how you bump into each other as you move further up the pyramid or even sidestep into the virtual world. But the interesting thing for mine in all of that is normally the priorities are family, health, and everything else. But for these guys, it's clearly sim racing endurance season.
Yeah. My partner's about to get the full taste of that, I think, because of the 24-hour race on from Le Mans next weekend, and I'm moving with her tomorrow. So, yeah, she's going to be thrown straight in the deep end.
Spare a thought for her, ladies and gentlemen.
But, yeah, look, I mean, the interesting thing is we wind our way to the midpoint of this race, and believe me, we're actually only 10 minutes away from the halfway marker on this one at the moment. I think Scordilis just said he's having issues with actually getting back into the server. So we'll have to see how he goes. His teammates actually getting a bit of a working over up and down the field. And Andre Heimgartner is getting an opportunity to witness the rear end of that Ferrari. And they've sort of been locked together as they cut their way through the field, these two cars as well.
Andre Heimgartner, great to see him back in the virtual world. I thought it was very good, smart scheduling from the organisers of this series to have these events smack bang in the middle of two of the bigger assignments of their season, of course, in the real world. Did you have a chance to touch base and say good day last weekend whilst you were down west of the Blue Mountains, Scotty?
No, not to Andre, but I did catch up with Andrew Gilliam and Richie Stadline. Chatted to them about racing and sim racing as well.
Oh, trouble
off the road. That's good to listen. It is Nicholas
Garioch. Yeah. So the first little blemish in his stint aboard the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Black entry outside the top 10. Now Jacob O'Reilly, Lewis Greathead find their way into the top 10. And a slowdown, I think, there for Nick Garioch as well. Also sees Lachlan Capel and Reece Wakefield find their way by. Or is there more of a sinister problem with that race car? Let's just follow that for a moment and see if they're coming back. They're not coming back up to speed all that quickly, are they? No, I think there's damage on that car, Scott. I'll be interested to see, the replay of that particular incident, thanks to OG Gear, when it's ready, courtesy of Jay Kennedy. As we're 8 3/4 minutes away from halfway. Let's have a look at this down the main straight and follow it all the way along to turn 1. So the orbit entry, we're just talking to these guys. This is the co-driver of Sam Blacklock, Harrison Lillis, down the inside at turn 1. Big dive.
What, room given?
Oh, geez. Yeah, absolutely there was room given.
I really just wonder, whether or not there was just an
Netcode?
issue. Well, I don't think it was Netcode, but like who was actually at fault? Because the track does go to the back to the left there, and Lillis is trying to come across and open it up. At the same time, space has got to be left for Garioch, and Garioch sort of did hold his line a little bit, but he didn't follow the track. So that's an interesting. I don't think that's an easy one for the stewards to revolve. Again, Garioch holds his line relative to the track, but the track opens up to the left. There is my concern with that one. So you do need to be trending to the left. So that one will be an interesting one from. Who's actually able to, who's actually at fault, consider that one. Because I think it's realistically for me, both drivers, Gary's going to get through the left-hander as well. I don't know that Lewis has actually left him enough space there, to be honest. Watch this, right here. So that's turn 1, 2, and 3.
Yep, they're coming into view any tick at the clock. There they are. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
an interesting one.
Space. Yeah, that was the view I needed. Yeah.
maybe not. It'll be interesting to see how race control adjudicates on that, if there's a redress required, or considering also that we've seen the Garrioch entry heavily compromised back to 13th position, what the implications might be, would there be a time penalty, etc. But we'll leave that in the capable hands of race control. And it's actually interesting that we say that, right? Because we've got to the 84-minute mark of this race, or 84th minute of this race, rather, and we have hardly heard a boo, a whisper, a good evening from our mates in race control. There is the contact again. And so that, I mean, I'm much more comfortable with you making those calls than me, Scott, because, again, that experience that you have from in the cockpit itself. Yeah, it's been a very quiet night for race control, something I'm sure they're very happy about after the carnage of Spa. And also they had a bit of adjudicating to do at the Circuit de la Sarthe, but it's been a very smooth night for them to this point, to the point where you've barely seen any correspondence from them popping up at the top or bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And that's a good thing, because after the day Brenton O'Brien's had, where he's juggling real world commitments and ASRG commitments, he was at Phillip Island, of course, today for day one of the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix, where they've had, and I can say this because it's been published by Speed Cafe, they're currently discussing the potential for a repeat of a couple of years ago because of weather conditions. It'll be interesting to see what comes of that tomorrow. Maybe they need to move it to another time of the year, I don't know. But poor old Brenton O'Brien's had his hands full down there. So I'm sure he'll be very happy to have an early night.
Yeah, he'd love an early night, but 3 hours worth of racing here tonight's not going to part way and give him that opportunity. As we're 5 minutes away from the halfway marker on this one. Let's see what we're going to finish again about 11:30. This one's going to come to its conclusion before we kick off the post-race show. It's a long night on a Friday night. Think about fatigue levels and fatigue management. You're talking about heading to Bathurst for the 1,000 and for the championship finale of the GTPRO series. I think it's fatigue management. You know. Yep. How many teams are doing double duty?
It's not a huge night for Brock Kelly. In fact, by the time we finish at 12:15 Eastern Summer Time, his night's only getting started. He'll still be able to ring Pizza Hut and get a delivery. I mean, there's another product plug inadvertently, but everybody on the East Coast, they need to be getting something out of the fridge and putting it in the microwave if they need a little bit of supper. But yeah, certainly a long night, especially when, and I had this argument at the start of the year with our good mate, Sean McNamara, who we barely mentioned tonight. It's important to note for 9.5 SimSport, we've had that argument where because of the fact that we run to Eastern Daylight Time, and that's how our broadcast is advertised, at the end of every round so far this season, boys, I've had the great privilege of saying to the audience, have a great morning, everybody, bye for now. A trend that Greg Rust started, actually, when he took over the hosting of the Formula One broadcast back in 2007 on Network 10, when we were, of course, in Europe or North America or South America. But yes, as soon as that clock goes midnight Sydney-Melbourne, it's a new day. So you're right, it's a very long night, and then morning, because it's not easy, Scott or Jay, actually. Jay normally goes straight on and does another broadcast for another part of the world. So I'm interested to see how he goes burning the candle at both ends. He's very well versed in that caper right now. But for these guys, it's not just about the fact that it finishes after 11:30, right? The adrenaline, the blood's pumping. So what sort of procedure have these guys got in place to wind down at the end of the night to combat, if they've got an early start like me, for instance, tomorrow, making sure that they can shut down, switch off, fall asleep as quickly as possible?
Well, don't forget as well, sim racing's, it's one of the few esports that is actually a physical sport, probably about the only one is virtual cycling racing. I don't know if you've ever seen that, where they're actually cycling their bikes and trying to keep up with the peloton and all the other bits and pieces. Zwift. Yeah, tricky. Tricky, very tricky. That other than that, this is kind of the next best one in terms of physicality and the physicality rating. For those of you watching along and you're tuning in and you're going, what's this sim racing business all about? Well, the wheels are generally quite high tuned, and you can have brake pedals that have up to 200 kilos worth of braking force every single time is stomping on that pedal as well. So it's a physical caper. You've got to physically be fit let alone the mental fatigue. Hitting apexes, when you hit a zone and you're just in that zone, in a rhythm, it is so easy. Here's a man that's very rarely in a rhythm in Soma Mazomo, but he's always up for a lovely chat. So, you know, he's also got karting gloves on. He likes the feel of a thick karting glove as well. He's Alpine Stars, and he's strapped into the sim racing seat as well. You see the harness and everything, the belts that are going on. And he's chilled out. Somebody just told him he's on camera too.
The full sim racing experience there, and that's the thing too, right? The world's your oyster with this sort of stuff. We see a great, vast variety of different sim racing rigs and setups and cockpits and whatever else. Some people go for the VR headset, some people go for the motion movement, some people don't, right? Mesmo, fully strapped in, locked and loaded there. And of course, a big shout out to our good mates at Logitech at this particular point in time, because that's right up their alley. Of course, they'll be front and center of our coverage at the Logitech GTPRO Invitational Bathurst 1000 in 5 weeks' time. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Lewis has got his work cut out for him. O'Reilly's got by Greathead. Cable's got by Greathead as well. They've swamped on Louis Greathead. They're trying to go with Harrison Lewis, who's moved up to 8th. This is a battle pack for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. And Sebastian Eskandari's trying to latch on as well in position number 13.
Yeah, this is not going to go by the wayside. You're going to have to just get through this one, and it's starting to all build. And again, it's circulating in and around Harrison Lillis as well. As that car's just struggling to just maintain speed. Have a look at the 228 as well. That car's second in the championship coming into tonight's race. I don't think it's going to be second. It's a long way down. We haven't actually talked about our race leaders in a good long while. Damon Woods has pulled away from Marino Arella, but he's also going to hand that car over. So the championship battle is going to be between second and fourth place for who's going to be second heading into Bathurst in the final round. So keep that in the back of your mind. So it's very critical the car 228 with Jacob O'Reilly on board gets this overtake done, because he'd love to move up a little bit further. He'd love to go in pursuit of a few more championship points to keep themselves relevant heading to Bathurst. Oh, that was a little bit of grass for him.
Yep, and every little slip up like that at the moment could end up being costly. And again, we haven't mentioned it too much tonight, Scott, but debris, bringing that back onto the racetrack. Yep. Then, of course, dealing with, right here on your screen at the moment, dealing with that compromised grip at the next corner, scrubbing those dirty tyres clean again. So many different factors playing out here. Great to see Lockie Cable back in the top 10. He's also jumped onto the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club as well. So it's interesting how worlds are colliding here, Scott. I'm bumping into more guys on the GSRC that are also part of the framework here. So diverse, so widespread is the sim racing network in this country, and the opportunities to participate in it as well. Down the main straight, Jacob O'Reilly chasing Harrison Lillis. They are 4.5 seconds behind Stuart Ellis at this particular point in time. Good to see him out there in position number 7. John Trott, his teammate, is 6th. But again, first to second, 3.9. So Damon Woods has extended that advantage over Marino Morella, and that's going to make life a little bit difficult for Byron Pearce in the final stint, potentially. That margin has ballooned out beyond anything it was in the opening stint. Dylan Shepherd there in 3rd place is 7 seconds away. 2.5 then back to Zach Ratway-White, who's had a very quiet run tonight, it's important to note. Dean Mackay is 5th. Probably the best run from the 999 that we've seen so far this season. And then it spreads out, and then all of a sudden you get this bottleneck. So the first 7 cars on the racetrack not really embroiled in any sort of positional battle, but then 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and very soon 13th with Sebastian Eskandari. It is on like bloody Donkey Kong.
Yeah, certainly is. Got to keep pressing on. You got to keep challenging yourself right across the 3 hours in the duration. We're beyond that halfway mark now as well.
No, the point I was just going to make. Well played. So,
you know, keeping yourself in the battle and keeping yourself going right across the duration is certainly a challenge. So looking around, everyone's got a championship that they're necessarily playing with. I actually haven't even looked at or thought about the weather here tonight, but it is sunny. There'll be no rain in this one. Could you imagine if we go to Bathurst, there's rain at the mountain? Both GT3s and the Gen 3s.
I wouldn't rule it out because as you know, and as you witnessed firsthand, everybody's absolutely raving about the spice that was added, the spectacle that it became because of the intervention of weather in the real world. So I would not be surprised if the sim world operators are having a look at that and thinking, yeah, let's live and let's spice things up a little bit and test these blokes out. And it is the ultimate test, right? We talk like, I mean, yes, we've been to some magnificent famed circuits, Le Mans and Spa in this series, even Daytona as well, right? But Bathurst is a step up again, so it would not surprise me. We haven't had a wet round. We've had a slight sprinkle of rain at the Fuji International Speedway in Japan in the second round of this series. It would not surprise me in the slightest if the boys have something up their sleeve in their book of tricks, ready for that final round on November 21, and especially for the 1,000 on November 23. I mean, it's already a long enough day on November 23. There's no time certain cut-off. What's an extra hour because the thing's wet, you know? We'll just stay here and keep everybody across what's going on the circuit, but also with the Ashes and the Vegas Formula One Grand Prix. Bit rude, actually, of Vegas organisers to shuffle forward 2 hours earlier into the Las Vegas evening so that there's a direct overlap between us and them. We could have actually been done and dusted by 5 Eastern Daylight Time and out of here so that everybody can go and watch Formula One at a potential championship defining round by that point of the season. But that's okay. We'll go head to head and we'll enjoy it as the spectacle that it is. Down the main straight we go. Past half race distance, ladies and gentlemen. Still anyone's guess as to how the lower half of the top 10 plays out, but it's starting to firm up really nicely for Damon Woods, Dylan Burse and Cody Death, to the point where we're talking about the real possibility of those guys, if they hadn't already, Scott, with the 90-odd point advantage. And that's the one thing we didn't do off the top of the broadcast tonight, folks, is run you through the championship points. 782 for the Eclipse Sim Sport stable that's currently leading the race. Vermilion's 228 that you're riding with at the moment. Jacob O'Reilly sits second, 694. The second of the Eclipse Sim Sport entries, Zach Ray White, third, 690, and 674 for the Areti Esports entry that's running second at the moment. So those guys are in an almighty duke out for second in the championship right now. Right? So, yes, there's an absolute distinct possibility that Damon Woods puts one hand on the title tonight, gets that advantage out beyond 100 points, right? But they've still got to turn up and get the job done when we get the Mount Panorama. And we know that if something untoward's going to happen in this series, well, it did happen at Spa, but it's also quite probable that it might play out at Mount Panorama too.
I just think it as well, right? Car 56, they've got to do a driver swap yet. Damon Woods has done
correct
the first two stints, which means that Cody Dean has to get behind the wheel again. Should be, I would expect Cody to be right there in terms of pace. That's just the kind of driver he is. So I'm not expecting that car to fall away too much. But does that open the door for when Marino Morella gets out of that car as well? Does that open the door for them to get back involved in things as well? Jacob O'Reilly's sick of this Acura sitting right in front of him. He would desperately love to see the back of this and to be looking through the rear view mirror. That's Orbit drop there. Jupiter car. He's just not able to close at the moment. By the way, new fastest lap of the race goes to the One Performance Racing team, and it's car 606. Stuart Ellis, I think, only just done it on 46.123. New fastest lap of the race. So the track is coming to these guys.
Indeed, it is. So the pace is slowly but surely ramping up here. In fact, let's get a check of the track and weather conditions, if we don't mind, on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there, folks, just having a look. 33 degrees is the track temp, 23 the ambient, clear conditions, 18 kilometre an hour, southerly winds as well, and 31% humidity. So, yes, there's been a bit of change there from qualifying to race start to now, but we're also just beyond that hottest point of the day. So quite rightly, on an October Australian Central Daylight Time day, we are heading towards that part of the afternoon where the maximum ambient temperature is going to dip a little bit. And to be fair, 23 degrees is actually rather pleasant for this time of the year. Track temperature is a little bit south of where it was. That might be playing into their hands as well, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely it is. That's why the grip's coming in, as is the rubber. That rubber's now built up to probably somewhere around the maximum as well. And the other problem is getting offline. It's much more difficult to get your overtakes done now as well, because you move offline, you get into the marbles, and away goes some of that grip. So as this progresses, yeah, we're going to lose a little bit of speed. Realistically, somebody just went around in the background. I think it was Capel. I think it was.
No. Oh. And just at the point where the team boss had eyes on and ears on the broadcast, that won't make him all that happy, I wouldn't imagine. Good evening to Brendan O'Brien on that note. Not what he would have been expecting or hoping to see. Good to have him tuning in, however. Damon Woods, Marino Morella, Dylan Shepherd, Zach White, D. Mackay, the top 5 here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. I'll be interested to see, right, when this track launched, the track map was not available on the SDK timing system, so we are still waiting for that update to come through. Barney, however, right, the traditional thrower of the white flag and the checkered flag, I don't think he actually resides in the start-finish gantry here, boys. I'm pretty sure he's stuck at reception trying to get some instructions and directions, firstly for a tour of the museum and then out onto the flag points. So when we get round here at 11:35 or whatever it is Eastern Daylight Time tonight, expect to see an invisible white flag being thrown.
Yeah, as they make their way into that finish line, the problem would be trying to pick up, yeah, exactly, you're right, where that one is as well. Right, through the final couple of corners again, it's just not quite able to find that straight line speed to complete that pass either. Is the difficulty. The 2 Vermilion cars here as well. He's a lot closer though, is Jacob O'Reilly. He just needs to get an opportunity. If Harrison Lewis makes a mistake of any kind, he's just going to get gobbled up by this pack.
And that's the problem, because he's dragging the train along at the moment, but one slip up loses all the momentum and all the hard work is brought undone. 80 minutes to go, 79 3/4 to be more precise, and Harrison Lewis leads a 5-car battle pack for position number 8 in this race. And important to note that the longer he drags this train along, I mean, Lachlan Capel's 4.5 seconds down the road at the moment. If they start squabbling, Scott, it's not inconceivable to think that Capel might be able to latch back on, but it's going to be a long shot and it's going to be a tough assignment if he is to achieve it. Their chance at the top 10 may well have gone begging with that mistake, and that's the point. So competitive is this series, so tight are the times between the drivers, you know, cumulative lap times, that one mistake, even if it's only 3 or 4 seconds, it ends up being so costly over the course of 3 hours.
Well, the big thing is, you know, lower level racing, you can make that back because somebody else will make that mistake a little bit later in. But these guys, here comes the final dive, and I was waiting for how long this would be, and Lillis tried to give him the room, recognized it was coming, but gets rotated by the second of the Vermilion Simsport cars. Unfortunately, we're talking about mistakes, talking about losing 5 seconds. There's about 7 or 8.
Yep. So Wakefield moves up in a 10th spot. Eskandari's 11th. Capel back in 12th. Lillis has gone back to 13th as a result of all of that. Now, O'Reilly, Greathead, and Wakefield go through, and that has invited Eskandari. So Eskandari was slightly off the back of that train there a few moments ago, Scott. It's a breather. It's brilliant news for Jacob O'Reilly, right? He's got a little bit of breathing space up his sleeve now, but it's for the other two, for Greathead and for Wakefield, that final spot in the top 10 that Wakefield holds at the moment is under threat because Eskandari's caught them. So Eskandari's all of a sudden a factor, a contender in the mix here.
Yeah, and he's been tracking these guys down steadily as well. Just hanging on to them, moving his way fractionally forward. I do wonder whether or not there might be a touch with the damage on the front end of the Lewis Greathead car as well. It's going to be front left corner, if anything. But yeah, obviously not going the way that they necessarily wanted. Also worthwhile noting as well, Dean Mackay slid that car back all the way back to fifth. So this will tell a story. So Harrison knew that Jacob O'Reilly was going to go for a send, and it was going to be sometime in the near future. So he doesn't even try and cover this one here. He just goes, yep, this is happening, and he lets it happen. So he lets him go down the inside. Now he's trying to just turn it back and make sure he can slot into that next spot. And Lewis Greathead's trying to be opportunistic.
Yep, and like what we saw earlier with Harrison Lillis, and we still haven't had any correspondence from race control on that. Like Harrison Lillis's incident at turn 1 and 2, that one no doubt will have caught the eyes of race control as well. So that's 1 Vermilion and 1 OPR entry. One Orbit Drop Bear entry. So ODB. I'm getting my analogies and my acronyms mixed up. They're both subject to a little bit of scrutiny, I would imagine, from the powers that be in race control right now. Dylan Shepherd and Zach Ray White, the battle for the last spot on the podium is tightening, is potentially livening up here. Could we see a second Eclipse SimSport entry on the podium, and not for the first time this season? Zach Ray White, 4th at the moment, but doing everything to try and make Dylan Shepherd sweat just a little bit.
Yeah. So they're just gonna keep to try and harass him. That's about all they can really do at this point in time. But Wakefield's been quick as well throughout this stint. I did take a quick look up and down the field as well. Brenton Hobson's got back out there in the 88 car. That Mustang's still quite bent. So let's talk about the guys that are sort of retirements, not necessarily retirements, but the walking wounded. Ewan Baker and Jordan Ross have spent extended time on pit lane. They're 7 laps down, but still circulating in 34th. Orbit Drop Bear Mars, that was Tyson Broad and Dan Yeaman on board that car. They were caught up in all the issues in lap 1 as well. Massive damage on the front of that car. They've started to take their damage. They're 5 laps down at this point in time. Orbit Drop Bear Frog Leap J-Suit Racing Red's Chrisdale's the next guy. They're 3 laps down. I'm not certain where that's come from, because that car, to me, didn't have a whole bunch of damage on it. But the car that did is the next one up the road. Liam Reston behind the wheel. Summit Sim Sports Green. 3 laps down. Again, that was from damage in that opening stands. And the rest of them, I think, it's just about on pace, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, you just saw a quick glimpse too of another one of the Orbit Drop Bear entries, and another producer, commentator in the ranks here at the Australian Sim Racing Group. There he is, Dan Yeaman, and also over at the GSRC. That is a pretty solid steerer when he has the time to jump behind the wheel. There he is. Hello, Dan Yeaman. Nice to see you in action on a Friday night. Very good peddler. I guess when you're, as you guys know, when you're well situated, well positioned and immersed within this framework, being as versatile as he is and being able to do the job on both sides of the fence, commentate, produce, direct, but also get out there and steer and get an understanding of what these things are all about, the world's your oyster.
Also, tech support. He was my tech support when I had a whole bunch of computer issues last year as well. And he tech supports for anyone. Basically, if you want to learn something in and around sim racing, you want to learn about PCs, Dan's generally one of the first people you go to, because you can ask him questions and he will answer. He had a lot more time on his hand last year. He doesn't have as much time this year, so.
No, exactly. Exactly. All right, things are slowing down a little bit, but they're about to ramp back up, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got one huge final hour and 10 minutes or so to come. We're going to squeeze in one break. We're going to go side by side here, just in the nick of time as things liven up in the battle of third. Keep your eyes peeled on that. We're going side by side. This is the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, live, loud, exclusive and free on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network and the Australian Sim Racing Group. We need to squeeze in a break. We go side by side so you don't miss a minute of the action. We come back for that crucial final round of pit stops and the run to the checkered flag on the other side of this. Hope you're enjoying Friday Night Motorsport with us as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you.
Wearing all black, staying on track like chef, show your gun, that's on me. Out here getting this beef, if you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean, could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, done, what's the outcome? Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed, I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, go like that, move back to the base. Back to the base. Back to the base.
You've always felt it. That spark, that pull. Watching the greats carve through history. Every turn, risk, reward. Now you don't just watch. You step inside. You take the wheel. Together, we're breaking barriers between sim and sport. Setting a new standard for performance. So with the power in your palms, the roar in your ears, and the position of a pro, let's turn dream to drive and play to podium. Our legacy, now yours. Welcome to the grid.
Friday Night Motorsport for you live from Shelby Power Motorsport Park. This is our live exclusive and free coverage of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, the fifth and penultimate round of the season, the first of two on home turf. We're imitating maybe, the Supercars Championship in the way we're going about our business here by going firstly to South Australia and then to the central west of New South Wales for our final legs of 2025. The Shelby Power Motorsport Park venue, the international circuit within, offering up a pretty good spectacle so far. And again, we had our reservations. We're a little bit skeptic about arriving here this evening. We weren't sure what sort of spectacle we would be in for, but again, the best GT3 racers in the country, delivering the goods and keeping us on our toes here. We haven't had too much in the way of downtime or lulls in this spectacle so far. Lewis Greathead, breaking news as we return from our side-by-side there to pay the bills. It's important that we do that. A huge thanks to the people that make it possible for us to bring you all the action here and support the Australian Sim Racing Group. Lewis Greathead has copped a 10-second invoice for that incident earlier on with Harrison Lewis, which at the moment would put him 5 seconds behind Harrison Lewis. So it's it's a double blow for Lewis Greathead at this point in time. Under threat here from Reece Wakefield, and Sebastian Eskandari just sitting there patiently in position number 11 at the moment. Jay Kennedy's in the producer's hot seat for us tonight. Zach Cape, Scott Rankin with you here in Central Commentary. Hope you're enjoying it. An hour and 8 to go. We're on the cusp of the final round of pit stops here, Scotty Rankin, and then the gloves will be off as these guys try and get their way through and improve their on-track position as best they possibly can on the run to the checkered flag just after 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time this evening. I'm just looking at the clock, 10:29 Eastern at the moment. So, yeah, we're heading in excess of 11:36, 11:37 tonight. We're riding on board with Eskandari. And we have got Lewis Greathead defending Reece Wakefield to the inside at turn 1, 2, and 3. Nicely done from the Vermilion entry. But again, the invoice is coming his way. Whether he serves it in the next stop or they apply it post-race, we'll wait and see. But that's a tough one for him. But again, on a quiet night for race control, they had no choice but to act on that.
Yeah, look, I think it was pretty clear. There was obviously no right to the corner from the trailing car. Lewis will sit there and feel probably a little bit aggrieved because that's not a car taking its normal line, but at the same time, he's got no rights to sort of be in there. His comment will be, I'm offline, you know, that car's so way offline that realistically, you know, he's turned in from so late that I should be entitled to feel a little bit aggrieved that he's chopped across my nose. But yeah, no, I think that penalty was coming every day of the week. It was just a matter of what the severity of it was. In the meantime, though, here comes this battle because Dennis Katarik is going to try and race his way back into the top 10. And remember, Damian Johnston was on board that car for the opening stint, and he had a little bit of a moment. They would be inside the top 10 if not for that.
So the situation up front is that the field has spread out, but again, what's kept it lively and interesting from a commentary standpoint, the broadcast standpoint, has been those interpositional battles for the lower placings. All points, you know, count at the end of the season. Points pay all the way down through the leaderboard, and it'll be interesting to see what the moving and shaking looks like in terms of positional gains and losses throughout the entire field once this round is done. There on your screen at the moment is the race leader. A fair vote for driver of the day last time out. What those guys did to the field, they obliterated the field. It was a real dagger in the heart of the competition. If they thought they stood any chance of stopping those blokes, Lamar kind of sort of solidified that I don't think they're going to be able to do so unless they bring their absolute A-plus game. Marino Morella and Byron Pierce sitting second at the moment. What a great run from those guys so far. But unfortunately, this second stint has very much fallen the way of Damon Woods. It's going to be a huge road back for the primary driver of that car, the 79, to get his way back into the fight here. Now, the lead is extended out beyond 10 seconds for the first time tonight for Damon Woods. An hour and 65 minutes to rock and roll here at Shell V Power Motorsport Park on the 4.95 kilometre international circuit, most synonymous, of course, with the Supercars Championship when they visit the venue, of course, which launched back in 2018. So it's taken only 6.5 years for it to join the sim racing world. And what a great investment it was from the Shahins at the time to get a new permanent racing circuit up and away in Australia. Of course, Castle de Shahin, I like to call it, Scott Rankin. It is their castle, it is their palace. We're just playing it at the moment. But it's also magnificent to see that iRacing have embraced it as well as part of their continued expansion. I mean, the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez in Mexico, the latest circuit on the server. I know that the Adelaide Parklands are coming. And it's amazing, isn't it? They announced Pukekohe years ago, and they announced the Bend much later, and the Bend arrived first.
As everything in the sim racing, well, in the motor racing world, I think that has a big thing to do with something starting with M.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we know exactly what that is to do with. But yeah, look, I think it's actually probably a record for a track in its time period that it's been around for, and being on iRacing. What, 6 years it took to get on the service?
Yeah, well, this is their 7th year, so, or is it, hang on, no, 8th year. This is their 8th year, so 2018, 19, 20, and add 5 on there. Chicago Street Course is the record, but, I mean, this would have to go close
Anything
for permanent racing facilities, yeah. That advice coming through the ears, courtesy of Jay Kennedy, for those of you at home. It was interesting too, and I don't mind sharing this on air. There was some correspondence had earlier in the week in the lead up to this event, ladies and gentlemen, of the banter that goes on, courtesy of Jay, knowing that he's not being heard, and the laughter that you hear at home that we then have to explain after the fact. But yes, if you can hear the conversations that we have and the banter that we have here, we absolutely love it. But if you hear us starting to chuckle or going off topic sporadically throughout the course of the night, it's usually because we've been coerced or not coerced, steered in that general direction, egged on, you might even say. There's Harrison Lewis at the moment trying to redeem some ground after being turned around earlier. He's chasing Lachlan Capel, who also had an incident. In fact, funnily enough, those two have refound each other on the racetrack. So that's 13th and 12th at this particular point in time. And Sebastian Eskandari is another 3.5 seconds up the road. Here is Dennis Gaderick lurking, looming large as well, Scotty.
All three of these cars have been off the road at one point, and they would all three of them be inside the top 10 and probably still squabbling with each other for position, because all three of them lost about the same amount of time, actually. So all three of these cars have had issues, and they've been minor issues tonight, but have had issues. So
are we about to have our second? Was that just a Blinky Bill moment that I saw from Dennis Gaderick? Did I just see him Blinky Bill in and out for a second there? I'm not sure. Keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, let's keep your eyes peeled on this as well, folks. Last time out, Le Mans, caution free, I believe I'm right in saying. Yeah. And we wanted that to be the case because that's a bloody long night behind the caution, behind the safety car. Could we go 2 consecutive rounds caution free? Of course, we had an intervention at the Fuji International Speedway. Spa ensured that the average is going to be well up for the whole series when you break down and do the analytics of it at the end of the season. We saw the safety car out there actually in a position to be classified. It was out there that long. 7 times we saw it at Spa, of course, when I was calling from down in Grenfell. Now, pit lane, Dennis Gaderick. I think that was just entering pit road. Yep, it is early, but
you can make it home from here.
You can make it home. There's 60 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. We're at lap 67 at the moment. So, again, they're saying 102 is doable. I'm not sure at the moment. We'll watch that with interest. It's a dry circuit. There's no threat of rain. We've seen the opening stint go 61 to 3 minutes, depending upon who you are. They are in their window. They have gone through. And it'll be interesting to see if Gaderick, I think he started the race, so he hands over at this point, does he not?
Yeah, potentially. So we're just going to keep an eye on it. Sorry, Damien Johnston. It was Damien Johnston who started that car for Dennis Gaderick. Yeah, so it was, remember, it was Johnson who was rotated in that car. Right. All three of the Synergy cars were quick tonight too, and they've all had issues, so not a good round for them. But again, remember, they were quick back at Spa as well, and then Hobbo was the first guy to really put it in the fence. I think he was 6th at the time. So GTPRO for them this year has just been disastrous. It's really not going well at all. So
yep. Dennis Gaderick, John Peasnick, Troy Stonestreet, Blake Urquhart, and Andre Heimgartner all on pit road that time through. So they've reached their critical lap. Yeah. They hope it stop, splash, dash, and go. Damon Woods, Marino Morella yet to get to that point. 12 seconds the advantage first to second. And Zach Ratrow-White's only 4.3 behind. That's a Summit Simsport entry pointing the wrong way. That's Brock Kelly dropping down to 15th. Now, that's an interesting one. Whether he was assisted or whether he's done that on his own, we'll have a look. He has done it himself, we're hearing. He's caught some ripple strip. And have a look at the... this is the Rallycross Super Special stage of the GT3 race here at the Bend for you, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Brock Kelly, who will be happy that he's completed the whipper snooping and is back on the bitumen. 58.5 minutes to go, and there's a little bit of lively entertainment that we probably weren't expecting at this point of the motor race. Reese Wakefield back there with Lewis Greathead right now, battling over 8th and 9th. Damon Woods to bring us back to the end of lap 68. These guys are in the window, but what I'm interested in is whether Cody Deeth is finished with his Dominoes run. Or is it Dylan Burst they're handing over to tonight? I don't have that information on me. We're going to act as surprised as you will, ladies and gentlemen. Because remember, that was the problem they had earlier in the season, boys. Cody was out there. Oh, have a look at the gamesmanship going on here as they take evasive action on the cars that are making their way back out onto the racetrack, having completed their second compulsory pit stop. It'll be interesting to see if Cody's finished doing his deliveries, because they had to hold
He's
off.
in the server.
He is in the server. Thank you, Scott, for that confirmation. I knew you'd be able to help me out there because you're on the server, I'm not. And that's great news, because remember, that was an issue last time round where Damon had to drive probably a lot longer, but it was within the realms of the fair rule that's applied within iRacing, within our series regs as well. But thankfully, that's not going to be an issue for them this time round, because Deeth is going to have to bring this home for at least a good 55 minutes here. Reese Wakefield, very lucky there not to get caught up as Lewis Greathead made his way to pit lane.
Yeah, that's how tight the pit lane entry is, and he would have been knowing that that car is likely, because that car came earlier in the last stop, and I think it was the 228. My apologies, it was not the 228, it was the 101 entry, the one that actually does have the penalty to come its way. So stops are just being strung out just a little bit. Marina Morella's done pretty reasonable. Watch this. So remember, pit lane's 40 kilometers an hour. And to be honest, the 101 didn't have a great entry. And you've got to get on the brakes basically as soon as that dash line comes up. You know what? To be fair, he's actually on the brakes quite early there, because there was a lot of time he spent on the limiter that he didn't necessarily have to. And when you have to slow to 40 kilometers an hour, that is a bucket load of time. Here you go.
There is Damon Woods. The pit road now as well. Marino Morella sits there second. Zach Ratway-White third. Damon Woods in to hand over to Cody Deeth. The critical final stop for the champion-elect at this point in time. In fact, they're all in. Marino Morella's in. Zach Ratway-White's in as well. That'll be a driver change for Zach Ratway-White. A brilliant 2 hours completed from him. Marino Morella does Byron Pierce hop back behind the wheel. We'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. Car 467's picked up a speeding in pit lane infringement as well, ladies and gentlemen. That's the momentum entry for you. That is Tim Hancock behind the wheel of that at the moment. And they're already a lap down. So that's just going to add insult to injury for them. And I guess that's the other thing as well, Scott, because of the way in which this race has played out and the field has spread out, incidents have played their part, a couple of unscheduled pit stops because of damage, yada, yada, yada. Harrison Lewis comes through as the race leader momentarily as we await Cody Deeth re-entering the racetrack now, effective second on the racetrack. So Lewis will be the one that cleanses the field this time through. And that's Byron Pierce jumping back in. Zach Ratway-White, we'll wait and see if the 17 changes hands. No. So Ratway-White will take the 17 to the checkered flag. Now, Ryan Adams has come through.
So I was about to say, hang on.
Yeah, no, sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, no. So Gianni Latsu, brilliant first opening stint. So now Zach Ratway-White's doing the heavy lifting on the run home. And that's the thing, because we don't have any intel into the strategy, ladies and gentlemen, it can be a little bit hard to follow that as we go, just knowing who's started what, because everyone's playing a different strategy tonight. Some are alternating at both stops, changing drivers in and out like Byron Pierce. Some are going 2 and 1, some are going 1 and 2. So just trying to keep our head around all of that. Apologies. So Zach Ratway-White will bring it home, and he's within half a second of Byron Pierce. So that battle has livened up significantly, that battle for second and for third and fourth, which is effective second, third once Harrison Lewis jumps into pit lane probably the next time through. Another lap on the stint for him. This is lap 33 of the stint for Harrison Lewis towards the end of lap number 70. And Jacob O'Reilly there in 9th place. We're riding on board with him at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, Cody Deeth and Damon Woods. That'll surprise nobody. 53.5 minutes to go. And because of my lapse in concentration there, boys, I forgot the other point I was going to make. So, Scott, can you make sense of that for me, please?
I'm just looking through a little bit of the strategy at the moment, looking up and down. So the critical thing as well is as these tyres come up to temperatures, this strategy is going to shuffle itself around just a little bit. And remember, that Jupiter car's gone long on their strategy a couple times. So this is them trying to make that long run play. So again, they're going to be overcutting here because there's hot tyres in the car. But when they come back out, I'm actually really curious to see who'll do the final stint out of that car as well, whether or not it'll be a double home for Harrison. Remember, we've spoken to both drivers of that car tonight.
Correct.
And Colin Gilo's gotten back behind the wheel of the Max Boost entry.
Indeed. So Colin Gilo takes back over from the young gun, Sebastian Eskandari, who drove a faultless stint for his first arrive and drive in the series, quite frankly. And those guys firmly now fighting for a position in the top half dozen in this field. Be interesting if they can fight for a top 10 towards the end here, or whether or not they're just going to have to be content with just outside. It really depends on where Harrison Lillis rejoins this motor race, considering that he is now on the 35th lap of his second stint here. Of course, the second stint for the car, his first stint in the race of 2. We had that confirmation from Sammy Blacklock earlier, didn't we, that he will go through to the end. Also, another driver change. We noticed earlier, Adam Hughes is back on board the 606. Having taken over from Stewie Ellis. Stephen McCartan's back in the 51. Rockland Capel's back aboard the 31. Still aboard the 31, I should say, with Hayden Veld having done the opening stint. So, yeah, a lot of difference in strategy tonight compared to what we have seen in other rounds of the series. But that's good. Variety's the spice of life. There we go, picking up our race leader, Harrison Lillis, on the cusp of completing the pit stop to cleanse this field. Most positions gained so far, but out of the top half dozen. But that will, of course, change when he comes in for his final stop. In fact, we'll have a look at hard charges and other things for you very shortly, folks. Remembering that the hard charger at the last round, I can't believe I'm about to say this, boys, but it's an entry that wasn't even on the grid tonight. And that was, of course, for OG Gear. That was the Trans-Tasman entry, Brady Myers and Jake Maloney. I don't think we've mentioned those guys tonight, have we?
No, they're not out there, unfortunately, tonight, not turning laps. So I think it's to do with just a lot on.
Yeah.
I know there's another Bathurst 1000 that's going to be running on the Sim World this weekend. Even talking to Lillis and the guys from the Orbit Drop Bear stable, they're preparing for endurance racing weekends and stuff as well. I think they've got about 4 races on this weekend, including this one. So, you know, it's sort of structure and plan your way through to it. And I think this sort of got left a little bit down the order in terms of what they were thinking about setting up. He's race leader to pit lane.
Indeed they are. And Sammy Blacklock's about to take that one. Harrison Lillis is about to splash dash, catch his breath, reset, go again for the final stint here. And Damon Woods is about to, through Cody Death, his teammate, re-inherit the lead of this car race. Again, for the 3rd time on the trot, 4th time on the trot, the race has been set up so perfectly for Damon Woods that the task at hand for Cody Death is just ridiculously easy. It's a case of get in there, run an elongated test session, bring the thing home. But the only thing that would throw a spanner in the works to that equation at the moment, Scott, and this is the point that I was trying to make earlier, I was trying to get my bearings right again, as the fastest lap of the race is posted by Ryan Bettis, if you don't mind, 1:45.949. I'm going to get to the driver of the day from the last round of the series in just a moment as well, folks, because I found that information by scrolling back through our socials here. But let me cover off the point that I wanted to make first. Because of the way in which this race has played out, the longer we've gone green, the longer things have spread out. Gone has been the chance for a few of these guys to get themselves back in the mix. Should we get an unlikely safety car, it's fair to say, at this particular point, that would obviously rattle the cage and liven things up a little bit. But at this point in time, Scott, you're pretty well confined to where you are within reason at this point in time of the car race. So there'll be a few people that yet again are looking at this one and thinking it's a chance gone begging. There's a move down on the inside. There's a move down on the inside. Jacob O'Reilly on Adam Hughes. A real dogfight here between those two. In fact, poor old Jacob O'Reilly's seriously outnumbered there, isn't he? He's got Reece Wakefield and Adam Hughes for OPR right in front of him, and Stratton McCartan straight behind him.
And again, Hughes came a fraction earlier in the pit window, so he's on slightly warmer tyres Stephen McCartan's on the warmest tyres of the group, so he's got a lot of pace and he's punchy in behind these guys at the moment. Reece Wakefield came the same time as Jacob O'Reilly, so lost a little bit of ground, but the pit stop for Hughes was quite long compared to the rest of the group, whereas Reece Wakefield, very short stop. And they're just trying to harass O'Reilly with the group of them together as well. And again, that's because McCartan just in behind is on older rubber, but it's warmer rubber. It's up to temperature, it's pressure. It's offering some of the best grip it's got right now. Whereas every car ahead of him, and this is the problem, you know, when you go for the undercut, you got to pay the penalty, and then you've really got to attack on warm tyres versus the cold tyres. Because if you don't get it done now, you just forced to suffer with some of the best pace on the scene. Ewan Baker was in pit lane and was very slow. No, that's just pit lane speed limit. Never mind, ignore me. Pit lane speed.
40 kilometers an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, as the cars whiz past, they look like they're standing still. Yeah.
You'd be quick. You'd be quicker jumping aboard a push bike. And that's saying something. We mentioned earlier the hard charger, but let's also tip our hat to the driver of the day from the last round of the series as well, ladies and gentlemen. We need to acknowledge the co-driver of this entry on screen at the moment, 228. That is, of course, Jacob O'Reilly behind the wheel at the moment, but his teammate Josh Purwin was nominated driver of the day last time round in the in the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. I'm getting my two series mixed up because we've been talking about Bathurst and supercars and all that sort of stuff. But yes, for the Gamesman, the driver of the day last time out, Josh Purwin. So congratulations to him. And a very nice result. And he was up against some really stiff competition. Damon Woods, of course, who absolutely obliterated the field at the front. Zach White, Josh Anderson, who put up a very solid performance. And, of course, Kobe Jones, who was my nomination on the night for being able to get that Ferrari as far up the field as he did. So, yeah, well done last time out to Josh Purwin, the Gamesman GT Pro driver of the day, as voted by those of you that follow our socials. And if you don't already, of course, GT Pro Invitational Series is where you go to do that. And don't forget to subscribe to the two YouTube channels, the Australian Sim Racing Group and also the SimSpeed Esports Network, for all continued coverage of this series. Remembering that the next one is the big one, and you're probably going to be very sick of us by the end of that weekend, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have us all Wednesday night. You're going to have Scott and Sam Men in here with the co-driver clash. Scott and I here on the Friday night. Scott and Sam Men again on the Saturday night with the shootout for the 1000, and then Scott, Sam Men and I, the triple threat, on the Sunday as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one as well. Gen 3's really shaking things up. And whether or not there'll be some tinkering done with the tire model in the off-season. I just wonder, after seeing one of the biggest benefits of being at Bathurst on the weekend was the first time that Super broke cover. We'll have to get back to that because there's some racing to talk about at this point in time. And again, it's for the right-handers, and Hughes has gotten shuffled aside after he was bombed at turn 6 and through go 2 cars, but one of them's a teammate, so we won't mind the second one too much.
No. But the damage has been done for these guys trying to stay in contact with Reece Wakefield on the 994 as well, Scotty. 44 minutes to go, so we're inside that final quarter of the race now. He has bolted. Wakefield's now got himself 2.2 seconds on this battle pack. It was 4, it's now 3, and Wakefield, he's 16 seconds away from Blake Neck in the TSR entry, running up there in 5th place, so probably consolidating 6th at the moment, barring any changes mechanically or barring a late race incident, of course. That was good, forceful hip and shoulder from the Vermilion stable, 2 against 1, and he held on.
Yeah, and then around the outside at turn 6 as well, on the marbles. But he just kept the nose in there, and again, what we're talking about, you do not want to be on the outside for all 3 of these corners, and that was the crucial thing. It just forced Adam Hughes to just back out a little bit, but then again, out the marbles, got a little bit wide, and he had to lift.
Indeed. So Deeth, Pierce, Ratway White, Bettis, and there's an early nomination, right? So the first 4 were no strangers towards the pointy end of town, but that 999 TSR powered by Astro Energy entry has been seriously impressive tonight. They've had outright pace from the get-go. The reward looks like it could well be for him and Dean Mackay a top 5 finish. And they're guys that we haven't really made too much mention of throughout the course of the first 4 rounds, but they've saved their best until we hit home turf.
Yeah. Yeah, they're still on the climb too. So
yeah,
it's not done necessarily for this stretch of the evening either.
Yeah.
Guitaric's still closing in at the background of these guys. And again, you just take out those little moments for this group. Look how much further up the racetrack they would be. That short pit stop for the orbit drop their Jupiter cars really helped their track position. Because again, remember, they were in this battle pack in that last stint and they just run long. The overcut has significantly worked for Lewis.
And the other interesting thing about this, right, so you talk about Lillis being there in 10th place, 2.3 off the pack of Hughes, McCartan and O'Reilly that we're just with. Capel, Colangelo and Gatherick in behind. So if the first battle pack, Vermilion and 1 performance, squabble a little bit, that 2 seconds could disappear pretty quickly. And it'll be very interesting to see. The problem for Lillis is he's got 5.6 seconds back to these guys, so he's working on his own at the moment, and that's a good move. Colangelo through on Gatherick. Lillis, Capel, Gatherick, Colangelo, if they can work together, they kind of need to work together. 5 seconds is a lot to overcome, but Lillis being 2 seconds away from Hughes, McCartan and O'Reilly, that could get really interesting towards the back end of this remaining 41.5 minutes. Lap 77, and the other thing that's going to liven up as well, boys, is the battle for second outright, because Zach Ratray White is now within 1.2 seconds of Byron Pierce. So all of a sudden, we go from talking about McLaren versus Mustang and 2 manufacturers dominating to 1 team potentially still claiming yet another 1-2 finish and cementing their dominance of the season so far. Not that we should be surprised, but I tell you what, I'd love to see, just because I think Byron set it up so beautifully with the outright pace early on, I'd love to see those guys wedge themselves and stay between the 2 Eclipse SimSport entries here at the end of the night. But he's going to have to work hard to do so, because we know what Zach Ratray White brings to the table, don't we?
Yeah, for sure. That battle for second place, by the way. Have a look at the margin between them. There's only a couple of seconds in it. Yeah, so that battle is not over and done with yet. And I tell you what, he took 6 sets out of him in the most recent lap. I think traffic's hurting that car in P2 at the moment.
And that was Kobe Jones making a move as well. You just saw it on your screen there, going through into position number 17 on Bradley Ratu. So again, Jones flexing his muscle and showing his credentials. Not as far up the pointy end of the field as he'd like to be, but still making moves late in the piece. And this is the time to do it. This is the point of the night where you want to be making your move, making it count now, or forgetting about it altogether. And there is Pierce. 2.1, that's lap traffic ahead of him. 2.19 was the advantage a moment ago over the Eclipse SimSport entry of Zach Ratray White. Let's watch that closely throughout the final 40 minutes of this race, noting what Scott was saying earlier about where the Mustang has the flex compared to the McLaren. And now that Pierce is back behind the wheel, he almost needs to try and rattle off qualifying numbers. But I don't think even that is going to erase the 12-second deficit, near 12-second deficit that he has to Cody Death at this particular point in time. So those guys may well have to settle for second, which would, again, be their best finish of the season so far.
Still time in this race. We're into that final 40 minutes, that final quarter. Effectively, 3 of them gone now. And not done yet. There's still battles up and down the field. The big thing I really want to highlight is, 30, what do we have? 34 cars to start this race? On pace, there's 18 of them left on the lead lap. Have a look at the margin. Top 4 cars, 16 seconds. That's actually a really good job over coming in on 2.5 hours, that there's 16, 17 seconds covering 4 cars. So in terms of laps, that's 80 laps. It's like 0.1, 0.2 or 0.4. Yeah, it's a ridiculously low amount of loss. Also, just watching Blake Wallboys, that driver, very capable steerer, and they're off the lead lap. That's been how grueling and punishing the pace has been here tonight, that you can't really afford that one slip up.
Not at all. And the other interesting thing is qualifying pace compared to race pace, right? Two completely different beasts. And we've illustrated it there perfectly for you through the words of Scott Rankin, right? Outside the top 20, you had to go to find where the field was separated by more than a second in qualifying, right? And now, as 3 hours have played out, incident strategy, tyre wear, all those different factors, battle packs, balks, compromises, whatever. As that's all played out, and there again, side by side, have a look at that. Gadarick and Colangelo. Gadarick and Colangelo still. Gadarick around the outside. Colangelo's got the work cut out. Oh my goodness, that's a great move from Dennis Gadarick. Well played. Gadarick goes through into position number 12. And again, little moments like that just make the task a little bit more difficult for Colangelo to try and wrestle a top 10 finish here. They've lost a second on Lachlan Capel. That was forceful stuff from Gadarick and really well executed. But Scott, it's interesting, isn't it? We talk about that pace variance and how it's all played out. Qualifying pace compared to race pace. Yes, the form guide reads true. The guys that started on the front row are absolutely tearing it up, right? Frog Leap Juiced unfortunately had that issue early. They're sitting down there in 16th at the moment. Not the result they would have been hoping for from pole. But as this race has played out, the importance of nursing the car and getting it through those long stints has become more and more evident, as we see now. Harrison Lewis, big dive down the inside, gets by Adam Hughes, moves himself up into 9th. And it's only 0.6 seconds up the road to Stefan McCartan. Mate, go for it. Sorry.
I was just about to say, they've been on their move and just sort of steadily picking their way through that last stint. They didn't look healthy, but I wonder whether or not they've set their car up for the cooler conditions and they've just sort of been dealing with it to this point. And all of a sudden, the Acura's just sort of switched on. Traffic is helping their progress, for sure. But remember, Adam Hughes coming into this last stint, and he was up ahead. He was 2 spots further up the road. He's really struggling in this last stint. But I will say, the Orbit Drop Air Jupiter car was actually 10th faster than the race leader on that last lap, so they've got speed. However, half a second faster than our race leader on the most recent lap was a Reed Esports as well. So it's not done. I'm gonna say that it is traffic influenced. Well, no, it shouldn't have been that last lap. There shouldn't have been actually any traffic. So it might be a little bit of an issue for the race leader. And in actual fact, they've done 2 46.4s back to back. And a Reed has just done a 45.9 and then a 46 flat. So they've taken all the 3/4 tenths out of them. So, yeah, just a little bit underdone, I wonder, for Cody Dees. But the problem is we've got 35 minutes left to go and maybe 20 laps. That's not enough time. They've got to be pulling more out of the race leader or get a little bit of a freer kick from the traffic, really.
Probably an opportune moment for us to talk about who has gained and who has lost the most throughout the course of the night, because we do have that information available to us on our timing screen. And the biggest gains so far have come deep within the pack. Andre Heimgartner, Brody Sentence, 22nd, 23rd, both up 11 spots. So they're duking it out for the Hard Charger Award for this round of the championship. At the moment, unfortunately, the biggest in the minor sector, Nick Garriosh down 16 from pole to 17th, and that's only just happened this lap as Kobe Jones has continued his charge and gone through. The 16th position is now his for car number 25, and the other big losses, 11 for Brenton Hobson, Synergy Sim Racing, 14 for Liam Reston. Those guys still down 3 laps, and the Ewan Baker Synergy Sim Racing entry down 16 positions and 8 laps at this point. But amazingly, all 34 still running, all 34 still in the mix to be classified at this point. And because they've got past 75% race distance, I'm pretty sure they've signed on the dotted line of securing championship points tonight. So again, the reliability, you've got to tip your hat to that tonight. The fact that we've had, yes, we've had a couple of little teething mechanical problems and a little bit of damage here and there, but mostly a night in which everyone's going to go home having completed the race, as we watch Blake Urquhart and Blake Warboys duke it out here for 20th and 21st at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be one of those nights which is great. to be able to report to everybody at home, in which we haven't seen anyone retire through mechanical attrition or otherwise structural damage. So gone are the issues that we saw really plague the round in Belgium back at the start of July. This is getting spicy between the two Blakes, Scott.
Yeah, it is. And War Boys is starting to make some time. We've actually done some racing actually with Blake Urquhart back when I first started on the scene as well. Fiery personality. He's got a little bit of fire underneath him there. So it's always good to see him getting the elbows out and trying to be defensive. But War Boys has been really, really quick the last couple of laps. This is happening, by the way, just in behind P3. That's Zachary White just ahead of these guys. And Ryan Bettis is just in behind. So they're going to try and squabble on. But realistically, Bettis will want them out of the way as soon as possible because he's actually not all that far back off of Zachary White. Good racing to the pair of them. Yeah, and now Warboys is going to try and take advantage. But they both got out of the way and tried to let the lead lap car go without any gain or loss. So that's good strategy. Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? Okay, there's a couple of championship points in it, but this is more just a friendly banter bragging rights type battle now, isn't it?
Oh, yes and no. I think the big thing is this is like Warboys get back behind the wheel for a steer.
That's good to see him too. Yeah. Correct.
You know what? I actually did some NASCAR with him just recently, and he was having some fun with it. Getting on the replay coming up. This is the Porsche. Yeah.
Yep. And I think he's about to lose the rear end here, Scotty. Yep. Turn 6 it is. Again, the rear end of the Porsche again proves to be the Achilles heel of the motor car.
Yeah, but that car's been running around with damage on the rear end since the race started, so I'm actually surprised that hasn't happened earlier. So I was expecting that to happen probably in the first hour after everything that happened on the first lap. But yeah, Warboys was interested in getting into some NASCAR, so I was teaching him actually about the way that air affects the cars and things. He was just a really, really good chat. Very sporting guy, lovely to chat to, very relaxed when he's behind the steering wheel, and you know, one of the most interesting things where he was trying to learn the car and the way they went racing, and he's obviously got the natural talent, but the way the ovals sort of go. So I was coaching him on how to beat me whilst we were racing each other, which was one of the most surreal experiences. He said the same. I've never had a guy coach me on how to manipulate the air around a race car whilst I'm racing him, so that I can try and beat the guy. I said, mate, I want to go battling. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. That's why we get behind the wheel of simulated race cars. So there's a lot guys can learn. Side drafting, by the way. For anyone who's sitting out there and watching and goes, oh, well, this is pure racing, this is GT3s, V8 supercars, is pure racing. NASCAR's got a lot in that. Particularly learning how to manipulate the air on the cars. You can get guys take air off the rear end of a car, and you take downforce off that car, and then the car just gets really light and dancing in the rear end. How about the block from Urquhart in the run of turn 1, though?
Yeah. I would have thought we were maybe about 30 minutes away from seeing defence work like that, as forceful as that, quite frankly. But no, very well played from Blake Urquhart. Blake Warboys tucks in there behind, 20th against 21st at the moment. They're both a lap down, these guys, so only 17 remain on the lead lap. Nick Garriosh at risk of being the next one to go a lap down, but he would have to lose 10 seconds between now and the checkered flag, which, given the pace of the night so far, would take a fair bit on his part. That's still Warboys and Urquhart going at it. Gadarick continues his charge through into 11th, gets by Lachlan Capel, and Colin Gilo wants a piece of that as well. Not yet. Capel defensive on the inside. Through we go. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and now it's just starting to drag a little bit, Scott. We're getting to that point of the night. I thought we'd be here a lot earlier, actually, to be fair. It's nice to see that we've got to a point whereby my initial thoughts are starting to come to the fore, in the sense that this is now becoming the grind that we thought it might be. These guys are now going through the motions and just urging themselves, encouraging themselves to the checkered flag. And we're still more than 28 minutes away from that marker. Cody Deeth, his lead is 9.1. So Byron Pierce has chipped away at it, but nowhere near enough for Cody to be sweating anymore just yet Pierce has got 4.2 on Zach Ratray White now as well. So that's important to note because it looks as though he's seen off the threat of the second of the Eclipse Sim Sport entries and may just be about to secure a Mustang position to finish.
This is interesting, actually. Keep your eyes on this little battle. And why? These two on their own, they're actually co-drivers for V8 Pro. Main game entry for Lachlan Cable and Oisin Colangelo has entered the T stable after the start of the GT Pro season. So she's already registered laps on board the Max Boost entry. So she was sort of chained down to this car, but she's Lachlan Cable's co-driver. When they actually get on board a V8 supercar, which is really interesting. And both of them on board Chevys. I want to say off the top of my head, I have a sneaking suspicion Capel's a Ford Mustang. So, you know, right now they're supporting Chevy.
Correct.
I'm going to come back to you. Actually, I'm going to go and look that up and see exactly the manufacturer that they do drive for Philip Ivory.
So Colangelo there, 13th, we right on board. And great to see Team Max Boost. We talk about the sim racing world and the teams within it, and the calibre of teams in this series. Team Max Boost is a team you've got to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen. It's star power is on the rise. Evidence Sebastian Escandari, of course, but Colangelo a solid steerer as well, and great to see the 13th placed car number 91 doing great things at the back end of this race and still in the mix for at least 11th. They're 4 seconds away still from Adam Hughes, who was 10th. And as far as the top 10 are concerned, Eclipse 1 and 3, Areti 2, One Performance Racing have 4 in the top 10. That's an extraordinary achievement from those guys. Not the position they would have been hoping for, but still 4th, 6th, 8th and 10th. We've got a Vermilion entry in there, and so too that TSR powered by Astro Energy entry, and one Orbit Drop Bear entry as well in the form of Harrison Lillis. So it has been a magnificent performance from all those guys. There are the drivers. Actually, there's a bit of important information for those of you that are tuning in at home wondering exactly who's behind the wheel at the moment, because I got tongue-tied earlier. I couldn't bloody well make sense of it, even though it was right here in front of me. There they are on the right-hand side of that totem pole. They are the exact drivers that are behind the wheel at this very moment, driving these cars through to the checkered flag, which is still 25 minutes away. So again, we're heading beyond 11:36 Eastern Daylight Time when the checkered flag will fly on this race. So it's still early on the West Coast. You can have pre-drinks and head out and get on the dance floor and have a boogie. Everybody else pretty much curling up for the night at this particular point. Stay with us though, because we'll have a great post-race show. We'll have the top 3 in here for chat. Then we'll have a chat about what's to come on the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed Esports Network with regards to both the supercars, Logitech G Pro Invitational, and also the GT Pro for our great friends at the Gamesman Invitational Series, the final round on what is a bumper weekend for the organisation. And I'm sure at some point I've got to rope Brenton O'Brien into a chat in here, Scott Rankin. I haven't done it yet, but we must pick his brain at some point in the next 6 weeks with regards to what planning has already taken place with regards to 2026. Because again, we look at this year and how successful it's been, and surely the aim is to go bigger and better again.
Yeah. A little bit of discussion that was actually coming through about what the go is with this category for next year as well. The other option is, you know, Porsche Cup. That's nearly one of the things that's right up there in terms of the Australian sim sports. You know, I'd love to see. I guarantee you, I think one of the categories that would be most supported is Trans Ams if we ever got there. And I've done all I can actually to try and stimulate that conversation to get Trans Ams on iRacing. It was a couple of discussions actually at Queensland Raceway a couple of weeks ago. So hopeful, very hopeful that I might have stimulated that in the right direction. So I'll keep everything crossed. You're
lobbying for that. I'm lobbying for the Hyundai Excel. I had a chat to a couple of Kiwis that were out here. Cormac Murphy, Greg's boy, was out here having a steer in the Enduro a couple of weeks ago. And I said, why hasn't this thing taken off across the Tasman? Why is this an Australian-only thing? I reckon if iRacing gets hold of it, it'll be the best thing since sliced bread on the international server. The world will be embracing Hyundai XL racing. Best thing since sliced bread as far as tin top racing is concerned, but I might be a little bit biased in that opinion. Cody Deathan, Byron Pierce, Zach Ratway-White, Ryan Bettis, and Blake Neck the top 5. Reese Wakefield is 6th, and Jacob O'Reilly is 7th as they make their way around onto the main straight one more time. Death, Pierce, Ratway-White, Bettis, then Neck, then Wakefield, then O'Reilly, then McCartan, the top 8. Lewis and Hughes make up the top 10. Just having a look for positional battles beyond that. I mean, third is... Actually, have a look at that. Third is livening up. There we go. Jacob O'Reilly and Stephen McCartan are duking it out for 7th. But Zach Ratway-White's fallen back into the clutches of Ryan Bettis. Bettis is only within half a second here of Zach Ratway-White. So that battle is all of a sudden rife and one to keep an eye on. So you've got Eclipse and OPR fighting it out for 3rd. You've got Vermilion and OPR fighting it out for 7th. And the next battle on the racetrack is Colin Gilo and Capel still fighting it out for 12th. So 3 active battles to keep an eye on. 3 close proximity battles to keep an eye on in the last half hour, 21 and a half minutes, in fact, of this race at Shell V Power Motorsport Park. The longer the name, the more you're likely to trip over it, ladies and gentlemen. So apologies for that. But of course, it's a magnificent part of the world. The Benton precinct, it's very hugely impressive. They've got a real Mount Panorama almost vibe to it with the way in which they've got the hotel on the racetrack. They've got the museum downstairs as well. So you get all that, but you don't get the marvellous fanfare that goes with being in the central western New South Wales. And I can vouch for that because I've lived there for 9 years in Bathurst. It's a magnificent part of the world, not just that racetrack, which is so special to Australian motorsport, but the whole 2795 postcode. I absolutely love that part of the world. But what they're building out there at Shell V Power Motorsport Park, and there's Ryan Bettis on the blinkers again, getting the lights flashing, trying to distract Zach Ratway-White. So all of a sudden, this is our interest, this is our focus, Scotty Rankin. We'll come back to talking and singing the praises of Bathurst a little bit later on. But what they're trying to build out here is continuing, and they had great success in September, of course, trying to entice more and more people to make that trek out from Adelaide, like they do from Sydney to Bathurst each year, trying to make that trip out from Adelaide to Tailem Bend and enjoy what it's all about. But you've got to be a motor racing purist to do so, and I guess the only thing that probably works against them over there is a far less dense population compared to New South Wales.
Yeah, 100%. I think there'd be a lot more support if the Bend was located in Sydney. I reckon there'd see more attendance in Sydney Motorsport Park, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
But for me, if you want to see better attendance at this event and the Bend, you got to put it 1 week before the championship finale, or maybe 2 weeks before the championship finale. That's probably a stretch. But if you put it, say, the Bend on one weekend, maybe mid-November, and then late November to Adelaide to finish the championship. Could you imagine there'd be people flying over maybe a winery tour, South Australian winery tour, and motorsports events they decide. Take the partner, and there's your week's holiday. Take the family. Motorsport at both ends. How about that?
Yeah, exactly. Top and tail it. I mean, obviously that part of the year at the moment is fairly congested because they've also brought in a new event on the calendar over at Malawa for the Trans Am Series. So if you've got a way in which to make it a triple threat, then, South Australian tourism should be all over that. Right, that was just a little bit. They were both lucky to get away with it, Scott.
Well, the thing is, there was no overlap. So realistically, Ratway-White's entitled to move back over and take the racing line because there's no overlap. So he's made his defensive move. He's moved back to his racing line. It's just because Bettis was moving to try and switch him back at the exact same time that they misread each other. But Bettis is definitely not struggling for traction at the moment, whereas Ratway-White, I think his rears, I think with the cooler temperatures, the car's not rotating as much, which means whereas Bettis has got this Mustang pointy, and as the temperatures are coming off, it's actually become a much better race car.
I've just had some correspondence from someone that might be prone to bias on the subject. Good evening to the Vermilion Esports stable driver known as Sam Chapman, who's just slid into the inbox and said, how good is South Australia? He said, racing and wine, what more can you need? Well, I can think of a few things, but I'm not going to go into that discussion at this time of the night. 18 minutes to go. Attack right by White and Ryan Bettis. He had 2 wheels in the grass there, Scott. He's vulnerable now. The battle for third is alive and well. We haven't seen too much in the way of squabbling and positional battle for the podium all night long here, but this one's on in earnest. Closing stages of the race. OPR trying to wrestle their way onto the third step of the podium and make it 3 teams in the top 3 and secure a rare podium berth in this series. The Zach Ratway White's going to put up an awesome defence. And the weaving begins, the craft, the gamesmanship is on now.
No, that's too much moving. That's too much moving. The stewards will be onto this. The stewards will be watching this for sure. And if they're not, you can confirm that the OPR stable will be putting on the stewards. That for me is too much weaving. And it's awkward changing a direction. Like if it's clean and it's smooth, I've got no problem with it. It's actually not too bad. But it was awkward, snappy change of directions. I don't like that.
And it's not like it's an early part of the stint, Scott, where race control are more likely to turn a blind eye to that, because the argument could be mounted that you're weaving, you're trying to warm up the tyres. He's not doing that now.
Yeah.
They're 40 minutes into a stint here. Ratway White fighting for dear life. I'm not sure the McLaren's going to be able to fend off for another 16 minutes. Look at the enormous pressure he's under from Ryan Bettis here. And OPR, the 43, could be about to find itself onto a podium berth in this series. It is extraordinary. I mean, you look at the series so far. Round 1, Evolution, Vermilion, Eclipse with a podium. Round 2, of course, was dominated by the Eclipse stable. Eclipse, Aretti and Orbit drop there at Spa. Round 4, 2 Eclipse and a Vendaval. So if I'm doing my homework correctly, and I hope that I am, this will be the first time this season that we've seen OPR on the podium. That's what's at stake here.
Yeah, they've got to earn their way there. And for Zach Rattray White, again, another driver whose preparation for this one will have been sort of have an issue. Now he's chasing the draft of Tommy Ward just ahead of him, the 222 entry. He'll flash the brake lights to let him know that he's on the way through. Didn't get the exit that time, Ryan Bettis, and the toe down the straight line. Now for Rattray White, he finished on the podium last night in the championship finale of the Oceanic Dirt Sim Event series. So it was dirt sprint cars from Lanier. And he's been chasing that podium for such a long time as Zach Rattray White. Whatever they rolled out with last night was good. So there's preparation for a dirt event. There's preparation for tonight. There's preparation for a V8 Supercars race on Sunday. The man is racing all the time. And again, he's covering the inside. Take your eyes off this. How can you? You just can't.
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure you can. So there is 15 minutes left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We are 11/12ths of the way through this thing, and still an enthralling scrap playing out for position number 3. And it's interesting when you look through the analytics of the season, Scott. There has been an Eclipse Esports entry on the podium, an Eclipse Sim Sports entry on the podium. 2 in round 4, 2 in round 2, 1 in round 3, and 1 in round 1. So odds 1, evens 2. If Byron Pierce gets, if Ryan Bettis gets by here, that trend very much continues. And you know I love my mathematics and my statistics. That's a quirky one, but I'm happy to run with it.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. This to the end here is going to be tricky, because I just wonder, I'm actually just going to go digging through the steward's office as well, just to see whether the feed we have and the line that we have with them, whether or not there was a warning. And lap 91 was reported by the OPR. Outfit, so I think they're looking at it. I think they're looking at it right now. I don't have anything at the moment that they have actually handled it with the penalties. So the stewards are definitely looking at it. They're definitely aware of what happened on lap 91. Not close enough from Ryan Bettis this time, but I think he's faster. He just needs to get there. But the bend, and again, the marbles, I think that as this race has gone on, the overtaking difficulties come up. You've basically got to force a mistake out of Ratchway right now.
Indeed. And that's easier said than done, because we know how solid an operator Ratway White is. And still, I mean, it's filthy, it's fair to say, with how it all played out at Spa. He'd be disappointed to drop off the podium here, so he will put up as staunch a defence as possible to try and keep Bettis at bay. Bettis, I mean, go back through the statistics of the season so far. I think if we see Bettis get by, it's the first time this season that we've had 2 Mustangs on the podium as well. Might be the first time we've had 3 different teams on the podium, but certainly 2 Mustangs in a series that's been dominated by McLaren, Acura. We had the surprise win by the Chev boys in the opening round at the Daytona International Speedway. That probably went against the grain of the form guide that we had drawn up going into the event. But now, the Mustang, and I said at the top of the call, didn't I? It would be interesting to see.
No, don't weave. Don't do it
no.
He's just tempting fate. I hope he's aware that it's been reported to the stewards.
Big dive. But to no avail just yet. So yeah, it's an interesting one. When you play out everything that's when you look at everything that's played out throughout the course of this season, that the Mustang is finally at it's probably the wrong end of the season, but it bodes well for next year, doesn't it, if we continue with the GT Pro Series. But the fact that he is flexing his muscle, and so are the Mustangs right now. And it's great to see OPR finally bag a result that they are so worthy of. They put a lot of hard work into this thing. They were unlucky, of course, caught up in an early incident at Spa. But this could well be a game changer, a turnaround in fortunes for them. They try knocking Eclipse SimSport off the podium. They have been so ultra dominant and consistent throughout the course of the season. Spa was just, unfortunate domino effect of circumstances there. But they go to Bathurst with one hand on the title as far as the outright fight is concerned, as far as the sister car, Damon Woods, Cody Deeth, and Dylan Burse. And Zach Ratway White would firmly love to stay in the hunt here and stay in contention. Yes.
Update from race control. Warning. They have warned that I would have liked to have seen them gone further. I would have liked to have seen them gone a lot further. I don't think the warning's appropriate. Just the nature of the moves on that lap for me was a sportsmanship flag.
The 2 things that are at stake here as well, Scott, right? So they'll get by the Vermilion entry in the points race tonight, irrespective of whether it's 3rd or 4th, because the 228 is down in 7th. And the margin was 4 points coming into the round. Now, have a look at this as well. This is Cody Deeth. This is lap 95. And Byron Pierce has taken...
He's not comfy.
Well, what's that? That's nearly half a second on laps 92 and 94, and it's 0.7 of a second on lap 93. The margin is down to 4.5. Get out of here. Are we in for a grandstand finish?
So the problem is we've got about 6 or 7 laps left, and the margin is 4.3. So realistically, it's got to be about another 0.2 a lap that they've got to be pulling out. It's got to be really, really big pace. I will say, though, it was 0.6 to the second sector that he's gained on this lap. The other thing to consider is off-tracks. You do pick up a fair few off-tracks around this circuit as well. And the incident point limit is 30 incident points before you get yourself a drive-through penalty. So, yeah, there's still enough room for a penalty in the dying stages of this one. And the other thing from Cody Deeth is, has he cooked the tyres on board that car as well, with just how aggressive he's been driving? Margin is down to just over 4 seconds. He is struggling at the moment.
Indeed. 8:55 left on the clock. Cody Deeth, keep an eye on him when he crosses the line. And this will be the start. He's just started lap 96. So at 96... Or has he completed 96 and started 97?
95, completed 95.
95, completed 96. Yep, so we're on lap 96. 8:33 left on the clock. I reckon I'm having a look at the 7 to go according to our our time sheet in the top left-hand side of your screen there, I'm interested. I'm really intrigued because 145 times 4 gets you to 7, and 845. So it might be 5. It might be 6 if you're lucky. All right. So this is 96. We're going to 100, but whether we go to 101 or not, I think 102 is now out of the question. And you can blame the long transit of the slow pit lane for that one. And that's just come up and confirmed on our screen as well. 101 is where our timing screen is suggesting we're going tonight. And have a look at Byron Pierce. So you got to look at Byron Pierce at 3.7 on Cody Deeth. And Cody Deeth's got to hold on for what we think will be 5, maybe 6 laps. It'll be very interesting when he gets back across the line to see where we're at with that.
I like one again. Okay, so this is now escalated for me. So again, I'm not happy with the way Rattray White moved on the straight line. Again, I would have preferred to have seen a step further in terms of the black and white sportsmanship flag. Don't move that many times again. But now it's flipping and flopping. Bettes is, look, 1 flash of the lights a lap, I'm okay with. 2, all right, you're probably on the line, but it's now on. He is punching that light button. And this is where I'm not saying don't use it. I'm saying it's a tool. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Ryan Bettes has been on the laps, and now Rattray White's complaining about it in the sim, which is fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. Look, they're still on.
Yeah, it's tit for tat, isn't it? So 2 things. Cody Deeth crossed the line with about 7 minutes and 4 seconds to go. And at the current pace, that's 4 laps with bugger all overtime, like about 2 or 3 seconds, right? So it's 4 laps. It's 100 the journey. So therefore, the margin Cody Deeth and Byron...
He's got in his head.
It's 3.4. It's 3.4, and they've got to contend with lap traffic as well, Scott.
Yep.
So Byron's probably got his work cut out for him. He might, if he keeps going at that pace, get to within a second, but I'm not sure he's got enough time at his disposal now to reel in Cody Deeth and get the job done. But it's an extraordinary effort and probably an early nomination for driver of the day if he does get to within a second. Zach Rattray arcing up because he's defending, but at the same time, he's being agitated by, it's a bit tit for tat, Scott, and fair game because it's that end of the race. If you're going to defend, I'm going to try and distract you. I get where Ryan Bettes' head is at, but neither one of them's going to be happy with this.
That'll do it for Ryan Bettes.
Scott.
So this is changed for 5th spot as well. So there is a fair few battles coming in very, very late. Yeah, down the inside. Great job. Gets it done on the TSR Astro Energy car. So it's TriStar Racing. It's down under 3 seconds now as they cross the start-finish line. So traffic's playing a big factor in this. So there's a couple points I'd like to make on it, and it's the sportsmanship aspect of it. Sure, it's a tool. And, you know, this might end up being called Lightgate, Flashgate, whatever you want to call it, but it is a tool. But it goes beyond sportsmanship. At some point, it goes beyond sportsmanship. And constantly activating the headlights is absolutely beyond the sportsmanship. But there's a warning line. Where does that line sit? And again, we're a sport. At the end of the day, we're a sport. There's a passion call here. What do you want to see be a thing? And this is one of those calls where, for me, you will never, ever get 2 people on the same page with the way that the lights are flashing on this one. It's allowed, it's there in the sport. It's a tool, it's there to be used, but there does come a point where they need to restrict that. Look, for me, twice a lap. I'm comfortable with twice a lap. 3 times a lap, you're on the limit, and I'd be comfortable warning them thereafter, because at that point, it's just silly, and you are using it too much. You want to voice your dissent. Absolutely, it's a tool. It's used to communicate like that, but you can't overuse it. And Bettes has absolutely overused it for me. But at the same time, you know, you're right, tit for tat. This is the exchange we've had between these 2 drivers. But Rattray White has also got to manage himself right here.
Oh yeah.
I've never heard him rattled like that. I will say that's the first time I've heard him a little bit emotional, which is good. That's what I want to hear from a driver.
Correct. Yeah, such is the pressure and intensity of the current situation. And I'm in full agreement with you. 2 laps to go at the line for Cody Deeth. He will come through and complete lap 98. He'll start lap 99, and we are at 3.5 minutes to go. So it's 2 laps. But this is basically going to run 3 hours on the nose. It is extraordinary. that we've been able to do that. And still we don't know how this ends. It's 2.2 first to second. That's I think that's a bridge too far. Although Byron will throw everything out in the kitchen sink to try and get the job done.
There's
Ryan
going to be
Bettis,
3 laps here, by the way.
You
Zach.
reckon? You reckon?
Yeah, because they cross the line, so it's a minute 45. They're a good chunk of the way through the lap. There's going to be 3 more laps.
Watch with interest. I'll be very
This one
interested
too.
because I saw when Cody they crossed the line and it ticked over to 99. Right, we're at 3:31, and at a minute 40. Well, actually, a minute 46.2 last time through. That gives me 3:32. So it could go either way. I'm happy to wager, but yeah, I get the feeling that next time by is going to be it, and it is going to be pretty much time certain, 3 hours and 100 laps, which is an extraordinary run around here, and 495 kilometres pretty much on the nose, which is an extraordinary night out, and yet we still don't know how it entirely ends.
Imagine if somebody's underfueled as well. And they've
wouldn't that be-
underfueled
yeah.
for 100 and we go 101. That'll punish people. By the way, Bettis is back to the rear bumper of Rattray White again. I want to
Indeed.
know how often that light gets pushed here, because he's not just pushing his own buttons and the headlight button, he's also pushing Zach Rattray White buttons. I think there's a new nickname in the offering for Ryan Bettis, and I think it's Flash.
I like it.
Better electrical. How about that one?
Now,
The electricals on the front end of that car. I reckon there's 2. I'm confident there's 2 laps here.
let's have a look. Let's have a look. If it is 2, it's on Cody Deese racket. No, that's exactly.
the thing
There's no
is-
Barney. There's no Barney, so we don't know. Keep your eyes peeled at the line, ladies and gentlemen, this time through. If it is 1, that's going to make Cody Deese really nervous. There goes Adam Hughes in 15th spot. He loses out to Lewis Greathead and John Peasnick.
Oh, here we go!
Bang! Badass to the inside! This is for third. Contact and gone!
He's going to have to redress.
And gone!
He should redress this. He should just wait up and redress this, because then they
He
can
is.
carry on.
But the brakes are on. The redress is coming. Now, Cody Deese is 43 seconds from home. Whereabouts is he on the racetrack? How much left? How much of it has he got left to cover off? And will it be enough to get another lap in? I'm not sure it will be. This is turn 14. 28 seconds on the clock. We wait with bated
Redress
breath.
it. Redress it,
15.
come on.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Scotty. There will be, as we watch Cody Deese enter the last sequence of corners now. It's 12 seconds, it's 11, it's 10. I think Scott Rankin might be right. Oh, no, it is saying checkered flag. It is saying checkered flag. Cody Deese and Damon Woods have done it again. They have done it again. It's 4 on the trot. It is extraordinary. Rattray White has gone back to 3rd. Byron Pierce goes 2nd. Ryan Bettis had no choice but to redress with the issue on the final lap, and he will go 4th. But they'll be talking about that one. They'll be bluing on the radio, no doubt, with regards to the tit for tat that was going on in the closing stages there. The ultra defense, the gamesmanship with the blinky bill of the headlight flash, the distraction tactic. It was gloves off. It was just what we like to see. The winning margin is 1.552 seconds, and that is an awesome performance from Byron Pierce to get that close. He took 10 seconds out of the deficit on the run to the checkered flag. He inherited an 11-second invoice when he started that stint, and he got to within a second and a half, which is extraordinary. Here's the OG gear replay at turn 1, so more of an issue here. The Vermilion Esports entry on the inside. That was the 228. That was getting by at turn 3. Nicely done on Blake Neck. Neck has come home in 7th. Jacob O'Reilly to 6th. Now, the question is, did he serve that 10-second invoice in the previous stop or not? Because we knew he had one coming his way. Zach Rattray White 3rd. That's a brilliant result. Have a look at that. Argy-bargy and squabbling. At least it was clean. OPR go 4th, 5th, 7th. in all of that. Of course, Adam Hughes, the one that fell out on the final run to the line. This scrap was epic, wasn't it? We didn't get a chance to cover it in full because we were too immersed in the battle between Zach Ratray White and Ryan Bettis, I should say. Reese Wakefield came home in fifth in the 9.94. Those guys there, Cody Death and Damon Woods, that's 4 round wins on the trot. That is one hand on the championship. That is extraordinary. The battle for second in this series is going to be ultra because Pierce has taken a little chunk out of Ratway White's advantage of 20, and the Eclipse Sim Sports 17 was, he had 16. The Eclipse Sim Sport was 690 to Areti 674, so that tightens up a little bit, and they both close in on the Vermilion Esports stable of Jacob O'Reilly, who finished down in 6th position, Scott. Oh my goodness, 1.5 first to second. Look at the tight margins beyond that. Hell of a motor race.
Yeah, and if that one goes the extra lap, you just wonder about how tight it was on fuel and everything as well. But there's a story in that battle for P3, is there not? I think, and I've got to be honest with you, both drivers crossed the line today. Both drivers crossed the line for me, and I'm not happy with it. And I think there needs to be discussion with conduct on track. Now, admittedly, I think Ratray White's obviously with the maneuvers down the start finish straight, I think is definitely more aggressive. And Bettis replied in a rather somewhat fairer, but I'm not happy with the conduct of either of them, to be fair with you. And there's a case to be done there. Have it out. Yep. Have them be mad. Have them be annoyed with each other. Love that. Give me some spice in that. Reese Wakefield home in 5th for the One Performance Racing outfit. Jacob O'Reilly, Stefan McCartan, so 3 OPR cars inside of the top 7. How about that one from Blake Neck, who fell? Unfortunately for him, they were up inside the top 5 for a long portion of that one. Harrison Lillis will recover to 9th spot from Dennis Gitarik for 10.
Over the page, Lachlan Cable got back for 11th. Oshin Colangelo got the better of Lewis Greathead, 12th and 13th. John Peasnick in for 14th for ERT. What might have been for ERT, 11th and 14th tonight. Adam Hughes with that late race bundle out of the top 10. OPR had 4 in the top 10 at one point. They finish with 3. We'll get back to that in a moment because Dennis Gaderick stolen a top 10 at the death there. Great result for him and the Synergy Sim Racing crew. Adam Hughes 15th. Kobe Jones 16th again. 15 cars home on the lead lap. Kobe, once he got to 16th, he knew it was going to be a tough slog to go any further than that. That was about the best they were able to achieve tonight. Bradley Ratu, Tommy Wallace, Blake Warboys, Blake Urquhart. Those guys had a good ding-dong, didn't they? That makes up the top 20. Outside of that, Nick Garriosh, the pole sitter, down 20 spots. Geez, unlucky, but they'll be delighted with the fact that they did take a place seat pole position in all of that. To go punch for punch for these guys on one lap pace takes a fair effort. Brody Sentence in for 22nd. Simon Mesmo, Dan Patrick, Devon Stove, Brenton Hobson didn't see much of Hobbo tonight. Tim Hancock in for 27th. Ben Jeffrey, Greg Patrick, and Liam Reston rounded out the top 30. And unfortunately for Reston, he and Jackson Ray Hunter caught up in that incident on the opening lap. And then these guys, Scott, who, all 34 start and all 34 get home. I'll let you run through the final 4 there, but unfortunately, their chance went begging very early in the piece when you look at the margin on the leader.
Yeah, so Robert Crisdale home 4 laps down from Dan Yeaman. Andre Heimgartner actually retired early in that one. Will finish 33rd, and Ewan Baker, but they will all score points, and the rest of them stewards and officials assisting out there tonight. 34 cars that got right the way through. That was tough. That got interesting. I enjoyed that. Look, I love it when there's a little bit of controversy, a bit of spice, because it gives us something to talk about. So,
absolutely. The question is, where do we want to start with this post-race show? 3rd, 2nd, 1st? I think that's probably the traditional way and the way we should do it. Really looking forward to getting Marino Morella's thoughts from his stint with, of course, Byron Pearson just a few moments' time. But before that, we must have a chat to Gianni Latsu and Zach Ratway White. I'm going to let Scott have a chat to Zach Ratway in just a moment because Scott was all over that final stint from him and the passion, the flair, the fire in the belly that Zach brought to the table and all of that. But let me have a chat to Gianni Latsu because you got thrown in the deep end, my friend. You got the opening stint. You set it up nicely for Zach to bring it home. Another podium for that entry, that stable. Great to see you on a GT3 grid and carving it up, mate. Well played.
Thank you so much, Zach. Yeah, I mean, first of all, we're going to say a big big thank you to Zach. I mean, look, it's why a lot of people in the Australian sim racing scene call him a really, really high caliber driver, is for moments like that. You know, being able to hold someone behind you under pressure like that, and really be able to keep the pressure, you know, underneath you, and really sort of hold your wits about you is really, really difficult to do. I know about it. I've been there quite a lot, and a lot of people can definitely crack under pressure. So for him to hold on and keep the pace really, really strong and do that was a really, really great job. I mean, for me at the start, it was just about keeping the nose clean. I mean, I knew Zach had the pace to obviously bring the car back through. Obviously, being a little bit further down the field in qualifying, you know, obviously maybe hampered our beginning of the race a little bit, but you know, just keeping the nose clean, getting through when we could, had a little bit of fun with a few nice moves, so it was really, really good. But overall, it's good to be in a GT3 car with Zach, and great to obviously bring home a podium.
Indeed. Talk me through the nerves, or the excitement, or I guess the frustration that you might have been experiencing, mate, in the closing stages there. And again, Scott's going to have a chat with Zach about it in just a moment. But you're sitting on the sideline. You're watching that battle for third play out. Eventually, of course, it goes your way, not without some drama and some controversy along the way. We love that from a broadcast standpoint. What was it like from a co-driver standpoint, knowing you're on the sideline? And all you can do is be, you know, a supportive voice in the ear of your co-driver. You're helpless in any other way.
Yeah, look, I mean, you know, a bit back to what I said before. Obviously, I have a lot of trust in Zach and have a lot of trust in his driving ability. Of course, I know his racecraft is really, really good, and we've done a lot of driving together in our own time, you know, just one-on-one. So I know, you know, how he takes situations like that. So I had a lot of confidence that he would be able to pull it off, and obviously in the end, he did. Not with, you know, a little bit of contact here and there, but you know, obviously good sportsmanship out there on the track tonight, and obviously readdressing that position there. But as a co-driver, I think it's always a little bit stressful. Sometimes, honestly, it's harder sitting on the sidelines than actually being in the car. It always gets a little bit nervy, especially when you're battling for a podium position as well. But like I said before, Zach handled it really, really well. He did really, really great, and once again shows again why he's a really, really good driver in the sim, and you know, obviously shows why he's a very, very high caliber driver as well.
Indeed. Before we get to him, what does your schedule look like over the next 5 weeks, mate? Do you get a call up to go and steer with Zach when we get to Bathurst in 5 weeks' time to bring the curtain down on this series, knowing full well that the battle for second is alive and well? Your teammates have probably got one hand and maybe a couple of fingers on first, but that battle for second between you, the Vermilion stable, the 228, which came home in 6th tonight, and also the Areti stable as well. It was only 20 points coming into the night. It's going to be interesting to see what it is going out, but it's going to be very much on in earnest for those final 2 spots on the podium when we get to Mount Panorama.
Yeah, that's the plan. I think, hopefully I'll be back in the car for Bathurst. Up until then, I think it's, getting back to work in the supercar with Damon for, obviously, Pro Supercars Invitational. So that'll be a bit of a different, change of speed, obviously going from this one. But, obviously I'd love to help Zach, finish the championship off in a good way, and, hopefully crack another podium in the following round. So, it was great to obviously partner up with Zach, and, looking forward to doing it again in the near future.
Before we get some thank yous from you, and I know Zach will have a few of his own, let's bring him into the conversation. Scott, I'm going to give this one to you, mate, because I know that you are watching on with invested interest in that scrap. You were very immersed, engrossed, intrigued by it, and I know that as a result of that, you're the right person to have a chat to Zach and get his thoughts on it from the cockpit, because you've been very vocal about your thoughts on it from the commentary position.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one, Zach, because it's stout defense, and the big thing for you is obviously on the back foot coming into that final stint. You've got a car chasing you down, and the bend is actually quite difficult to get the overtake done. It takes something, and it takes nearly a little bit of tire offset to you. So your thoughts coming into how you were trying to approach the defense in the final laps of that race there?
Well, we were faster than them in the second stint, so I wasn't expecting it. I was actually planning on trying to chase down second, but whoever did the bop, obviously not the admins or anything because there is no bop, but the iRacing bop, whoever did that needs to get a couple lashings or whatever the hell. But because at the end, even to pull 15 seconds back up to Cody it's ridiculous. Not trying to disprove that they did a really good job, which they did, of course. But man, they had at least half a second a lap on us. All Mustangs. Like, you even saw it in qualifying. It's extremely hard to top them. But yeah, I like you said, it's hard to overtake here. So you can, yeah, as you saw, you can white line a little bit. I didn't see much wrong with it at all. But it is what it is.
Well, the reply, and this is look. Here's the thing. In this sort of case, it's normally a really, really good opportunity to invite the other party in and just sort of get their mindset on those sort of things. That's not what's going to happen, unfortunately, tonight. So we'll grab your side of things at least. Obviously, Ryan Bettis wanted to voice his frustration with you. Mate, are you a little bit blinded by what was going on in the rearview mirror? There was a fair bit of an excessive use of the flashing button. For me, I want to gauge where you think the line can be drawn with headlight flashing, because this is contentious. This comes up just about every single time we see headlights in operation. Somebody wants to voice their displeasure. Where do you see the line get drawn for that?
A couple headlight flashes a lap isn't going to hurt anyone, but when you're sitting on the button the entire lap, I remember there was lap 91 or whatever the hell it was, 96 or something like that. He was from turn 1 till the back end of the lap, he was just constantly flashing. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a rule in the rule book, 90% sure there is, that says you can only flash for lap cars and only once or twice for a competitor in front of you. But yeah, I didn't see anything wrong with a couple flashes here and there, but what he was doing was outrageous, a bit childish, I think. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, it comes down. I think it's different sides of the same coin as well. I definitely think the defense. Look, my comments on it from the broadcast booth was probably the defense and the weaving on the straights. You've probably towed over the line there, which is, yeah, you're gonna disagree with, which is, that's the beauty of racing, right? Is that we all have this different viewpoint, and I think it's the same thing. I think two wrongs don't make a right, but that's the choice.
Beauty of opinion as well, Scott.
Yeah, that's what we're paid here to give an opinion on as well. So, but mate, look, I think it rattled your cage a little bit, which is, that's we want drivers and we want you guys to be punished and pushed to the absolute limit physically and what they can do with the cars. It's a different kind of challenge, the mental challenge that we just witnessed on board you. And I actually queued up and I said, this is the most rattled I've ever heard you on the radio. I've never heard you. You're normally really cool, calm, collected, but you can see it. You're jittery at the moment in the chair as well.
Like I said, it's hard when you're trying to keep a car that's half a second a lap faster than behind you. So, and when they're flashing their headlights, like they were, it adds up. And like to my opinion, I don't think the weaving on the straight was that bad. He was like 4/10 back. Like, that's not reactionary movement, man. It's like he's a long way back, and I don't know.
Good. I'm sitting here. I'm happy.
Yep.
I like the disagreement. Yeah. Cool.
Can I jump in as well? I want to ask you, Zach, as well. I mean, your teammates, alien-like, right? They're on a different planet. They've proven that twice again. But even they nearly got reeled in tonight. So, I mean, we're always going to be interested how BOP updates and the elongated nature of this season compared to other sim racing leagues was going to have an impact on car performance across the journey. Just how difficult was the McLaren compared to, obviously you had the McLaren. I think you've got the Acura as the other car in the stable. So firstly, what swayed you in the direction of the McLaren rather than the Acura tonight? And secondly, just how hamstrung was it compared to the Mustang?
I think the Acura would have been an absolute dog around here. We didn't even turn a lap in it. It's got a very finite steering rack. Like, you can turn it's a bit like a go-kart. You turn it a little bit and it turns a lot. So it's also not the best in brakes and whatnot. And we just thought the Acura wasn't going to be the best package, and I think it showed. We did a decent job. Obviously Damo and Cody did a stellar job being able to keep the Already boys behind. But I think it's going to be a bit of a turnaround to Bathurst. I think the Mustangs will drop back a bit, hopefully. But tonight they were just ridiculous. It felt like they were faster in every fascist of the race, like brakes, acceleration, turning, everything. They just felt like they had everything. So much torque out of the corner. The low end speed was ridiculous. Like, they just pull away in second gear or whatever the hell they're in. So it's really hard.
Last one before we get some thank yous from you guys and we move on to second and first. And I'll tell you what, I'm interested in hearing from Cody Death and Damon Woods just how much they might have been sweating with that onslaught from Byron Pierce towards the end there. They're probably happy that it was a 3-hour race and not 3 1/4. But, mate, it's not lost on anybody just how grueling, how taxing, testing, and busy a week it is going to be when we get to the season finale of this series. And then, less than 48 hours later, 36 hours later, you're lining up for our equivalent of the Great Race. There's so many drivers that applies to, right? So how do you handle the juggling act of preparing for that, and when does the preparation start?
Try and space everything out when you can and get prep in when you can. And I just like to take the races one at a time. Like last night I did sprint cars, so it's completely different to this. And tomorrow night and Sunday I'll be doing the supercar for Scops 1000. So just take it race at a race. I don't think it's too difficult, but for some people it might be.
All right, boys. Gianni, Zach, well done. 3rd place. Who do you want to thank, boys?
You want me to do the honours, Zach? You can if you like. Well, you will, mate. You've done enough talking tonight. No, it's big thank you, obviously, to Zach. I mean, like I said before, he's very, very high caliber driver on the sim, and it's always a really, really great pleasure to be driving with him as a teammate, and he always does a great job. So big thank you to him. Obviously, big thanks to the other boys, Damo and Cody, for obviously putting in a lot of work in the car and helping build the setup, and all the pre-hours we all put in together to obviously make these races happen in the way that they do. Obviously, big thanks to our sponsors, obviously 5-6 Sim Coaching, and obviously my coaching brand Let's Do Drive Performance, for always giving the best coaching out there. And obviously really looking forward to obviously hopping back in hopefully again at Bathurst, and hopefully we can have a good end to the championship, and obviously get that 2nd place in the championship that we're looking for.
You two blokes, you'll be very happy about this, but you've broken the trend, which is one for the mathematically inclined like me that really enjoy analysing the crap out of statistics, right? Eclipse had 1 on the podium in the opening round, 2 in round 2, 1 in round 3, 2 in round 4, right? Odds and evens lining up very nicely. It's 2 in round 5, so my maths is done for the year. But it's great for you guys because it puts you right there in contention to secure a team 1-2 when we get to Bathurst. Good luck with that. Enjoy what's on the schedule between now and then. Go and get some sleep, boys. You've earned it.
Thanks guys. Cheers. Have a good night.
I think that's as passionate and as feisty as we've ever had anybody in a post-race show so far, and I'm with you, Scott. I absolutely love it. Let's bring in the Mustang boys. Finally, Ford getting another podium finish in this series, and it, of course, backs up the 2nd at Spa. So it's an equal best finish of the season for these guys. And again, I'll get Scott to chat to Marino in just a moment, but let me start with Byron Pierce. You're getting my nomination for Driver of the Night, just quietly, when the poll goes up in the next couple of days, mate. That was phenomenal. Firstly, to go punch for punch with the benchmark of this series in the entirety of the opening stint. The way you went about that was awesome. The Mustang flexed its muscle tonight. It was great to see. Secondly, obviously, you had a little bit of a deficit to overturn in the 3rd stint of the race when you brought the thing home. But I tell you what, had that been, 1, 2 laps longer, 5 minutes longer, that could have been a really spicy conclusion. But an epic race all the same, mate. You had us on the edge of our seat. Well played. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Well, I gave it everything the car had. Like, the Mustang is very fast around this track. I think that was fairly obvious. But got through quali P4. I was like, okay, we're up the front. This is going to be good. The wheel decided not to upshift at the start, so I had to really scramble just to get P3. And once I saw Damo get to P1, I was like, okay, but if I want to somehow stick with him, I need to get past the Frog Leap car ASAP, so I had to do the almighty send there. I'm lucky that pulled off, and I thought they were going to fly off into the distance, but the Ford's just really strong here. The dirty air is very average around here. You get to about 1 second back, and it's just pretty rough in the heat, so I really struggled to get below that 1 second. But once I got to that 1 second, I just didn't really want to try and overtake. I just wanted to save fuel, get the overcut, which we did. And well, the last stint, it was more a case of just keeping P2 because 17 was right behind us. They'd caught up massively. And so I thought it was going to be a big fight to the end. So I just had to kind of squeeze it, everything out of it. And then with like, I don't know, 30 minutes to go, I saw the gap out front. I was like, oh, they might be short on fuel or something. So I just hustled the thing. And I mean, P2 is kind of what we targeted after qualifying, and we got P2. So we're very happy with how it went.
Indeed. Talk me through the challenges of wrestling with that Mustang earlier in the season and the other manufacturer choice from you guys, which it escapes me at this time of the night. But now finally being rewarded with the updates that have fallen your way for the Mustang, being rewarded with a car that can be a race winner in this series against the guys that have led the way pretty much from the outset.
Yeah, it was tough the first 2 rounds. Daytona not so much since it was just it's just slipstream there. But Fuji was so tough back then, and yeah, we're very lucky. It's kind of fallen in our lap. The updates to the GT3s, but our other car, the McLaren, we only use for Le Mans, and that's done and dusted. So you won't be seeing that car again from us. And so the other reason why I picked the Ford is because I just want to drive the Ford. That's about it. wasn't really fussed about the performance too much. Since we had 2 cars, I just want a car that I like. So Ford.
Indeed. I mean, talk me through what was going through your mind there, because one of the talking points tonight was the fact that it was a 2-stopper. It's the first time that we've had a definitive 2-stopper this season that hasn't been aided by safety cars or anything like that. But more to the point, the fact that you've had to go in and do an out-and-out qualifying, full send Hollywood number run to bring that thing home. What was the car like with regards to grip, tyre wear, and also how good were you on fuel towards the end there?
Well, I'll start with the fuel. We massively overfueled because I miscalculated the fuel usage because Marino was using more fuel per lap than what I was. So we overfueled by 2 laps. So it was a case of just dumping it. And since I had the fuel in hand, it was just like, oh, well, bugger it. I may as well just use it. Full send. Sorry, I forgot your first point that you asked.
Tyre wear, mate. Tyre wear.
Oh, the tyre wear. Okay. Well, since we're running 5-6 wing on this thing, just to get the rotation on the last corner and that quad right-hander, that's a pain in the ass. The rear tyres go away. So, on the Mustang, the tyre wear is not great, but kind of balances out with how good it is here. But yeah, the rears do struggle, especially when you go push. So I was feeling it at the end, but since it cooled down I don't know, 10 degrees or something, it just held on. It was very, I don't know, in the first stint, the tyres did fall away, and being in the dirty air for that long, the tyres were just so dead at the end of the first stint with a 30-something degree track or whatever it was. But I know, a bit of management and cool attempts, it was just able to go push.
We'll come back to you in just a moment. Let's bring Marino Morella in, and I'm sure Scott's got a question or two for you as well, Byron. But Marino, nicely done. Nice job in the middle stint of the race, mate. Yeah, okay. Not necessarily the same pace on board as what Byron was bringing to the table, but you did what was required. You got through the stint unscathed, handed it back to him in one piece. How much would you have liked there to be an extra, maybe 1 or 2 laps in that car race?
So much, Zach. Yeah, no, not the best stint for myself. I think I was certainly was a little under practice for this track, it being my first time actually ever racing around here tonight. So it was a bit of a culture shock. We were putting our doc together the last couple of days and wasn't extremely happy with how it was driving. But look, it's some of this thing with endurance racing is you tend to bias your car towards the fastest driver, at least in our case. And Byron's just a wizard in this thing. He's so fast. I hedge my bets and say he is arguably one of the best forward drivers in APAC. But, I'm sure having Cody or Damo in the same car tonight, they would have absolutely spanked us. But no, look, we're certainly happy with a little bit of favourable bop these last 2 rounds since the tyre update. It certainly suited our driving style and the way we set up our car more. As you probably saw in the first couple laps of each stint, we were significantly slower than everyone around us, but that was just to ensure that the tyre would hang on for the duration of it.
Yeah, indeed. 10 points for blunt and brutal honesty as well. Fair assessment of the situation from you, Marino. But I guess you've highlighted a point. It is something of a blank canvas, this track. It was a late selection. It was a late inclusion in the series. It's been a late addition to the server this year. It's been, 3 months or so. But if you haven't had the reason to jump behind the wheel or the time to do so, this week's been the time to do it. Your impressions on the circuit and why you might have struggled to get comfortable with it.
Yeah, look, I think I tend to prefer a car that's quite pointy on the nose, whereas the way we've had to set up the car to keep the rears, or to work at this track is to keep the rears alive, and you have to drive it on the rears a lot more. So I wouldn't necessarily put it towards the track specifically, although I am an absolute pain for slow and long radius corners, which is basically this entire circuit, compared to somewhere like Spa, where I was certainly more comfortable. Obviously turning thousands of laps there. I think I'll definitely pick up the pace at a track I'm more comfortable at, like Bathurst. So, I'm really excited to see what the last round of this series brings for all of us. The championship is, I would say, almost over, but we're pushing every single lap to try and prove something not only to ourselves, but to the rest of APAC that we're not the slowest people out on track. We found it really difficult again just for the car setup to bias it for the last corner where we thought the majority of opportunities would come when we made a better exit out of the last corner. But we just had a tough run there. But it was a really, really good showing from Byron, and I'm so happy to call him my co-driver, and that's it.
Before I throw it over to Scotty Rankin, and we'll get our winners in here in just a moment. Good morning to those of you on the eastern seaboard of Australia, excluding the steady state of Queensland, of course. And a very good morning to those of you in New Zealand. This is the post-race show of round 5 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series from Shell V Power Motorsport Park, won by Eclipse Sim Sport from Areti, and the second of the Eclipse entries in third. It was interesting too to note, boys, the importance of this round, and I'll get a comment from both of you on it, the importance of that result for your tilt at second or third in the championship. Now, it was 20 points going in. It'll be a little bit tighter going out. Game on when we get to Mount Panorama. How much pressure are you guys going to be under or place on yourselves, knowing that, yes, everyone wants to win at Bathurst because it's Bathurst, but also you guys have got that positional battle in the championship bragging rights to think about as well. Does that play on your mind in the heat of the moment, or do you try and, worry about that at the end of 3 hours, Byron?
I think that's going to be something we worried, like, see where we end up for qualifying that race, because going into this season with the caliber of these Eclipse cars, we just thought, you know what, if we finish top 5 or top 4, top 5 in this series, it'd be good. We're already kind of exceeding expectations, admittedly, because the BOP has helped. But if the opportunity does arrive at Bathurst, if we qualify well and the race goes our way, we'll, once again, just like tonight in the last stint, we'll just give it everything we've got to get as high as we can.
Marino, your thoughts on that situation, because you guys are firmly in the mix here. Tonight's done you all sorts of favours in terms of staying in the mix for that elusive podium spot at the end of the point standings at the end of the 6 rounds. How are you feeling about that caveat when you go to Bathurst and knowing just how difficult a race that's going to be, because it's Bathurst and we know that anything that could happen will happen?
Yes, certainly. Like, It's certainly not lost on me where we sit in the championship. There was times tonight where I was giving Byron updates while he's driving and saying, looking at our main rivals like the Vermilion 228 car and the fact that the Vendevold car didn't show up tonight. We were pretty gutted about that. We would have loved to see them out here in racing. But it's not lost on us that we need to try and claw back every point with the way the point structure is for this series. So, look, we know that we can perform under pressure. Historically, Bathurst has been one of our best tracks. Examples are like OSR at the start of this year that bought golden tickets into this. We've just narrowly missed out with a PC failure on a podium there. So also in a Mustang in a field full of Acuras with slightly less favourable bop towards us, but Byron is an absolute wizard there. So I would encourage everyone to keep your eyes out on him. I don't think there's someone who's turned more laps at Bathurst than this guy in a Porsche Cup or a GT3.
Very nice.
Setting very high expectations now.
Yeah, just sort of, nothing like a little bit of teammate pressure at 12 on a Saturday morning. Scotty, jump in here because I'm sure I have missed something along the way to see these guys. They've been, quite achievers throughout the course of the season, but they've punched so well above their weight in a contest or competition where you've got, Eclipse have got, multiple contenders. Vermilion have got multiple contenders. OPR have got multiple contenders. These guys, flying solo, if you like.
Honestly, guys, I think he's aren't doing yourselves enough credit for sure. Certainly capable of the finishes that you guys have achieved here, and like you said, punching above the weight. So to be happy, and like Zach, you've also said, I think the Bop's really favouring you guys at the moment with where he's positioned in the Mustang heading into Bathurst. So yeah, I just want to say congratulations on the races thus far, and keep on trucking. Who knows what will happen in a couple of weeks' time.
Watch them potentially muster up a win at Mount Panorama. Looking forward to that immensely. Hey, that is going to be an epic scrap because, Jared Philcell numbers are being racked up by the race winners, Cody Death and Damon Woods. We'll get to them in just a moment. But before that, boys, jump in here and thank who you'd like to thank on the back of your second podium finish of the campaign.
Yeah, thanks to all our team, Red Esports. Always a good group of guys over there supporting us. Big shout out to our other friends, Oscar King, Charlie Miller, and Gregory Prisbild. They're always giving us support in the back end. Big shout out to our major sponsor as well, P1 Docs. If you're looking for some good setups for general iRacing stuff, give them a look. They're the best out there, I would argue, made by some of the best. So,
and ditto,
Byron. Short, sharp, and sweet.
He's done the work for me. But yeah, congrats to to Damon and Cody for bringing the car or bringing a slower car home to a win. It just shows how good they are.
Indeed, it is. Well done, boys. Congratulations. Thanks for that. Appreciate you staying back so late on a Friday night to have a chat to us. Go well in the lead up to Bathurst. We'll see you there.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
And I'm just going to tear up the script and throw it out the window now because we're going to bring in our race winners. And I always take the lead on this one, but we've done this interview with them 3 times already. So I'm going to hand it over to Scott Rankin. We're going to have a chat with Damon Woods and Cody Death, who were, again, clinical tonight. But again, Scott, had it been a couple of laps longer, Cody Death might have just been sweating a little bit. It'll be interesting to get their thoughts on what was a very pulsating conclusion to the 5th round of the series in which they've notched up their 4th win and put one hand on the championship.
Yep, boys, hello and congratulations on the result here tonight. First and foremost, Cody, you looked a little bit shaky in that last stage. How were the nerves about how long that race was going on for? We were like 2 seconds shy of doing the extra lap. Would you have been vulnerable in an extra lap?
To try and save for the extra lap, but we didn't end up doing it. So sort of shot ourselves in the foot a bit there. But they were just fast as, man. It was pretty hard, even when I was pushing to replicate the same times they were doing. It was tricky out there.
For you, Damon Woods, as well. I mean, you had to go out and all guns blazing and try and punch that margin away. They took you deep in that first stint. It's getting closer at the pointy end of this GT Pro field. You sort of had things all your own way to this point. Not anymore. How exciting is that heading into Bathurst as a championship finale?
It's going to shake some stuff up, which is good. I mean, we want competitive GT3 racing in Australia, so we're bringing it to the forefront, and having the guys like Already and Venderville and even the Vermilion boys as well, having them running up the front with us, it shows that there is quite a strong depth when it comes to GT racing in Oz, and hopefully it's a good sign for future things to come as well.
I actually want both of you to buy in a little bit to probably one of the controversial moments. So obviously happens to the sister car here tonight. So, you guys are going to be a little bit biased on this one for me. But flashing and the use of headlights, I mean, it's a tool that's attached to the front end of the race car. Where do you draw the line on how many times a lap you can punch that headlight button, Damon?
I mean, having your finger glued to it, I mean, it's probably a little bit excessive. I mean, me personally, I'm all for getting on the flashies. Especially if you're trying to get some back markers out of the way. But having your finger glued to it, I mean, it's probably a little bit excessive, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it really hurt anyone. Obviously, it's annoying having the lights going in your mirrors, but as I said, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it really has any major effect.
Yeah, so basically what I take from that is it's on Zach to manage it a little bit, but at the same time, it's definitely being used too much is what I take of that, the condensed version, really.
I think regardless if it's Zach or not, I think if it's the driver and whoever's in that position to be able to manage with the situation. But if someone is glued to it, then there should be a slap on the wrist regarding it.
Yeah, don't mind that whatsoever. Cody, I mean, obviously coming in, this time slot's been challenging for you, and we've documented that to this point. Walking out of work and racing home to get in the sim. Was there a little bit of lack of concentration there? How was the time scheme of sort of walking into the sim and getting into things tonight?
Oh mate, it's the Dominoes. They call me. I'm there. It's what it is.
I'm loving the commitment, Cody.
Yeah, tonight wasn't too bad to be fair. I had about 45 minutes to sort of just do a couple laps and just watch what was going on, have a look at what's going on around us. Tonight wasn't too bad for that, but I was just a bit shaky to be honest. Didn't do enough laps, and the car wasn't easy to drive, and especially you had to probably try and push a bit harder to keep up with the Mustangs and stuff like that. But ended up going all right for tonight.
Finally, we'll look forward to the last round of the championship. At this point in time, you guys are heading in with a nigh unassailable lead. There is still the mathematical possibility, so you still have to finish that race. But heading to Bathurst and the pressure's off, sometimes it's kind of easy when there's a little bit of pressure on, particularly for you guys that perform at this level, because it drives that motivation of getting in, doing the laps, making sure that you think, would you rather have the pressure on, or would you rather be going in there with the ease?
Do you want to take that, Cody, or do you want me to talk about it?
You got it, mate. You got it.
All right. I mean, to be honest, going into Bathurst, I mean, it's Bathurst in a GT3 car, so it's regardless if it's a championship thing or not. I mean, it's a great combo. So there's just in the enjoyment factor, there's incentive to do laps and try and be quick there, and then worst case, it also leads into OSR 12 hour for next year as well. So it's a good bit of pre-prep for 2026, and I mean, we're just there to have a good time, be competitive, be up the front, and try and turn this streak into a championship.
Boys, and finally, who would you like to give a thank you and a shout out to for taking another race win of round number 5 from Shell V Power Motorsports Park at the Bend, and the number 56 Eclipse Sim Sports McLaren?
Shout out to Zach and Johnny for being alongside us as well. Dave for making the effort to come back from the big pizza shift to pedal the car for the final stint.
That's right.
5-6 sim coaching, Lucha Drive Performance, and all the boys back at the factory in Eclipse, putting in the hours. So, cheers, boys.
Yeah, just a big shout out to Zach Rat. had his cage rattled a bit tonight, but I'm sure he'll be back for next round. I think he was a bit annoyed about the bop. I'm sure we'll settle him down with a bit of Minecraft tonight. But good on to them. Good on Marino and Byron as well. They did a pretty good job tonight.
Actually, you've just touched on an important point there, Cody. Actually, there are two things, right? So I want one answer from Damon, and I want one answer from Cody. Damon, it's been the general consensus within this booth tonight has been, and Marino summed it up best. I said it earlier in the night. I get the feeling that the form that you guys are in at the moment, you're the benchmark of the series. You got one hand on the title, right? Is there any manufacturer in this current spec, the 10 that are available in this series, is there any of those that we could put you in and you wouldn't be on the top step of the podium?
Porsche.
Yeah, Porsche.
Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche is an absolute dog at the moment. Hasn't been good for a while, and specifically, if we went to Bathurst in the Porsche, naturally aspirated compared to a turbo car with no BOP, yeah, there's no chance. I think we'd win in that, especially if some of the boys are in the Mustang. So, chucks in the Porsche, and we'll have a rough time, that's for sure.
Oh, that's an interesting one because I'm interested to see what happens when the Aston becomes part of the fold next season, and I even said that you could probably get the job done in the Lambo. So it's interesting that you've gone with the Porsche, and I appreciate that. And Cody, the one that we couldn't quite work out with you, mate, with regards to the pizza delivery that the boys were talking about there earlier. We noticed that you were cutting it fine a little bit earlier in the season because when we got to Fuji, you didn't do anywhere near as long behind the wheel as what you did tonight. But because of the way that the race played out, strategy and a few other things, you had to drive a little bit more tonight. Did that make things a little bit tighter at the turnaround at the end of work, etc.?
No, it was actually pretty good. Like I knocked off at 7:45, so it's about a 25-minute drive home, and then just have some food, and do a couple laps here and there, have a shower. But turnaround was nowhere near as bad as it's been in the past rounds. So I might even call off work for Bathurst. We'll see what happens.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a really good opportunity to talk about driver safety. Ladies and gentlemen, Cody Deeth would like to be the spokesperson for safety on the road whilst delivering pizza. Save the speed for the sim.
Oh, brilliant! I love it, and that's a very good bit of commercial opportunism from you, Scott Rankin. There's definitely a
mate,
an arrangement that we could make there.
As someone whose one of his earliest jobs was a pizza delivery boy, and I do not trust my driving from those days.
That's fair. That is fair. I wouldn't trust my driving these days, but that's another story. No, it's an interesting one because time and place, right? Time and place. Save your speed for the racetrack. Save your speed for the sim rig, and let your money do the let your ability to do the talking there. I'm sure I had another question, gentlemen, but you know what? It's 12:21. Go and get some sleep. Well done. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you when we get to Mount Panorama. What is a big week for the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed Esports Network, and we're looking forward to your involvement in that immensely. Well done again tonight. 4 straight wins and the firm championship favourite going into the final round.
Cheers, boys. Thank you.
Cheers, boys. Have a good evening.
Well, good morning in some parts of the world. Yeah, absolutely. There it is for there it is for you, ladies and gentlemen. The next round of the Games and GTPRO Invitational Series comes to you from the Mecca of Australian motorsport, the famed Mount Panorama, Bathurst. And it's not too far from the date in time in which the Bathurst 24-hour was run back in the day as well. So there's a nice little bit of symmetry going on there. Friday, November 21, 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time, 4:45 on the West Coast, 9:45 in New Zealand, and looking forward to that immensely, the final round of the series. Quick thoughts from Scott Rankin on that in just a moment. Of course, he's next to Simon as far as the ASRG is concerned. He's the second of the Enduros for the Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercar Series, which is the Sandown 500. Scotty, always a traditional favourite. We lose it in the real world this year, but it's kept alive in the sim world.
Yeah, that it is, and throwback round as well, which is also always good to see. in terms of the way that that's all handled as well. So, we'll be off there in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah,
And,
I
and then
believe
onto
it's not on our screen at the moment, but Friday, October 31
There it is.
Yep, there it is. 6:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So that's a really early start for anyone on the West Coast on that occasion. Round 10 of 12 in that championship. Still no word on where the grand finale is going to be for that one yet, because I know round 11's Bathurst, but you've got an early date in December for round 12, which is still listed as TBR on the series website.
Yeah, correct. That is the final round of the championship at that one, and there's some debate about whether or not we'll get Adelaide in time.
Yeah, that's fair. I can understand them holding out for that. Last couple of comments before we go, boys, and a brilliant effort from our crew as always. Big thanks to our team in race control. We barely heard from them tonight. You saw on the classification, the steward's car, the safety cars, the course car, everyone finished on 0 laps completed. That's what we like to see. Scott, I think it goes without saying that we did ourselves a justice by ditching Coda in favour of the bend. That was probably more lively than I might have, and stimulating than I might have been anticipating, helped by the fact that we had that disparity between the Mustang and the McLaren. But again, the Eclipse Sim Sport stable find a way to prevail.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a difficult one. That Mustang is just so quick at the moment. So, that's a challenge. That's awesome. That takes us to the final race of the season with the preferred team, not the preferred car.
Yeah, exactly. And track position's king at Bathurst, but they're going to have to defend on Conrod Straight. They're going to have to defend on Mountain Straight. It is going to be a compelling affair to bring the curtain down on this inaugural Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. We've enjoyed your company. If you haven't enjoyed the last 4 and nearly 3/4 hours, you are very difficult to please, ladies and gentlemen. It was compelling from first until last. There were a couple of wild patches in the final hour, but it took us a while to get to that point, probably more than it would at other rounds of the series. Bathurst awaits. We know that brings with it uncertainty, but one thing is certain. You don't want to miss this, because the Eclipse Sim Sport stable will go out in pursuit of 5 wins on the trot to wrap up the title. They are champion-elect at the moment. That battle for second and third in the points race, it will go right down to the wire. 1 foot wrong there could be the difference between second and fourth, or even worse, on that points table. As far as the rest of it's concerned, we don't do this without the great support of the people that support us here across our platforms, and they of course include the Gamesman, the naming rights sponsor of the series, OG Gear, the great people at Logitech, Playseat, Max Pappas Innovations, Motorsport Australia, and the SimSpeed Esports Network. It's all made possible thanks to the great crew at the Australian Sim Racing Group as well, who do all that thankless, tireless work behind the scenes that nobody ever sees. And of course, we get the luxurious job of sitting in here and pointing and screaming and talking about it for the bulk of a Friday night and the start of a Saturday morning as well. On the subject of the weekend ahead, it promises to be an absolute belter. So if you're in the luxurious position of that some people are, where you get to put the feet up on the lounge and strap in and buckle up and enjoy the show, the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix, the Caulfield Cup and the Everest, the Pacific Championship Rugby League, the US Formula One Grand Prix sprint qualifying this morning at 8 a.m, the World Superbike Championships in Spain, the Intercontinental GT Challenge wraps up in the United States as well. I'm so disappointed that Mark Marquez is not on the grid for the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix, but that's Sunday at 2 o'clock. The sprint is today at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And of course, Monday morning, I meant to mention this earlier when we were talking about Austin, Texas, and Formula One being there. Same time, simulcast, the Talladega round of the NASCAR Cup Series, which brings with it all sorts of lottery scenarios and uncertainty. It's like trying to pick the bingo. So a lot to look forward to there. And for us cricket buffs, us cricket nuffies here in Central Commentary, we've got one eye on Optus Stadium on Sunday, the first one-day international between Australia and India, noting that we're now just 5 weeks out from the start of the Ashes series as well. Hope you enjoyed all of that. Hope you'll enjoy what's to come. Eclipse Sim Sport prevail in a classic at the Bend. Byron Pierce, my early nomination for Driver of the Day. That was a scintillating final stint. And Zach Ratway-White and Ryan Bettis, we love little rivalries like that fueling at this point of the season because it just helps build the narrative and it gives us something to keep an eye on because their battle will resume when we get to Mount Panorama in 5 weeks' time. As far as the top 10 was concerned tonight, you had Synergy in there, Orbit Drop there, TSR, OPR, Vermilion, Eclipse and Areti. 7 different teams in the top 10. Manufacturers, it was McLaren, it was Ford that were dominant, but there were signs that we might see some spice from some of the other players just yet. On behalf of Jay Kennedy, Scott Rankin, the entire broadcast commentary and production team here, hope you enjoyed it across the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network and the Australian Sim Racing Group. Until we see you, well, firstly, the boys for the Sandown 500 in a fortnight, and us then on that marathon week in which both championships head to the mountain. I'm Zach Caban. Have a great morning, everybody, and a great weekend. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.